Hey. Apologize for the like I said for the delay. We're back up. Here we are. Day 7, man. It's been interesting. Right now they've got some they're dealing with graphic material. So and it is graphic. So we got to err in the direction of caution. And I think that's what the courts are doing too. So we are minimalizing the amount of exposure of like all of the graphicities of it all, if that's a real word, which it's not, but it is what it is. But yeah, so trials in recess right now. So yeah, let's touch in. We're gonna be on Catherine, what's up? Big shout out to everybody. I'm glad y'all keep coming back. It says a lot. It says you keep coming back. You know what I mean? There's love there. What up, Steph? Rich B, yeah, thank you for becoming a supporter. Steph Lynn, of course. What's up, fam? What up, Gregory? Jenny, what's happening with you? Jason. I know, Jason, I can't leave you guys unsupervised. And I leave the kids at home unattended. You guys fall apart on me, man. You fall apart. Hollywood, Florida's in the house. What up, man? Yeah, if you guys would share the stream out right now. That I didn't lose power this morning, Baba. But I kind of Barry. Thank you very much for that super sticker. Appreciate you, Barry. Oh, sweet Barry. Sweet Barry. Man. How's everybody feeling? It's been we're getting into it, right? Like we're pretty deep in the thick of it all right now. It's we have right now the forensic pathologist who is talking about gunshot wounds right now, and which was interesting because the way we ended it yesterday, we were talking about all of those gunshots that we heard. There was, over 20 shots fired, and we had our girl Heather, who was who is Barry McCockner. Good to see you, bro. Much love. Yeah, right. Jeff Rumor's going crazy when CJ shows up late. Right. Nothing illicit, man. I wish it was something cool. I wish it was something fun and nefarious, but not in my life, man. Not in my life. I keep these pretty chill. But we had a lot of gunshots that were fired the day of the shooting. And John Lau, I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Yeah, Blake Strib hit it, man. I just have the power to function. Now, you guys, I was up pretty late last night. There was somebody out there in the world that, what happens a lot of times is you have these people and their main focus becomes other people, right? Instead of people, it becomes a person, and that person becomes like their center focus, and kind of like a madness kicks in when you get obsessed about somebody, when you get when your brain gets taken over with your thoughts of this individual, it's some crazy stuff, man. And there just happens to be those people in the world, you know what I mean? And to the point where it was sad and comical at the same time. Either way, the individual, I wish nothing but the best. And I really do hope that they get whatever in their life figured out that's got them full of so much anger and in sad disdain for anybody that's not them. What can you do, man? You can't, unfortunately, some people just got that venom in them. You know what I mean? They got that venom. They got that, that snake juice, and they're just out there. They're just out there lurking, looking for something. I was referred to as a tourist in Kenosha. And this person was saying that it was, I can't even, guys. It's a guy, someone's saying comments. No, it's not even like a, yeah. What's sad is that when you become such an installation, so important in someone's purview that and you can't even give them you know, the time, you know. So the fact that it even like had me like thinking about it last night is why am I even why why is this even something that I'm giving any thought to at all? Um, yeah. So anyway, man, but this guy, yeah, it's crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Yeah, I had another small white person tell me to shut up, white man, because apparently I'm not allowed uh, um, to speak apparently because I don't even know. I can't even. Anyway, let's look at some while we're waiting here. You know, we've got other video here that we can pull up here, and we were taking a look at some different stuff. We were kind of walking through the aftermath yesterday of things, but if you guys remember, I think we had where are we at here? Uh, where are we at on this one? Yeah, we're gonna look at the fence, the standoff at the fence. Yes, and this is interesting. But yesterday, man, just so you guys know, was yeah, I'm here. I'm here for you guys. You know, I love you guys. I love everyone, and I think that one of the things that upset me was that this person was advocating for basically for the riots. I was saying that I don't support the protesters and all these things. And I made it very clear. I was like, absolutely, I don't. No, I may be a tourist in Kenosha, but I'll rep for Kenosha forever now because I feel like the city has accepted and opened their arms to the fact that no matter if you're born somewhere or you move somewhere, no matter if you're born. Here, this is the point I want to make to you to this individual. Doesn't matter if you're born into a family, adopted or otherwise. Family's family, man. And it's sad when people want to run off that those people that are in that well blood is more important than than commitment and hard work and fortitude and all the things that you build and do in relationships to build a relationship, apparently this person thinks all you have to do is just kind of have the the ability to just be born in a spot, but it's beyond anything for me, guys. We have so much bigger things to think about. It's whatever. um yeah, Papa CJ, better than that. Yeah, well, thank you. I appreciate that. Judge is back, I'm hearing, which means that we've got a chance to go back live. I do have some other stuff that we can pull up that'll be interesting too. Some footage that we haven't looked at yet. And again, you guys remember all my footage is as of right now, um, it's kind of unreleased. So because we had a page pulled down, our whole platform was pulled apart, and then we had to redo everything. So the footage we had backed up, but I just never really put it back out there. So it's kind of like unseen footage. You know what I mean? Anyway, yesterday was a tough one though with Gage going on the stand. You know, because no matter what I mean, and that turned into you guys. I'm sure saw it, it turned into a meme like all over the world. Not him, but like the prosecution. When he's like, "Oh, geez, what did you just say?" Yada yada yada. And the judge is back, and and we are we're gonna jump back in. Yeah. So to be fair, I got nothing but love for Keno and that whole area, and I'll be there, and I'll be there a lot in the coming future, whether or not this individual says that I'm not welcome in Kenosha. Um, you know what I do welcome is everyone in Kenosha to be actively engaged in letting people know that if you are for the destruction of your city, if you're for the wanton violence, like you're not welcome. And I think that's why this individual doesn't live in Kenosha anymore, is because of as you said, a lot of death threats and a lot of stalkers or whatever. What was sad is that I was never one of those people, and I rep for all the people out there. And it's just sad that this individual is So apparently triggered and involved with being okay with the violence and the destruction that hit Kenosha. So we're gonna jump back into the case right now, though, and here we go. Boom, 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 and we are.
The barrel of the gun.
We're in there.
Here, do we have agreement with that?
Yes.
If this gun fires a projectile, the first thing that comes out, and I'm not saying in order, but what would show nearness is soot stippling, correct?
Correct.
And then further out would be gunpowder stippling.
Yes, soot and then gunpowder.
Okay, and in the soot stippling, it has to be, generally speaking, as you said, either in contact or within a foot.
Yes, it's within a few inches. It's very close.
Okay, and when you looked at the state's exhibit, you said it was either very close or in contact, and we're talking about the handle.
Yes, it could be within that range. Okay. So it could have been in contact.
Okay, and as I said, if this is the barrel of the gun, this is my left hand, the barrel of the gun had to be somewhere in this area, correct?
That's correct.
Now, the soot stippling, and I'm pointing with the pointer to my baby finger, there is no soot stippling here, correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay. The bulk of it starts between what would be the ring and commonly referred to as middle finger?
Yes.
Okay, so that means the barrel of the gun, if not touching, would have been like this.
It's in that location, that's
Okay.
correct.
So that hand was over the barrel of Mr. Rittenhouse's gun when his hand was shot.
That makes sense.
Okay, and the bullet goes into the fingers and then out through here. And I'm showing the fat part of the in between my index and thumb.
Yes, the exit is to the index finger, but it's on the back of the lateral side of that finger, yes.
And exhibit 105, please. What we just went over, I'm showing you an exhibit be up on the screen. It's been marked Defense Exhibit 105. You see that photo exhibit?
Yes.
Okay, and that's Mr. Rosenbaum's hand.
His left hand. Correct.
Left hand, and you took that photograph, correct?
Yes.
Circle on here to the best of your ability where the soot starts.
Yeah.
Okay, can you draw a line off of there into where it can be seen and then just put your initials? Thank you. And you've put the circle on the ring finger, correct?
Correct.
Leaving the baby finger uncircled and blank, correct?
Correct. I don't see any.
You don't see any soot there, right?
Correct.
Move exhibit 105 into evidence. Objection?
No.
You would ask to publish it to the jury.
Already on the screen. Objection. Okay, go ahead.
What do we? I've been renamed. What do you mean? He is saying baby finger again, which is kind of adorable. Kind of
you would
adorable.
agree that this shooting of Mr. Rosenbaum, which is captured partially on video, is a dynamic situation, correct?
Correct.
And if the furthest he was away with the stipling that you see in the wounds was 4 feet and closing, that goes very quickly, correct? If someone's running at you?
Yes.
Okay. And 4 feet, correct me if I'm wrong, is about from me to you away.
That's about correct.
And if I had my hands out, I'm even closer, correct?
Yes.
If I'm lunging and going for your gun, which is an extension away from your body, closer still.
Yes.
And you saw the video that Dr. Jensen reviewed, and he was running, correct?
He was.
The wound in the back, when you talk about, I can get out to that word, anatomically correct position?
Atomic position. Yes.
That's, as I'm standing here before you, standing straight, with you said palms forward.
I was leading.
Correct. Anatomic position.
Okay.
I think you had me doing it.
Okay. And the wound enters his back,
That's correct.
okay, and goes down and across.
Correct.
Okay. We're not, and I know the prosecution covered it, but we're not saying that he was turned and shot in the back, correct?
That's correct.
There's nothing in the hand shot that shows him, would lead you to believe that his hands are up like this surrendering, correct?
That's correct. I did not see that in the video.
And your theory or your belief to a reasonable degree of medical certainty is that he's in a horizontal position close to my client. The bullet goes in and across and down.
That's correct.
Okay. So once again, in the position of lunging would put you in a horizontal position, correct?
It would.
And there's some stippling to the wound in the pelvis, correct?
Yes, to the lower abdomen above
Okay.
it.
And that's not trying to, but there, it starts at the belt line and goes up, correct?
That's right.
Okay. And as it starts at the belt line and goes up, the reason it's not below the belt line is because he was wearing pants when he was shot, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And that was gunpowder stippling.
That's correct.
Okay. So that's basically 1 foot to 4 feet.
Yes.
And hate to jump around here, but the wound on Mr. Huber, I'm assuming at some point you pulled off that bandage that was on the wound.
Yes,
Okay. Now, was there stippling on that wound?
there was. Yes.
Okay. And that wound was what kind of stippling?
Well, gunpowder stippling. So that wound has the impacts from the gunpowder particles.
Okay.
A more dense distribution.
Did you look at the clothing around the wound?
On Mr. Huber, yes.
Okay. And the clothing also had gunpowder residue?
It a little more difficult to say on the clothing. I can Mr. Huber's tank top, which was the item of clothing that came with him. That tank top it was a tie-dyed black and gray and white appearance, so made that very difficult. So in those situations, usually I will defer to try to opine if I can't tell for sure.
Okay. So there's nothing in that gunshot wound that suggests that he wasn't in close contact with my client's firearm.
That's right.
Okay. And did you look at any video regarding that shooting?
Yes, it's also included in that video provided.
The video shows that my client's lying on his back, correct?
Yes,
Mr. Huber grabs the firearm, correct?
it appears so. Yes.
Pulls the firearm from one direction towards and into his chest, correct?
They end up in that position. I don't know if he's pulling or what. I don't know what's going on there.
Mr. Huber strikes him with the skateboard. The gun is not in his chest. Fair statement?
That fair statement.
Okay. When he's shot, the skateboard is in his right hand. The gun is now up in his chest. I'm asking if his wound is consistent with this scenario.
Finish your question.
Okay, I'll start over. Mr. Huber, you see him hit my client in the head with a skateboard, correct?
Yes.
And
The objection.
These are conclusions that Mr. Huber hit or did anything is central to this case. These are not conclusions that anyone can make but the jury.
He said, the doctor said he watched the video. And so I'm assuming that that's his knowledge base. And you can redirect on the subject if you want.
I'll start again, sir.
Sorry about breathing into the mic.
There is a blow from Mr. Huber to my client's head with a skateboard, correct?
Yes, the skateboard makes contact with Mr.
He swings the skateboard with his right hand into my client's back neck range, correct?
I'm not sure where it makes impact, but
You see an impact.
yeah, it makes contact.
And he reaches down with his left hand, seeming to grab my client's gun, correct?
Yes.
When he puts his hand on the gun, the barrel is not pointing in his chest, correct?
I don't recall, but I don't think so.
Okay. And through whatever movement between my client and Mr. Huber, the gun barrel ends up, which would be right about here,
It does.
okay? And there's a gunshot, correct?
Yes.
And that gun is touching his clothes.
It's in intermediate range. It's
So,
closer.
and define intermediate range for me, please.
Well, again, we've talked about how intermediate range injuries can be within 4 feet, but it obviously from the video it's closer than that. But I can't say whether the muzzle was in contact with
Okay.
his
But
clothing.
through the type of stippling that you have on the Huber wound, you know it's less than 4 feet. Fair statement?
That's a fair statement.
Through independent evidence, which you review as a forensic pathologist / investigator, the video evidence establishes closer.
It does.
And again, the terms are, to be fair, is it fair to say,
Just assume,
or
for the
variations
purposes
therein?
of this question, that the first shot from my client, moving back to Mr. Rosenbaum now, is the 0 shot, number 1. The fourth shot is 76 hundredths of a second after that. That is how fast the 4 shots were fired out of my client's gun. And he's goes from the furthest 4 feet to touching the gun, correct?
Yes.
That calls for speculation.
It's a doctor answered yes. Overall,
And your opining regarding the order of shots, is that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty or medical certainty? I apologize.
Medical certainty, as I pointed out, from the autopsy findings alone, you can't put these in order. It's only by reviewing the video and simply looking at the orientation of his body and comparing that to the findings on the body that you can do that. So to that degree of certainty, it appears that he's in that horizontal position.
And Mr. Carlos asked it, the shot to the pelvis, you think is first?
I think that makes the most sense.
Okay. The shot that goes in the scalp, second?
No, I think that the only orientation that makes sense with the trajectory of the gunshot wound to the back and the right side of the head is when he's in more of a horizontal position. So those 2 injuries must be the 3rd and the 4th injuries. But that's the best I can do.
The head wound goes back to front and from the top of the head down towards the forehead,
That's right.
Okay, so if I was charging like a bull and diving, that would be consistent.
It would be.
I have nothing further.
Direct.
Doctor, the injuries you noted, they'd also be consistent with falling after being struck in the hip.
Yes.
So if Mr. Rosenbaum was struck in the hip, that his momentum kept carrying him forward, he was falling. The other 3 shots could have been as he was falling.
That's possible too.
But it's consistent with that.
It is.
What is a muzzle stamp?
Well, a muzzle stamp is what we briefly talked about earlier with contact gunshot wounds, and if the energy of the bullet entering the body causes the skin to smack against the muzzle of the gun, it can leave an abrasion, even a patterned abrasion in the shape of the muzzle of the gun on the skin. And so a muzzle stamp is a term that's used for a contact abrasion that's associated with a contact gunshot wound. And the reason why when we talked about a close range wound to the hand, the reason why we didn't talk about that, although it could be in close range like that, is because the skin of the palm is much thicker, and it very seldom, if ever, allows for a muzzle stamp or an abrasion of that sort. Certainly not like you would see with a contact wound to the head or to the chest.
So there was no muzzle stamp in this case.
No.
Okay, I'd like to ask Investigator Stu to pull up Exhibit 41, but as we're doing that, Doctor, if this is the gun, if you could stand up, please. If I'm holding a rifle, let's just say that I've shot you in the hip. How does it make sense that the gunshot to the hand occurs in the trajectory you indicated?
So if this points in the direction. Oh, thank you.
Hold that.
No, I know. I'm fine here.
So we're talking about the left hand. The injuries are to the palmar surface of the index and the middle fingers. The exit is to the side of the index finger. So obviously it's hard to do this completely, but it's like this. So in the anatomic position, it looks like that. But keeping in mind that your arm and your hand move in a lot of different ways. So, so if you were to take the hand and you were to be in a position in which the hand was like this with the palm kind of downward, you could orient this so that you could explain the gunshot wound going down and hitting the pavement, and then the fragments hitting the left side of the thigh.
If you could put your hand out again, Doctor, like you had. So, but the barrel would have to be behind the injury, correct?
Yes.
So the bullet would have had to travel outside of the barrel. So the barrel would have had to have been in front of or somehow separated from where the wound took place.
Well, that's what I said. I can't tell that. This is a close range wound with soot, but there isn't going to be a muzzle stamp because of the skin of the palm. So it's within that distance, but whether it's in contact or whether it's just in front of it, of the entrance portion of the wound, or inches away, that's not something I can tell you.
You just indicated be consistent with swiping something away? Swiping a barrel away?
I can't tell you what he was doing at the time that happened. All I can tell you is that at the time of the discharge of the weapon and the traveling of that bullet into his hand, this is the trajectory that it took through his hand. I can't tell you what he was doing at the time, and I can't see it on the video. The video is not good enough for that.
Hey guys, we allow space here for everybody, regardless of your political associations. Be you conservative, liberal, Democrat, Republican. Keep it civil, guys. Let's not attack each other for our political beliefs. This isn't, it's not what we're here to do. I don't. You guys know me. I don't adhere to parties. I'm all about policy. I don't care. Where you come in on that, as long as you're a good human being and we're living to help each other out the best we can. That's what we're doing here.
Or the soot or anything of that nature?
So play nice.
You mean, well, I mean, if you're holding something in your hand and you're referring to some kind of something that's going to create an intermediary target or something, yeah, that can affect the appearance of wounds. The injury might look very different in that case.
So when Attorney Richards was talking to you about the wound to Mr. Rosenbaum's left hand, and there's blood everywhere and there's soot many places, if he was holding, say, a handle of something, would you expect that the soot and the
There's been no evidence whatsoever that he had anything in his hand.
Questions must be asked to a reasonable degree of post-mortem autopsy certitude. Would that be a fair way to put it?
I'm not really
Post-mortem
sure
autopsy
the
certitude.
question.
Damn.
Not the first. You hesitated before when asked about medical certitude, which is a common expression we use in the courts, and I'm trying to see what degree of, how would you phrase the degree of certitude with which you would typically respond?
Well, I can testify to a reasonable degree of medical certainty when I'm using the autopsy findings and the meaning of those in reference to the injuries. I've seen the video. As I have testified, I discussed the video with regards to his position when I heard the gunshot wounds discharge. I can't really see what's going on in front of him at those times. So when the questions are going into those specifics, I don't think I can answer those from the video that I watched. So I think I'm trying to be careful not to over evaluate that video more than I used it for, which is to determine what position he was in when those gunshot wounds were received.
Why don't you rephrase your question? What's required here for the state, certainly, but frankly for both parties.
That was awesome.
Is
Just ask it
degree
different.
of certitude.
That look on his face is priceless, man. He's
Which
just
the
oh.
physician testified.
The injuries and everything you testified to on the left hand, that's consistent with nothing being in his hand?
It is, yes.
Thank you. I'd like to direct your attention to Exhibit 41. If you can tell, is this the video that you reviewed in terms of both the shooting deaths of Mr. Rosenbaum and Mr. Huber?
It is.
I'd ask you to play the video until I ask you to stop.
Hey! Dude, that drone footage is nuts, man.
You indicate that
In the bottom right
Can you
corner.
be positioned with the first shot?
Yes, I can clearly see the reflection of the light on his back, and I can see that he's upright when the first shot is heard.
So that would not be consistent with the shot to the hand.
No, I think that's. I think that placing the hand in that position would affect the gunpowder stippling to his lower abdomen. So I don't think the hand is involved in that first shot.
So to best of your, so it's consistent that the first shot is to the hip,
That's what I feel. That's what I think. Yes.
and then the second shot would be to the hand.
Yes.
And then the third or fourth shot, can you order those any more specifically?
No.
But they would be as he's in a horizontal position, perhaps falling after being struck in the hip.
That's right.
Let's show Exhibit 86, please.
At first, that drone footage I thought was the law enforcement drone footage, but from what I was told, apparently it could be a private citizen's drone. So if anybody knows the details on that, on the footage we just watched, the lower right hand corner had that drone footage, which I thought was crazy. How the drone in the footage we watched, the first one, you see the drone slowly take off, get leverage or get some altitude, and then the shootings take place like within 10 seconds. Almost like, I mean, I get it. I'm out there, I'm recording, and I understand that a lot of times you just happen to be in the place where things happen when they happen, as you saw with my footage with
Doctor, did
the
you
shooting
see
with
that
Gage
large amount of
and
smoke that was
Huber,
emitted
but
from the gun?
Yes.
Now, with that amount of smoke out of an AR-15, would that impact how far the stippling may occur?
Would the smoke impact?
The large amount of smoke. Would the stippling go further out than the 4 feet?
No, I don't think there's not a relationship there. The stippling is the gunpowder particles that are flying through the air and dispersing as they travel. The smoke is the smoke and soot from the barrel of the gun.
Does the amount of gunpowder matter in the stippling?
Well, yes,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say it does. I mean, there's the number of gunpowder particles that leave the barrel of the gun are not predictable, certainly, but they will travel in a dense group and then disperse as they get farther away, with more and more falling to the side until none have the energy to create stippling to the skin.
Now, when you see that large puff of smoke, you said that would be that is what would potentially leave soot on a individual.
My presumption is that soot, that puff was the smoke and soot from the end of the gun.
So with that large amount of soot, would it be possible to deposit soot further out than just a few inches?
I don't know if I can answer that question. Test firing the weapon, you might be able to derive more information, but certainly soot's not very aerodynamic. It doesn't travel very far.
Now, Attorney Richards did a demonstration with you where he stood about 4 feet away and talked about the intermediate range. Now, we're in talking about intermediate range, you're talking about feet from the barrel of the gun, not from the shooter.
Correct. To be specific, the injuries that we're talking about are from the barrel of the gun to the surface that they make impact with. So the surface of the body in this case.
And you haven't seen the actual weapon in this case, have you?
No, I have not.
I have been curious to find out the forensics on all the bullets, if they recovered all the bullet casings from that were fired that night, because there, like I said, we counted at least over 15, all within that period of time. Oh, well, dude, welcome. It'll be better here. Yeah, I mean, we get a troll from time to time, but guys, yeah, they get
Check it again.
tooled out pretty quick.
Check it again.
No need.
Richard Dreyfuss. That's what I'm thinking of. Boom. We know who he's playing. Richard Dreyfuss. Richard Dreyfuss will be playing him. So, Dr. Doug Kelly. Make a note, guys. Richard Dreyfuss. Maybe. Yeah, I think it'll work.
So if he was to point the gun at me, I'd have to be 4 feet from the barrel of this gun, or 1 to 4 feet to generate the stippling you're talking about.
Inside of 4 feet, like I said, that's an outside number.
Is that approximately where I would be right now?
It's about 4 feet, maybe a little closer.
I'll get a ruler. That's more than 4 feet.
It would be my impression that is a greater distance than 4 feet.
Well, I'm not bad at distances. Is this 4 feet approximately?
It's a little hard to tell, but you're closer. You're probably about 4 feet there.
More than one of my arm's lengths anyway?
More than one of your arm's length.
Thank you.
Recross?
Doctor, the soot is within 6 inches, correct? The soot stippling?
Oh, the soot. The soot is within inches.
The intermediate gunpowder stippling is within 4 feet.
Approximately, yes.
And if the first shot is, you can hold it. Here, Detective. Keeping it down. If this is the barrel of the gun and the 0 shot is the first shot, and somewhere from, and I'm not as good as or as bad, I don't know, but let's say this is about 4 feet of the barrel of the gun.
It's a little farther than 4 feet. I would say.
Okay, so I'm even a little bit further, but from the furthest he is would be 4 feet. He could have been as close as here with the first shot, correct?
Possibly, but the density of the gunpowder stippling it's pretty spread out, so I think it's a little further away.
And I'm using my right hand because I'm going down.
These gloves got into court here about 10 years ago, and I understand there are appropriate times to use them, but not everything that.
I don't know why I'm using it.
I don't know why you're putting a
it.
glove on. To be
Okay.
honest with you, you're not going to get the cooties from that.
No, I agree.
All right.
These are bigger.
So
Well, what difference does it make? It's
the end of the gun, touching with my left hand like this. The heavy soot is right here.
Well, you're with your right hand, but yeah,
The heavy, see, then I gotta go to the other side.
you have to
Jury.
turn around.
Can you switch with me? So if it's the left hand, we're gonna go like right. You see this, doctor?
You actually have to turn your hand over.
Over,
And
like this,
No, go the opposite direction, like this.
Like-
There you go.
okay? And you would then come in approximately here,
That's the entry point to the hand. Yes.
exiting where I'm pointing with my index finger.
Correct.
And the reason there's no soot stippling here is because it's past where fire comes up.
I can only say that there's no soot there.
Okay, there's no, okay.
I know these people are here for news purposes, the photographers, but I actually think for purposes of the record, I'd like them to come up and get a closer shot.
Am I positioning my hand correct?
I believe so.
It would be more like this is the exit wound right here. As I pointed to.
Yes.
And just so the record's clear, my hand is touching the end of the barrel.
Your hand is now touching the barrel.
Okay? And if my hand were in front of the barrel, there would be soot here. And I'm pointing now to, what would you call this part?
I would call it the outside of the pinky finger so that it's understandable.
The outside of the pinky finger, if my hand was in front of the barrel, the heaviest soot would be in that location, correct?
You would expect soot in that location.
And
No, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but some of the jurors I don't think are able to see, so let's, you got your shot. So, you go ahead.
the pinky finger, once again illustrating the side of my hand, if it was in front of the barrel, as it's now depicted, the heaviest soot would be here.
You would expect some soot on that side of the hand.
And there is,
And I didn't see any.
I don't know.
Would you send copies of those photos? Send copies of those photos to the clerk, please. Send copies of those photos to the clerk. Thank you.
So doctor, is it consistent if I'm approaching the detective and I'm struck in my hip, fracturing my hip, that I would fall, reach out with my hand and try to knock the gun away?
That's a possibility.
And am I positioning my hand correctly with the evidence?
Your hand is, you put your hand over
We don't know if it's over, so.
like this. Well, just in a position so that the soot is on the palmar surface,
Like this?
like this. So if you go in and you,
So the entrance wound is here.
no, the entrance wound is on the palmar surface, the undersurface. So if you do it, Superman, and then turn your hand a little bit like this, you can put it in a position that there you go,
Like this.
like that.
So you're saying it's consistent with being shot here, momentum carry forward, and swiping at the gun. That would be consistent with the injuries you found.
Those scenarios are possible.
But my hand is positioned correctly to create the injuries that you found.
That's the position that the hand has to be in.
And then the bullet would have traveled down and potentially kicked up some bullet fragments and concrete hit my leg.
That's what I think happened.
And then I would have continued down, and then the shot to the head and the mid back would have occurred as I was falling down.
As you're more horizontal to the ground, yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Doctor, when you get shot the first time, that doesn't cause you to go forward, correct?
It shouldn't cause you to go forward, backward, or
Okay.
anything.
So he already, Mr. Rosenbaum, already had to have forward momentum at a force to go from the zero shot to the second shot in 2.26 hundredths of a second to be in contact or right on top of that barrel, correct?
Yes, he had forward momentum.
Thank you.
Nothing further.
Okay, thank you, doctor. You may step down. Let's break for lunch. It has just arrived, I think, and we'll take until around 12:30. Any questions? Okay, please don't talk about the case. Read, watch, or listen to any account. See you later.
Forensic pathologist, right? So I apologize, guys. I had a dog issue to handle, but I'm back here. So talk to me. What's what did I miss? We're at lunch. They're already at lunch, man. They do this, man. They jump to lunch early, man. Jump to lunch early. But you know, you know how the judge, man, he gets hungry, man, and he gets hangry too. You don't want the judge, man, Judge Schroeder. When he gets hungry, better put that man in front of a panini press or some hot pockets because he ain't playing around. I mean, got it. What do you guys feel right now? Like as we're watching this, what are your thoughts? You know, how do you feel about the direction of the case? You know, I ask, and again, let's be straight up about it. This, and I mentioned this in a phone call that I had last night. When people are on the stand, when they're testifying, when you give information to a court case, you're helping the due process of justice, right? If you're being factual, whether or not it's damning evidence for the prosecution or the defense, regardless, it's inconsequential, rather, because what you're looking to do is push the facts, not a narrative, the facts as they happen, as they played out, which is tough because when you have a human being as a witness, immediately they're fallible based off memory and recall situations. For instance, I was watching a podcast, actually it was a TED Talks, and the gentleman was talking about the JFK. And well, I'll take that. Thank you. So what happened in this situation? He was talking about where he was when he found out John F. Kennedy was assassinated, and he described sitting out at the playground with his little friend Linda. He described the sandwiches they were eating, where they were sitting. He described what his teacher looked like when she came out of the building, wearing a khaki skirt and like in tears, and just he remembers the feeling that he had of fear that because he saw that in her and then as he broke it down, he stopped and he was like, I was 2 years old when John F. Kennedy was assassinated. I wasn't in school, but I remember every detail about finding out about his assassination. He had built an entire memory around information that he had resourced throughout just collective influx his entire life. And so those are the things that make a human fallible, right? But you know, but what we have here are just facts, you know what I mean? These are just the facts as they go into it. So if you have information in a case, I know there's people that are like, oh man, I wish you wouldn't say that, or I wish that wasn't there, I wish they didn't have that. That's people that are in the notion of like, man, it'd be better for me if they didn't know that. Right. Fair play. But in the due process of law, come on, man. You need all the details. And I would hope and I would pray that if I was in a situation like the one that we're looking at right now, or anyone, hopefully not nearly as tragic, if that was the case, that all the information would come to light. And if what I did was a righteous act, okay, or if what I did, if what I did was something that I felt was justified, then I shouldn't have any issues with people presenting the information they have, right? Like what you have are just the facts, and it should exonerate you from the crime that you committed. Either way, man. This morning lied. He said he could not zoom in when slowing the film down. Oh, Beverly Nelson, I hear what you're saying. So we do have issues, right? We do have things that have happened, things that have come up right now. We're talking about the corruptibility of people's memory and or their ability to operate technologies. As we all know, I'm not that guy. Gene over on Jean, I'm gonna say it right, Jean Garcia Fanjul. I feel like I said that right. I feel pretty good about how I just said that. When they return. Yeah. Okay. So self-defense. And that's granted in the grand overarching aspect of what we're doing here today. Yeah, there are going to be precedent setters. So something interesting about this case too. I was talking to a friend last night, and one of the things that came up was the Ahmaud Arbery case, which is happening right now. And if you remember, this is the gentleman that was shot in Georgia. Okay. Now, people were referring to what happened there was him going for the gun, lunging for this gun, and that's come up multiple times in this case. And the person I was talking to said, flat out, like that has potential to become a precedent setter in other cases that are happening right now, and other ones that'll come up, is the extent of self-defense. And so, where that goes with this, who knows? But it could be, it could be something where we see it changes in, in things as they move forward. I don't know. So, I'm glad, Amy. I'm glad you're the one that said that, because if I say that, I'm in trouble. You can see I'm rocking bags under my eyes. I'm into. I mean, honestly, to be fair with you guys, drink. And again, if you guys see this up here, this little guy, you got the Big Lebowski happening up here in the corner. It just says drink right there, because the dude's making a beverage, and we got to hydrate. It's important. So, and I think the terms we're working with right now are, to be fair, would it be fair to say, or is it a fair question, or anything along the fair lines is what we're focusing on right now. So, to be fair. And twin sister that is also watching from a different location, I think North Carolina, and she thinks, well, I'm in Washington. I'm a big shout out to North Carolina, Elizabeth City in the house, which, so you guys know, Elizabethtown is not Elizabeth City. To give you a better, yeah, if you guys remember this, I was out there covering an event and a situation, and I ended up thinking that I was flying into the right place. And let me show you guys this real fast. What I did, however, was not what I thought I was doing. So, I'm an idiot. I have moments, guys. So I did, however, fly into North Carolina. And while I was in line at the airport, while I was getting on the plane, I was literally like, I'm walking on the plane, legit walking on the plane. And I'm talking to this guy, walking on it. And he was like, oh, where are you going? I was like, oh, Elizabeth City. And I mentioned what had happened in Elizabeth City. And the guy was like, you mean, or Elizabethtown is what I kept saying. And he it was ridiculous. So so this is when the shooting from Andrew Brown Jr. And they weren't releasing the body cam footage. This is late spring. And anyway, so I was flying in to cover the protest, and I'll talk about what I saw there as well in a moment. But what I did, however, was fly into, like I said, North Carolina. And if you guys haven't been to North Carolina, it's a wider state than it is tall. And what I did was, thinking that I was flying into Elizabethtown is where I thought I was supposed to be. And Elizabethtown is over here in this area somewhere. Let's find it. Let's find Elizabethtown. And I think I'm probably doing this wrong here. Carolina. I don't know. I'm not the best. I don't know if I spelled it. No, there's no E in there. What did that? So we had, and then I'm going to move on to something else here in just a second. Elizabeth, North Carolina. And Elizabethtown, North Carolina is, let me show you where that's at here real fast. And anyway, yeah. So I flew into the wrong part of the state, had to drive cross state. Big shout out to Bella Fist over there for hosting me. I do appreciate the fact that we had viewers involved. So I stayed with one of our viewers, one of our fam out here. You know, part of our clique, the community, if you will, out in North Carolina and out in the Outer Banks. Man, it was beautiful out there, super beautiful. The place is amazing, super nice place. And anyway, so let's jump into this one real quick here. So
as you guys heard, I'm learning on the job as we go.
So this is in front of the courthouse in Kenosha. They built the fence. They got in the sheriff's department, the riot police. They got in everybody, and these fences become a flashpoint. This is what we're hoping won't happen. There's no fence set up right now because nicest LRAD on the planet. You know, saying this is an unlawful assembly.
They're saying it behind me here.
This is
A lot friendlier than you usually hear from most of these guys. They come in pretty heavy. And you can see the front windshield of that vehicle is smashed
right
up pretty good. It got hit by several bricks last night and the night before.
Right.
what we got. So
But
I don't want to get
again,
into
no, you're good.
CJTV.
You're good, boss. You're good. But again, it's a small tank. That thing can handle it.
You can hear it. You can
Above
hear
us
Lakota
right here
right
directly
next to Lakota Lake
is
Swamp.
a
Big shout out
drone
to Lakota.
right
Man.
here, if you can't see that.
Okay, so here we go. That right there, I know it's kind of a grainy shot, but what I just was showing you guys was a drone, right? So they did have, and I don't know whose drone it was, but there was that drone that was overhead. And I don't know whose it was, but it was there. It was there. That was in front of the county courthouse, I believe. Becky G, welcome to the party. Way to become a member. We're gonna be working on some new bennies for you guys too. So if you want to become a member, please do. I encourage it. It helps a lot, and I love you being a part of the community. Someone asked about Tez. You guys don't feed into hearsay, man. Like, it's easy to take what someone might have said and have it vibe into another thing. I didn't watch any other feeds. I watched one little clip someone sent me about doxing or whatever. Don't feed into that. Don't ride into that one. It's easy to take what someone says out of context and have it be something, have it become something that it really doesn't need to be. So yeah, for people that know what I'm talking about, you know, and if you don't, it's not even worth not even worth looking into. Yeah. So yeah, we don't do that. We're not here to defame, to run anybody down, to talk bad about anybody else. And especially in situations like that where people are good folks, you know what I mean? We don't want to see that. We don't want to see people give them, throw shade on them for no other reason than it is what it is, whatever, man. But the drone, we just saw a drone.
They're going to be getting a little nervous, I would imagine, about the crowd grounding up behind them. But much like you see down in Portland, there's a lot of press.
And that cloud that you see, those are pepper balls that are being shot. I know they had snipers up on the roof.
For those of you people that are very close to the walls and the fence line, we're going to ask you to move back. We don't want anything thrown at our officers. We don't want them injured. We don't want the building destroyed.
And that's an impact round that you hear right there. And like I've showed you before, those impact rounds look like this right here. It's like a squid full of like sand. It's about the size of my thumb.
Is this Fed, National Guard, or local police? This is National Guard, sheriffs, and the State Patrol is involved. I think they might be down on the other end in that group down there, or they might be being deployed to other parts of the city.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
Kenosha County has enacted an emergency.
CJ, they said today the footage from the drone used today was from the police. Okay, Cynthia, thank you for that. I appreciate it.
At 7 p.m., that you please return to your residences. You clear the park, clear the street.
What happens
For your
though?
voluntary compliance.
I'm looking for your voluntary compliance.
Continued resistance against this compliance results in a misdemeanor crime of illegal assembly.
Continued
Law orders that are given
Their bottles breaking.
They're saying it'll be a misdemeanor crime of unlawful assembly. But these things, these bags, these beams, these are some of the ones that I got hit with. When they hit you, they lay you back. But when they hit that fence, they explode and they turn into like shrapnel. So it can be pretty dangerous. I mean, they are dangerous no matter what. Less lethals are still less lethal, but
It is hard
they're
to
not
take that.
friendly.
We would appreciate it.
We know your
We know
conscience.
your conscience, and we don't want to hurt anybody intentionally, is what he's saying. I hope you guys are hearing what he's saying behind me.
I hope
That
you guys
is
hear
the
this narrator. He's
nicest LRAD
good.
I have ever heard, ever. Like, and they say that, and then they have to pop the top and start shooting at people with those pepper balls.
They didn't like people moving up on the backside of them over here either.
Oh, here comes the pepper spray.
That's it. That stuff sucks to suck into.
Yeah, those things, it turns into a cloud of pepper spray basically, and it just like a 1 yard radius, and then it just makes its way out into the air, and then it
There's
becomes
quite a few people that have gathered
like
up behind
pepper
me.
spray.
Yep, you got your shield line starting out here. Right there, you guys see it.
Yep. What's interesting is if you look at this right now, so you got the group in the front, right, that are kind of building a little bit of a shield wall. You got people that are just casual bystanders, and then there's the perimeter of folks, right? And this is what we saw when these folks got pushed away from the park towards the city, and then the city absorbed a lot of chaos. I'm confident right now. I feel very confident. Just to be fair, I feel very confident that what we're looking at right now is an example of what happened. And I feel like right now there was a lack of preparation, and I'll just say it because we got there on the law enforcement at the time, because they weren't prepared for it because they didn't know, they didn't know this was going to happen. I think now they're hyper aware of the potential, and they're locked and loaded, Cynthia, funds are always appreciated for the trip to Wisconsin.
Yeah, hey, to everyone that's viewing right now, thank you so much for being on here with me. Let's keep sharing that stream. Let's try to get it to 40,000.
So, okay, what I just said is let's get the stream to 40,000. At this point, I had like 38,000 people live on the show. Like 38,000 people
Again,
live.
you guys, the more
watching,
people that
which was
see this, the more
incredible.
reality we're going to bring to the story that happens here. This is happening right now. Again, you guys, this is what I'm out here for, to make sure you can see it as it happens. And if you need to process through this is a great opportunity to go ahead and... Crazy, man. It's just... Anyway, I'm going to shut up.
They weren't until they were, man. And when they did start hitting shit,
The roof is where they've got these... They're taking pot shots from up there with impact rounds and with those pepper balls.
yeah, you can hear, like I said, Lakota behind me. I'm talking through a mask at this point. Someone said it sounds like this.
ID him.
ID him.
Take the male black and the white tank top, blue jeans.
He said, male, black, and a white tank top. ID him, and they're going to send out an arrest team. I was like, yes, Sherry,
And
stars are
going to
worth a
issue an
penny.
arrest team for one
Each star is
individual.
one
I mean,
penny.
it's safe to say they're not coming out after anybody.
Comply with the curfew. We're asking you that you no longer try and harm anyone, either us, anyone in the crowd, or any building. Please don't destroy your community.
Okay,
Oh,
great.
man, sorry, guys. I was trying to pause it based off what he just said. I thought that was pretty poignant. He said, and this LRAD was talking to the heart, man. He said,
Thank you for your cooperation. We understand you don't want to see your community injured or destroyed any further.
we understand that you don't want to see your community damaged or destroyed anymore. And man, that hits it on the head, because that's what was going on. And talking to the point, please don't destroy your community. You know what I mean? There was so many people there that weren't from that community that were out in destructive form. And to be fair, a lot of arrests were made. Of those arrests, like 85% were from out of town. And that being said, that drove me nuts. And that became the point of conversation last night. I can't get behind that. I'll never get behind that. Never have, never will. In my own city and cities around, that's my personal take. Some people feel like property destruction is an active part of protest because apparently it draws attention or it'll help gain awareness. When you watch people go through and destroy an art store or a cafe, a private owned cafe, I'm not talking Starbucks. I'm talking about like Java gyms or whatever, barber shops, restaurants, things that people have built and put their time into. When there's keepsakes, there's pictures and memorabilia on the wall of children that were like taking first steps there. Like people have put their effort and time into a business. Just because it's a business doesn't mean it's not valid. But people thought that it'd be okay to go ahead and destroy things because they wanted to raise awareness. And I was talking to that point last night about this with somebody, and it drove me nuts to think that somebody would support the activities that, and I said it yesterday, that caused the chaos in Kenosha, which led to 2 people dead, a 3rd shot, the trial we're in right now, and people having to rebuild their entire life. So, yeah. Anyway, yeah. So, but there was a lot of people in from out of town, you know, and anyway, yeah, Denise, don't even sweat it. It's not even, we're not even going to draw attention there. So, let's go ahead and hit this real quick.
We appreciate your cooperation. Thank you for your compassion.
Thank you for your compassion. That is not what I expected to hear. No. Oh, okay, they're bringing out some more guys here. Oh, he said we're blocking his line. He's got to take a line up on the fence here. Just trying to get yourself shot.
Yeah. So we are being told that we are blocking the line. Right?
So the gentleman I was just letting out, he just basically said, "You're blocking my line," which means his line of sight apparently, and he's lining up on people on the fence right here. So. Yeah, they're shooting from the there. Yeah.
Right there, you're going to be in the way. If they run up and throw things at our officers, we're going to have to fire less lethal rounds at them. I don't want to see you get struck. You right there in the gray backpack. I don't want to see you get injured on that.
So please take the media kits and go that direction. If you happen to have a live stream thing in your backpack, it'd be great if you guys went way over there, so it doesn't mess with our signal here.
Those live view packs are what the major media have, and they suck up all the bandwidth, and it cuts my feed. It made like it degrades your signal when I was. So I was like, yes, please go that way. Get away from us. So the crowd got quite a bit bigger, and if you remember from where it was when we first got there, and when Drew and I first pulled in.
Hey, reshare it, guys. Sorry, we had audio issues.
Oh my God!
There's press, y'all.
Like we haven't had those before. Come on.
Yo, that tear gas is still cracking up. They're saying burn the station down.
Burn the station down!
They're popping that gas over here. Hey, reshare that stream, y'all.
Fuck you! Fuck you! Yeah, fuck you, bitch! Think about this shit when you sleep, fuck ass bitch! You need to learn this, you fuck ass bitches! You can't use your motherfucking mouth!
Yeah, these guys down here are
Starting
directly in
off
the
with,
line
like I
of
said,
fire for these guys right here. So, I mean, if they
in
start
front of that
popping
police
off
station.
rounds on the fence,
and then it made its way
I'll
to
give them this, man. I've been shot past, and those guys will come within a quarter inch of your head, and they're good. I mean, they're good at what they're doing.
Those guys were some crack shots, man. Like they were lining up, and the guy at one point he was telling me, you'll probably see it here. He was like he was saying,
and again, the crowd hasn't dispersed at all,
you.
like you might expect.
I
You're
was
not seeing
looking
as
for
many people
somebody
on the
down in
road right
front.
here, but off in the distance in the
And
park, there's
I looked
just as
over my
many people
shoulder,
as there were here
he
to
just
begin
pointed
with.
at me and just went like
Even
this.
more so in the back that are now kind of
Right.
mounting up
So I
in
laid
smaller
down and they
groups
just started
here in the
shooting
back
over my
around
head.
the perimeter of
and it was
the
like
civic
right past
park
my
over
ears,
here,
over the top of my head.
where we're at
I got hit
here
in the back. I got
in
hit in
front
the
of
ass a few
the
times, but
courthouse.
it was
So-
lined up on people that were on the fence over here.
What's that? I can't hear a word.
So let's skip ahead a little bit
To
here.
get real, y'all.
The National
Definitely
Guard
share the feed, guys.
came
Let's
out
go
of this
ahead
point. I
and
think I
crack
see
that
that
50K
over
mark.
there.
Kenosha County,
And then they had like
Declared a
this
state of emergency.
super
All right,
Bearcat
get tripled
pulled up.
up.
even by just standing and remaining here, is an unlawful assembly. You are violating the curfew, as well as you've been
Thank you,
asked
Stephanie.
multiple times to please leave the
Anything you
area.
guys can do to help me while I'm out here is much
We're
appreciated.
asking you to please comply with your governor's Wisconsin state statutes. Thank you for your cooperation.
Helicopters and drones above. You've got shooters on the roof. You've got 3 Bearcats out in the street. Turrets on top with quote-unquote snipers. And they're kettling. Yeah, there
Some.
they go.
All right, the kettle.
So
What
a
we're talking
kettle,
about.
guys, is where they're going to go ahead and pin them. Now they're probably going to pop smoke.
So a kettle in these crowd situations. See how the Bearcats coming from the backside.
They're driving
It's like
right through this
shutting a
crowd of
door on people.
protesters.
You know, they had a flashpoint and they swing around the other side and pinch everybody into a kettle and then issue arrests.
Now they're having a standoff in front of the vehicle, and they're shooting out of the windows and out of the roof. I don't know where he's going. Yep.
Those flashbangs are no joke. They have 9 bangers. The one you just saw that came out, where they throw it like 9 different explosions of blocks. Boom, 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 and it'll knock you off your block.
They just put another
definitely lay you
target
down.
out in front of the fence, but a target's going to be easier for them to shoot out of. But everybody on this side of the fence is masked up. They've all got their gas masks. Everybody cleared for a second. They're moving right back to the middle.
Please go home.
And there's the tear gas.
For your cooperation.
Absolutely.
Anyone who's present at this time, you are assembling unlawfully. You need to clear the park and return to your residence due to compliance with the curfew. And this is a legal lawful order as pursuant to state statutes as written by your governor.
You'll see things like other things over here in the crowd, like that explosion. You had people that were throwing things from the backside as well. So no matter where you were at, no matter where I put myself to get footage, like there was things coming from the front, things coming from the back.
People are slowly moving back into the park now. I mean, they pushed through, but still, I mean,
it's a scatter
the
tactic
vehicle's
that
just
you
parked.
see.
It's not going anywhere. And last night, I think that's the vehicle whose battery died where it was parked, actually. And they had to tow it out of here in the middle of everything, which was crazy.
Yeah. It looks like an MRAP painted black. I think it very well could be. Like I mentioned this here, the shiny heads. Like Portland, I had been down in Portland and Seattle covering protests for months up to this, and this crowd is very much not that crowd. You see Drew down there all masked up, ready to rock and roll, and then they're popping the gas. But people down here weren't geared up like you saw back up northwest, back home here, where you'd see shiny heads that come. So everyone had helmets, everyone had umbrellas, everyone had shields, and down here this was not that.
Hammers have been
not yet. Those folks did show up, but they didn't quite show up in the numbers. Ooh, those impact rounds are no joke.
They're just shooting straight into that crowd right now.
Yeah. I think this is where they were like, get out of the way. Yeah, I think the other Bearcat was like, you need to move, because they were going to start shooting from the other side and hitting people. April, you are 100% correct. Your town's no less beautiful. Kenosha's still a beautiful place, y'all. You see, after night one, Drew and I take a walk down to the waterfront, and it was gorgeous, even with all the smoke still in the air. Got a couple things happened in the news yesterday too. When I saw that Pelosi has announced her retirement, and I think Trump announced he's running in 24.
Oh, I thought I was stepping off the edge of the vehicle. Woo, guys, I'm on shaky terrain right here on top of this burnt out dump truck or garbage truck. And
that garbage truck I was standing on, they burnt the night before, so it was basically like the shelled remains of the garbage truck. Where's everybody watching from?
Step away from the vehicle at this time.
Water cannons are not legal in the U.S., which I get. Technically, tear gas isn't legal in international warfare, but it's used here. But water cannons,
I see people crossing the street, getting a little close over there. That's what they were talking about, is people are getting a little bit close, walking up behind the vehicle.
Yeah.
My vehicle, of course, I mean this small tank that they're in right here.
That thing is a tank, too.
Is the crowd thin? No, the crowd hasn't thinned. The crowd has migrated a little bit. You still have just as many people. You can just they've spread out a little bit through the park here. So if you can see it in the distance here, they're slowly coming back together. Everyone's kind of migrating diagonally on the far end of the park here by the Paleontology Museum over there, where that dinosaur was.
Up by the fence line. We're going to ask that you move back from the fence line. Individuals by the fence line, I'm going to ask you to move back from the fence line.
But the crowd is just milling. I mean, they're just kind of, they're milling. They're just trying to figure out.
Gentleman with a tan shirt and gray shorts. Step away from the fence line. You've been warned. Step away from the fence line. You've been warned. Step away from the fence line. You've been warned.
I'm going to try to stay as low as possible here so I don't get hit.
Step away from the fence line, sir. If you have more complaints, go ahead and voice them with your governor. Contact him directly via email. That is your best choice of action. Contact your local
That blew my mind.
Call them or email them, but it's not going to be solved by us this evening. We're asking you to step away from the fence line.
He said, contact your governor via
I was really
email.
hoping he'd give that email address.
For real. I like this
Like
guy
for real,
now.
I was like, man, if someone's got a pin, take it down. Like start, shoot.
This guy narrating's pretty good.
I think he was shooting at the guys behind the fence line.
But no, we're not on Twitch right now, guys.
That guy's about to get tagged.
Yeah, see, okay. You see coming
that
in
was
from my
going high.
right?
That's going high. He's just oblivious. He's going for his face.
Are you guys seeing those shots coming in? They are slinging. That's when the guy was like, maybe get down. But they were going right past me, right at the dude's head, man. Like,
Face.
Sir, you are
and then he
committing
just
a wrong
casually
act
puts
by
his
acting
umbrella
with
up.
an
And you see how close those got to his face?
We're asking you to please clear the area. Thank you for your cooperation. Please go home. It's after 7
That is
o'clock.
frustrating,
Thank
'cause
you, sir.
Here comes the other bear.
You got some dude who's out there in shorts and a t-shirt, and just the hospital mask. And you can tell that he's just out there. This is where, like, I encourage protest. Here's the difference. I don't encourage riots. I encourage you to, if you need to go to the streets, take a message out, that's fine. There's a million ways to get a message out where it'll be heard without having to destroy in the process. Different ideologies for different people. That's how I feel personally. I don't get behind the destruction and the violence of it all, because then the message has been lost and the focus is on exactly that, the violence and the destruction. When I was in North Carolina in Elizabeth City, the one thing that was said to me, and I mentioned this a couple of times, was some of the elders there, the OGs, if you will, some of the old heads. One of the first things they said, one of the first things he said was, do you see anything here destroyed? Do you see anything defaced? Broken windows, spray paint, anything? I was like, no, not at all. And he's like, that's because we tell those people to stay over there. We let them know they're not allowed to come to our city and destroy our home to help get their message put out. We're here for our message, and it's only going to be heard if we go ahead and let people hear it. But they can't hear it over sirens, explosions, and things like that, like what you're hearing here. But I was just like, man, beautiful, man. That's beautiful. Thank you. And I hope it starts a trend. Feel comfortable to go out and protest and go out and have your voice be heard, and let people know what you're feeling and why you feel the way you feel. And you should be safe to do that, so long as you're not infringing on other people's liberties and other people's right to feel safe as well. So
Cheers.
it's crazy. These people are just like chasing this Bearcat.
Damn, you hear those impact rounds hitting that dumpster.
Yeah, it's just that doom. And the reason the picture's all grainy here is because I'm still trying to beef up my tech. But those live view packs were around me, and it sucks with the bandwidth, and it made it really hard to get a good signal out.
That one already?
Shit. Guys, I got to show you this one right quick. So they just brought in like the biggest one that I've seen yet, with a full-on gun, like
That's a fucking
proper
machine
mechanized
gun.
gun turret.
Those things were no joke.
Stay as
Those
low
were
as
big.
possible with this one.
Like I said, I was like, I'm not trying to get shot. I got hit in the back of the neck on one of them, like right square in the cerebral cortex. Or whatever
No, now I
that
can
is.
finally see the guy on the roof a little bit.
Sucks. Oh, that's an impact round. That's coming out of a shotgun. They're like, no, because this is, so you guys all know that's me doing a shotgun.
Black t-shirt, tan pants, gray pants, please step away from the fence line. Sir, black t-shirt,
Oh, there's a guy
tan
standing.
pants, gray pants, step away, fatigue pants, step away from the fence
It's
line.
dangerous. You don't even have anything covering your
Step
face.
away from the fence line, please.
Oh, right in the back
Oh.
of the head.
Step
Damn!
away, sir, or you
He said I was trying to help. I'm walking away. That's
man.
Ah, man, he was trying to get him away from the fence. Well, the one thing I will say, guys, anyone out here, you have to know and expect that the collateral damage to being out here is
Yeah.
situations like that. I mean, I can vouch for it. I've been hit with everything they've got out here: pepper spray,
Sucks.
tear gas,
All the
impact
same.
rounds, impact batons. I mean, anyone out here, and I'm not saying that I'm any different from anyone else, but I am saying that even if you're not involved, being out here puts you in a situation where you might get hit, like he is right now.
You understand it's par for the course. Like you're gonna get lit up. And there's people that are, active defiance, whatever you want to call it. But there's other people that are watching that were just I was legit bystander doing an interview when I got hit with this bad boy. And I thought it shattered my hip. It was rough. I was literally doing an interview with the microphone. I'm sitting there talking. I wrap my interview and I look over and I see a federal agent pop up with a 40 mil cannon.
Portland, the same thing. Why the fence?
I just shook my head no.
Like the fence isn't going down. They tried, and eventually they're going to put barricades on either side of this fence, like those concrete ones they have behind that Bearcat.
That's an
and then that fence is not going anywhere. We saw that down in Portland, up in Portland. It just doesn't. It's not going to move. And then what? Now you have a flashpoint, a standoff point. I mean, I know if they're trying to protect this building, but of all the buildings in the city that we watched last night burn, this is probably the one that's in the most tact out of all of them.
And again, I was saying flat out, like, yeah, this.
So everyone's teaming up behind this dumpster here.
It would have been great if they'd have stayed. If we could have kept this in the park, let the protest stay where it needed to stay, which was in a contained location, much like we saw in Portland, and that was like hundreds of days. I mean,
oh shit,
and it was there. This guy's like, man, you can see those impact rounds coming through the fence. Oh. So the shrouding is what you're seeing, or the.
They're saying impact because those rounds that are shooting right beside me here are going for that guy.
And this thing, like, they're the size of
sandbags.
You see. Like,
I don't know why he's cleaning up bottles.
I don't know what he's doing out there.
Step away from the fence.
But these things, when they hit the fence, they open up.
I think he's out here kind of in solidarity for the police.
Sand.
I couldn't understand what he was saying entirely before, but
I think this guy was saying that he backs the blue is what I was gathering from the dude on the fence, but he's still getting lit up all the same, you know. But those things hit the fence, like I said, and they open up, and it turns into like buckshot. Like he took one to the chest right there.
They might have got him.
Yeah.
What a bag, everything, man.
Yeah.
Steven, I don't feel that people are gonna.
It feels like getting kicked
I don't
by a
think the
mule,
city of
I can tell you right
Kenosha
now.
is gonna allow that to happen.
I thought I broke my hip when I got hit by one.
I'm gonna take your word for that one. I haven't got hit with one.
You don't. I mean, just if they say
I don't
move,
think that
move.
people will.
Legitimately,
I think the
anyone
city
watching right now, you
is,
don't want to get hit by any of these impact rounds. Even the pepper balls. I mean, they break skin. They hurt like hell. They're like glass balls that come at you.
To talk to this point here, Stephen,
those impact rounds.
I feel confident that one of the things I've said from the jump is that protests, riots, all of these things are adaptive. Everything's adaptive. We saw things down in Portland. We saw it all over the nation where things would change. It would evolve. Their tactics that were used on both sides of this. Ooh, okay. Listen to this. What he says right here. This is rough. He just got pepper sprayed hard. Then listen to the LRAD. What he says. It's pretty messed up, actually. I remember this part.
Sir, please return home. It's appearing clear you're intoxicated or impaired by a way you're falling and staggering. Please go home.
He's wandering and staggering because he just got the shit pepper sprayed out of him. I mean, in all fairness.
Thank you for your cooperation, sir.
Drink. That moment right there, I was dying. This dude got hosed down. I mean, the guy walked up to the fence and just, it's terrible. Guys, I would rather have tear gas than pepper spray any day of the week. Any day of the week. Pepper spray gets into your pores. It gets into your tear ducts. It gets into your sinuses. At least when you got, like, you know, tear gas, you can kind of cover up, close your eyes. I got pretty good at keeping a wet cloth with me, and I would just cover my mouth and close my eyes and hopefully let it pass. But then they said, like, sir, you're obviously intoxicated by the way you're staggering around. This poor guy, man. Poor dude. Just, that was a rough day. That's a rough day. But the adaptive nature of protest, like I was saying. And
anybody can clip that.
they evolve, but so does the defense on the law enforcement side.
Yeah,
so,
he's staggering,
but I think one of the things that people learned or saw was that the city doesn't need to be left to chaos and destruction. And I think that the citizens of Kenosha, I think the people of the community can feel however you want. You can be upset about the verdict either way, no matter what happens. And lunch is not over yet. But I feel confident that the people aren't going to allow their city to let this happen again. And it's something powerful about the Kenosha area, about Kenosha, is very unique. Because the people are I want to say they're pretty hardcore, man. Court's not back in yet. Not quite.
You're in proximity enough to get hit by anything, man.
And I think it's because You know, there's a lot of folks that have been there for generations, and there's a lot of pride in the streets there. There's a lot, I mean, I said, and there's people, I guess, that came out this that were angry, and so I get behind the fact that there's some people that are out there protesting. They needed to be
Here
heard.
comes the mortar.
Like day one, when we watch this mortar shell explode, these things
Oh, there it is.
those things don't seem like much, but they're like the ones you'd see in a fireworks show normally. And
I don't even need to say
loud
anything.
out. Those things,
They're narrating
they
behind
blow
it
up.
for me.
Been declared through the Kenosha County City of a state of emergency. We're asking you to please go home. As the curfew was at 7 p.m., it is now 9:30.
This man said, "I just want my
Crowd is
umbrella,
all
man."
still there, guys. In case you're wondering,
Good looking,
It
Bella.
is also obstructing and resisting. Anyone throwing items to potentially harm anyone can be charged with a felony and will be arrested.
oh,
We're asking you to please simply go home. We're asking you not to destroy your community. We're asking you not to injure anyone here at all. Thank you for your cooperation. We understand your compassion and you want to see the right thing done. Excuse me. Clear the area now.
Yeah, that's me. This is video that I took last summer.
here comes a mortar that just got tossed into the troops.
That got wild, man. I mean, obviously the fires and destruction, but even just this part. This is where I was on top of that garbage truck. That's why Yeah, this one I was on top of the garbage truck. What's interesting is you can see this group, there's different factions in the group. We have a lot of press media to the left.
Shooting pepper balls at them.
Observers here in the middle. You got the shield brigade right there in the middle of the road on the other side of the tracks for the Kenosha trolley there. And you see the numbers have grown over on this side of the fence. There's another mortar shell that came over the fence. Yeah, it was nuts.
You hear the people behind the shield wall saying protect your head, but I mean, appreciate that these are umbrellas and, you know, lids to 50-gallon drums with, you know, twine and rope. And these guys have legitimate tanks. Like, these things are built for battle, for combat. So, I mean, you can only stand up so long until these things start rolling through, and then there's nothing you're going to be able to do to stop those.
Right. Yeah, we should be back any second here, guys. So stay tuned, share the stream, and I'd love to get up over 1,000 in stream today. So let's work on
Stay away
doing
from the
that.
vehicle.
I ride right through that grass area by the lights with my kid on that stupid. Teresa, how you really feel
Sorry, I
about
had
it?
to tighten this one down there. Sorry, it was shaky for a second there, guys.
Jonathan, okay, I'm gonna say, I am too, but I was afraid to even say that at any point in time. So I was like, well, once you say that, people come out.
So
and start
people
doing
are
it.
obviously throwing things at these two Bearcats here. You see, these are all the pepper rounds on the ground. All these hash
And again,
marks here
that's-
are from where they shoot the pepper rounds at the feet of the people. But they're getting a breeze that's kind of coming back at us. So even you can hear even the officers over here are having to deal with the blowback on that.
Trying not to breathe.
Just don't breathe too deep. Every time they say disperse, this crowd gets even more inside.
In case we're wondering. Yeah, Zach, that taste is.
Kenosha, Wisconsin, man. This is where we're at, Kenosha, Wisconsin. We're out here in front of the Kenosha County Courthouse.
On the left, a big press block there. And here's the thing. One of the things people need to remember. You kind of migrate in packs in these situations.
In all honesty, they got like a good cop, bad cop going. They got the LRAD behind me that is the nicest LRAD I have ever heard in my life.
Legit.
And then on the other end of the park, you have like the stern mom that's like, all right, you got your warnings.
That's exactly what it was.
Get the hell out of here.
It was like supportive dad in the back, like, listen, you know how mom gets. Then you got mom on the other side. It was like, I swear to God,
they're doing what they can to tell people to go home, get out of here, leave,
I swear to God,
disperse. They're telling everyone to go back to their homes. One of the things I want to point out, though, is that I would say 85% of the people that I've talked to in this crowd, as we've been going through this crowd, are not from here, including the press, media. There was a handful of people that I met. Oh, here you got some more mortars that are getting thrown at the...
Stay away from our vehicle. Stay away from our vehicle. I don't care. I understand, sir. That do not stand there. Do not block our vision. Do not stand there and block our vision. You gentlemen right there, too. I'm telling you right now, if people are up and throw rocks from where you're standing, we're going to have to deal with this. Step in front of their vehicle, cover. That's what I suggest. Record all of it. I appreciate your being here. Record every last second of it. I think it's great. But I want you to have cover so you're not injured, okay?
He just said, I hope you film it and get great coverage. That's great. I just don't want to see you get injured, is what he was saying. And man, that LRAD, that long range acoustic device, the one they're doing the announcements with, it's also an it's crowd control method that they use. And it just is super loud, high piercing noise that comes in. Like, when you get that white noise of a parent or partner yelling at you for something, that kind of you dole it out, but then it just is that. But that one is, you're not getting past that. That one you're hearing it, you're feeling it. That thing is loud. Okay, so we're going to go jump back into the courtroom here and get this party started. I know it says day 6 on a lot of the things that you're seeing. But the reality was that the day 6 or day 7 is what we're in, right? The 6 days of actual litigation, where day 1 was jury selection. So we'll come back to this footage here in just a little bit. We're going to go back into the courtroom right now with Judge Schrader. Am I saying it right? Either way, he's our guy, man. This dude is he's a Bible thumping dude. He's out there.
Action is evidence on it.
We already stand on the record as it's currently constituted, Your Honor.
All right. I think the evidence you offered was a statement by a deputy sheriff, by a city of Kenosha police officer that there was a perfume fake, and that's the extent of it?
Yes. I don't believe that that's sufficient.
It's not. A motion is granted. Up to 7 is dismissed. Its merits. Anything else before we start?
There appears to be, Judge. Our first witness is Nicholas Smith. Mr. Binger has informed me that, I guess I can let him tell you this, but that he has 2 juvenile adjudications. The year, can you tell me the years, Tom?
They're both from April 30th, 2014 here in Kenosha.
So I don't know how last time.
Was he at the time?
He would have been 16. He is now 23.
Hand me the.
There have been other criminal cases since then. There were 3 or 4 pending criminal cases that were resolved with pleas, one to disorderly conduct and one to violation of a temporary restraining order. That was from April of 2016. And then in May of this year, both of those adult convictions were expunged.
Okay, well, those are not going to count.
I understand that, but they're.
Your point that it shows persistent lawless behavior. Give me the guess I could, I guess I have the ability to look at it.
I can give you the case numbers if you like. 14 JV 36.
Number?
14 JV 36.
Sorry, Kathy B. That's as loud as it gets. They're talking kind of quiet right now because no one's talking into the microphones. They're just kind of chatting with each other. But once they face the mic, it'll get louder. Yeah, Kaylee Ray. It's just they're not shouting into the mic right now, but they will. It should get louder. Just a little quiet. Yeah. So crank the volume up. I think it'll get louder. Just bear with it.
And the other?
14 JV 101.
All right, we're gonna add. I'm gonna see if I can't get one that's a little bit louder for you here. I think this will work a bit better. Might be a little bit of a variant in the timing, but I think this will be a better all the way around the board sound for everything. So. Yeah. So yeah, you can tell they do a little bit of volume control on their end. So let's do this real fast.
14 JV 1.
Sorry, we're and that's on their end. They're working on their tech, I think is what's going on. So actually maybe it's on my end. Could be. Bear with me for a moment here. Hopefully we're still live. You guys can still see me. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, give it a sec. And let's go back in here. There you go. Like I said, it says day 5 on this, but we're definitely in day 7. I don't know. Someone made a mistake.
Okay, did you want to say anything? I'm going to count it as 2.
So the question is, have you ever been adjudicated delinquent, not convicted of a crime, right?
Right.
Okay.
All right.
Just so, do you understand that, Mr. Smith? Okay. And that's the only thing you answer is that number.
Okay, ready to go?
I am ready.
Okay.
Formally arrest in front of the jury first.
Yeah, please do.
Hello?
Would you come down, please?
Yes.
Yeah, so they're gonna give his name out here in just a second. We'll jump into that. Yeah, one of the things you got to keep in mind, guys, is not to don't feed too much into the fear narrative. I don't want people to start going that direction with things. You know what I mean? We have a better opportunity here to look past allowing ourselves to be to push that narrative. That's kind of a mainstream media thing. You know what I mean? The fear tactics are used to generate, you know, an urgency to come back, you know, and watch. There's that. I get it, because you want to know how bad the danger is. You want to see the source of the fear. But with this case, like I said, the adaptive nature, I would believe, of the city of Kenosha would say that they're going to be ready for this, and regardless of the outcome, because there's people that are already out there in protest in front of the courthouse. Not many, but some. And from what I gathered from my people there in Kenosha, they're folks that are pushing and looking for a guilty verdict for Kyle Rittenhouse. And because we're going to have to talk in terms like that, because it doesn't come down to left or right or, you know, conservative or
All right,
liberal, Democrat, Republican.
Welcome back, and
Just
a
different
couple of things. First off, the
thoughts and beliefs on how things should go. So.
There was testimony given by Brandon Kramer, an employee of the FBI, which was incomplete. It was interrupted, and because it was interrupted, it wasn't heard in full, and for that reason, I'm going to strike all of that testimony, and
I don't
you
know.
must disregard that
I don't know.
entirely. Any question about that?
That's a rough one when they tell the jury to
Okay.
disregard what they've heard.
Number two, the seventh count of the information accused the defendant of violation of a curfew, and that case is no longer part of the action here. So the information remains with 6 counts in it, and I'll instruct you further on those at the close of the case. But the 7th count of curfew violation is no longer part of the contest here. Okay, thank you, Mr. Binger.
Your Honor, the state formally rests its case.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sharafazi, the defense.
Yes, Your Honor. We would call Nicholas Smith.
So the state is now done calling their witnesses. That's what that meant. That kind of caught me off guard. Nicholas Smith right now is going to come up. Now the defense is calling their witnesses, I believe is how this works out, if I'm not mistaken.
Stand, please. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony about to give in this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may be seated.
Sir, will you please state your name and spell it slowly for Madam Reporter?
Nicholas Smith, Nicholas, Smith, Smith.
And Mr. Smith, I'm not looking for your specific physical address, but where do you live?
Here in Kenosha,
And how old are you right now?
23.
Have you ever been adjudicated delinquent in the past?
Yes, I believe.
How many times?
What does that mean? Can you clarify what that means?
Of how many offenses were you adjudged as a juvenile delinquent?
1, I believe, as a delinquent.
If I told you it was 2.
It might be.
Okay. Now, are you currently employed, sir?
Yes,
And what kind of work do you do?
I work at a factory.
Right. And if I could, are you familiar with a business called CarSource?
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with that business?
I worked for them.
You
I apologize. I don't know what just happened there. We had some kind of a. I don't know. it was madness. It was like a poltergeist got into my studio, and but we're gonna be all right. I'm gonna get you guys back up running here in 2 seconds. So don't worry, baby birds. I got you. Bear with me. We're gonna put everything back the way it was. And there we go. And
Me and one other.
Do you know who that was?
One other person?
Yeah.
Yes, that was Justin Hamilton.
And to your knowledge, did Mr. Hamilton, had he worked for CarSource in the past?
yeah, we're
10
back.
years, yes.
And on the 24th, what were you asked to do?
Sam had asked if we could do anything about the fires. Asked both of us.
And did you?
Yes.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you did?
Approximately around 9 o'clock, I'd received a phone call from Sam stating that Car Doctor was on fire and asked if we could do anything. And then not too long after, I received a phone call from Justin stating that he was going to Car Doctor to put out the fires. When they arrived, Justin and his son, Austin, who was a previous employer for CarSource as well, when they arrived, we called Sam, and Sam had said that the body shop door, garage door, was unlocked, and to gain entry so that we could access the power washers and the buckets with inside CarSource so that we could put out the fires.
So was Sam, he wasn't down there with you, is that fair?
No, he was not.
Okay. He just had given you guys information as to what he was hoping that you would do.
Correct.
And the information as to...
Sam.
Well, I'll ask it this way. Was the Car Doctor building locked?
No, the front door was, but the back door was not. The body shop door.
And did you gain access then to the shop?
Correct. He gave us permission.
And what did you do upon gaining?
We turned on the lights inside the building so that we could locate the.
It's very contradictory to what was said
buckets.
the other day.
And
Just saying.
we proceeded to unlock the front door and put out the fires, and we had numerous amounts of bystanders help us as well that were also helping us put out the fires.
Now, on the 24th, was there anybody there physically protecting the business?
No.
And when you got there, what was the condition? I'll ask you, were there fires going on at that point? Or
Yes.
not? And that was at the Car Doctor location?
Correct.
So were you able then to combat the fires, deal with those fires?
Correct.
Okay. At any point on the 24th, did you see anybody associated with CarSource or Car Doctor down there?
In the morning of the 24th, yes.
Morning of the 24th or the 25th?
Not at that night, no, I did not. The morning of the 25th, I did.
Okay.
Sorry.
So 24th, you're putting out the fires.
Correct.
You then go home at some point?
Correct.
What time do you think you left the Car Doctor?
1 a.m. Around 1 a.m. Anywhere between 12 a.m. and 2 a.m.
Now, if I can ask you about the 25th.
And if you guys remember, the reason that we
On
had
the
that footage that we were
25th,
talking
do you
about,
have
there
any
was all the stuff
contact
with
with anybody
the CarSource owners, with
Yes,
the
I do.
issues of him saying
And who is
that they never asked
Sam.
anybody to be there.
And
Sam said they never
how
asked
do you have
anybody to be there.
contact with Sam?
He calls me in the morning of the 25th asking if I could provide assistance to watch over the building later in that night. He called me and Justin Hamilton.
So at that point, he's not asking you to, if I have this right, he's not asking you to put out fires. He's asking for help protecting the business. Is that what
Correct.
you said? And how do you respond to that?
I said yes. I can help him. I can watch over the building.
And have you at that point kind of formulated a plan on what you're going to do?
Yes.
And what's that plan?
I had called my other friends that who also had previously worked there. And our plan was we were going to set up on the roof and stay there most of the night watching the building.
And when you say that you had talked to or were planning on talking to your friends, who were they?
Austin Hamilton, Colin Doherty, and Justin Hamilton.
And did you have contact with those people at some point on the 25th?
Correct.
I'll ask it this way. What time did you get the call from Sam?
Early in the morning, anywhere between 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Not 10 p.m., 10 a.m.
And what time do you think you had contact with or spoke to the Hamiltons, the people that you were talking about?
Around 11 a.m. They first called me, and then I called Colin, and that was so around 11 a.m.
So after 11 a.m., is it fair to say that you believe you have like a plan in your head and people to help you with that plan?
Correct.
After 11 a.m., is there anything else, or is there something that happens that puts you in contact with anybody else that ends up there that night?
Yes.
And who is that?
Dominic Black.
And can you tell the jury what that contact with Mr. Black was?
I had noticed Dominic Black around the afternoon, 3 or 4 p.m. He was downtown, and I needed somebody to give me a ride to go buy some body armor because I had not planned on being armed that night. And he said he would give me a ride, and Kyle was with him. They came to my house around 4 p.m., 3 or 4 p.m. in that afternoon, picked me up, and I do not remember exactly what transpired after that, but Kyle ended up lending me his body armor and dropping me off, and they asked where I was going.
Okay, I'm going to slow you down for a second.
Correct.
Okay. So you had said that you saw a Snapchat.
Correct.
I'm not familiar with Snapchat, but so it's like a video or something?
Yes, correct. I saw a Snapchat video of Dominic downtown, Kenosha.
You then, from that Snapchat, reached back out to him?
Correct. I reached out to Dominic.
And you had mentioned that you were looking for or wanted some body armor, right?
Correct.
And that, you tell me what you wanted that for.
I had not planned on being armed, and I wanted a means of protecting myself. And body armor was the next best suit for it.
Now, you had said that you didn't plan on being armed. Was there a particular reason that you didn't plan on being armed?
We planned on being on the roof, and I see no reason that I was going to need to be armed.
Based on your location?
Correct. We were going to be on the roof. I did not foresee myself needing a firearm or having any confrontation with anyone needing to have a firearm.
And you had said that, if I have it right, that Kyle Rittenhouse then had offered you his body armor.
Correct.
So did you accept that?
Yes, I did.
So to your knowledge, and if you know, did Mr. Rittenhouse say anything that would lead you to believe that he had he had 2 sets of body armor or anything else?
No, he did not.
So what time, so you go down to Car Source, right?
Correct.
And who do you go there with on the 25th?
Myself at first, and then I ended up meeting Kyle and Dominic there after I left my house about 15 minutes. I had arrived at Car Source, and they met me there within 10, 15 minutes of being there.
And was that a planned kind of location meeting?
Yes.
Were you aware whether or not Mr. Rittenhouse and or Mr. Black had spoken to anybody from Car Source earlier that morning?
I was not aware.
So you, if I have this right, you're there about 4 o'clock.
I arrived there, I would say 5 o'clock. We went to go get the body armor around 4 o'clock.
So and which Car Source do you arrive at?
59th Street location, Car Doctor.
And you said shortly thereafter, Mr. Rittenhouse and Mr. Black arrive?
Correct.
And what do you do? What happens then?
I meet with the owner of Car Source, Sam, and tell him what's going to be going on.
Okay. So at about 5-ish, On
Yeah.
the 25th, you have contact with the person you know to be Sam.
Correct.
And that is at the 59th Street Car Doctor location.
Correct.
And when you get there and you see Sam, what does he do?
Gives me a hug and tells me thank you for coming.
He didn't tell you at any point to get off that property?
No, he did not.
He didn't tell you that you were trespassing or anything like that?
No, he did not.
Was there any conversation that you had with Sam relating to any type of payment, or were you doing this for free, or how is this going to happen?
When I had arrived at the location, he said he would throw me some money to split between the guys that were helping us.
And did he ever do that?
No, he did not.
So you hug Sam, you talk to him for a little bit. What does he do, if anything, in terms of helping you guys with buildings and things like that? Getting into buildings, anything like that?
He gives me a set of keys to the 59th Street location.
So that's the Car Doctor location?
Car Doctor, yes, correct.
Okay. So he hands you a set of keys so you can go in?
Correct. Well, he had actually, we talked briefly, and then he said he was actually heading home, and then his brother Sal would give us a ride over to the 63rd Street location because he was locking up, and that his brother Sal would give me the keys.
And did you end up meeting up with his brother Sal?
Correct. His brother was there.
And did his brother Sal then give you the keys?
Correct.
You had testified that there was a plan, that you had a plan to be on the roof of that building.
Correct.
How were you planning on getting up there?
A ladder.
And where was, if you know, well, how did you know that there was a ladder there?
I had previously worked there and knew there were ladders, and Sam had also showed me where the ladders were at the Car Doctor.
And when you say Sam showed you where the ladders were, do you mean on the 25th?
Yes, correct.
So you then make contact with Sal.
Correct.
And are there other people there to help you protect the Car Doctor?
Not at the moment. When we had arrived at the 63rd Street location, we'd stood around for about 10 minutes, and that's when another group of individuals in their cars had pulled up and asked if we needed any assistance that night.
And what did you say?
I said if they want to, we'd appreciate it.
Okay. Did you know who they were before they got there?
No, I did not.
Do you know the names of any of those people today?
I know one of the names.
And who is that?
Ryan Belch.
And to be fair, at the 59th Street car
To
store,
be fair,
Dominic
drink.
Black is armed, is that right?
Correct.
And Mr. Rittenhouse is armed as well?
Correct.
Mr. Balch?
Correct.
Okay. So how long are you at the Car Doctor, before Sal leaves?
We were not at Car Doctor when these people arrived. He'd given us a ride from Car Doctor to the 63rd Street location, and that's where we met these people. And then
Okay, hold on. Sal gave who a ride?
me, Dominic, and Kyle. We were waiting for Justin, Colin, and Austin to get there.
And Sal, do you remember the car he gave you? Do you remember the make of car he gave you a ride in?
It was either a Mercedes or a BMW.
And you went from 63rd down to 59th?
No, 59th to 63rd.
Now, there has been, this jury has seen a photograph.
Correct.
Where was that photograph taken?
63rd.
Okay. That's 30.
So if you remember, guys, this is completely contradictory to the statements that were given
And which one of those
by the car source owners the other day.
I'm the one wearing the red cross on the helmet, the white helmet.
Okay, so you're fourth from the right?
Correct.
Okay. And there's been testimony that the guy on the far left is Sal, is that right?
That is correct.
After that photo is taken, does Sal ever tell you, I want you to leave here, I don't want you here, you're causing problems? Anything, does he say anything that
No.
would indicate he doesn't want your presence?
No, he was very grateful for our presence.
So what happens after Sal leaves? Can you tell me where everybody goes, if you know?
Yes. Actually, shortly after Sam had left, another group of Latino Americans had arrived in the parking lot with melee weapons, telling us that they could watch that location for us for that night. And after that, we'd walk down to 59th Street location to meet up with Austin, Justin, and Colin.
And when you get to the 59th Street location, who's with you?
Ryan Belch, two of his friends. It was either 2 or 3 of his friends. Colin, Dominic, Kyle, Justin, and Austin.
And are there, for lack of a better term, kind of locations that people are going to kind of be at for the night?
Correct.
And what is your location going to be?
The roof.
And if you know, do you know what Kyle's location is going to be?
Did not state where he was going to be.
I'll ask it to you this way. Was he on the roof with you?
No.
At some point when you're on the roof, do the protesters, rioters, whatever, do they move? Are they starting to move south down Sheridan Road?
That is correct.
And about what time is that?
They had previously done it before I went on the roof as well.
Okay.
Around, I would say 8:30.
And at that point, are you on the roof?
I am not on the roof at that point, no.
Once they start moving south on Sheridan, do you take a position on the roof?
After they dissipate, within 10 minutes, I do take position on the roof, yes.
And while you're on the roof, does anything happen to you?
Yes, our group would get chemical bombed from the protesters.
And when you say chemical bombed, can you just explain kind of what you believe that means?
I believe it was an ammonia and bleach bomb they made inside of a plastic bottle and threw it up on the roof.
Now, to be fair, you didn't see who did that, right?
No, I did not see who did that.
And
To be
anything
fair,
else that was happening to you while you were on the roof other than the ammonium?
Bricks. They were throwing bricks at us.
And again, to be fair,
I do remember that.
was.
No, I am not.
To be fair,
You might not have known that night, but there was a gentleman there by the name of Joseph Rosenbaum.
Correct.
That night, did you see him?
No, I did not. I was not paying attention.
So there was no contact between you and Mr. Rosenbaum.
No, there was not.
Did you see Mr. Rittenhouse that evening?
Yes, I did.
And can you describe what, if anything, you noticed that he was doing?
He was standing in the parking lot.
Okay. There's been testimony about him repeatedly yelling medic, medic, medic throughout the evening. Did you ever see him do anything as it relates to being a medic?
I do not know. I was not paying attention.
Okay. Do you have any medical training?
Some.
Okay. Is that in part the reason for the
Correct.
cross on the hat? And can you just briefly tell us a little bit about your medical training?
My brother, who was an infantryman in the Marine Corps, has taught me CLS, combat life saving, which is... Yes, ma'am. My brother, who was in the infantry in the Marine Corps, had taught me CLS, combat life saving, and taught me briefly on what to do with gunshot wounds, lacerations, and things like that.
Was there at any point that evening, sir, did you become armed?
Yes, I did.
And when was that?
When the first crowd had pushed towards us, when the police had pushed the first crowd down Sheridan Road, Ryan Belch handed me off his pistol and said, just in case.
And did you feel at that point that it was necessary or not?
Yes and no.
Okay. How would you explain it?
Yes, because there was a massive amount of people. I would say anywhere between 150 to 250 people. No, because I didn't see any need to have any non-lethal.
Was your location a factor in that at all?
Yes, it was. I was on the ground at that point.
Okay. Did you then move back up to the roof?
I had not moved up to the roof yet. That was when I had moved up to the roof. When the crowd had pushed towards us. The people that were going to be on the roof had, at that time, figured this is a good time to go on the roof because the crowd had dissipated and pushed themselves back towards the courthouse. And that's when we went on the roof.
And do you, when you're on the roof, there's been videos shown, do you see Kyle Rittenhouse at any point after you go back up on the roof?
On the roof, a couple times throughout the night, I see him walking around.
Okay, so you see him, if this is fair, has he left your location and is he moving from location to location?
Correct.
At some point that evening, then, do you hear what you believe to be gunshots?
That is correct.
Right, and when you hear those, where are you?
I am on the roof.
And so, to be fair, you don't see what had happened, is that right?
No, I do not.
And there's been testimony regarding two instances.
To be
One
fair.
involving Mr. Rosenbaum, the other involving Mr. Huber and Mr. Grosskreutz. Do you see either one of those happenings?
No, I do not.
Is there a time? Well, let me ask you this: when you hear the shooting, do you get off the roof?
I get off the roof because Dominic had received a phone call. At the time, I had not known we received a phone call from, and he had stated that we have to leave. It is getting hectic. And the prior events that just occurred, gunshots, we all concluded that that was a safe bet, that it was getting crazy. So everybody that was on the roof had now got off the roof.
So when you get off the roof, do you see Kyle Rittenhouse?
Yes, I do.
And where do you see him?
Inside the shop, sitting down.
And how does he look to you?
Sweating, pale.
Does he say anything?
He repeats, I just shot someone, over and over. And I believe at some point he did say he had to shoot someone.
What happens then?
I tell him to walk outside and turn himself in. That was a safe bet for him. And I told him to walk outside, and he had said I had to shoot someone. And at that point, I'd left the location because I was in fear that the protesters were going to come to that location.
Okay, 1 moment.
So this testimony is actually, like I said, it's discrediting what was said earlier by the car source owners about them asking for assistance from
Smith, I don't have any other
armed
questions for you.
individuals at that location, at their car source location. To which he just made it very clear. He said no one should have been in there. There's no way to get on the roof. I mean, it is what it is, but that was all lies. That's all it was. It was all lies.
May I proceed, Your Honor? Mr. Smith, you have actually 2 juvenile adjudications for violations of the law, correct?
I believe so, yes.
On April 30th, 2000.
No.
His answer was I might. He didn't answer correctly.
I don't think we conducted the usual discussion prior, and we didn't.
I resist. Thank you very much. But you're right.
I explicitly said 2, and I don't know what happened, but
I love it when the judge jumps in. Man, he's
move on to something else.
he's legit. But they're asking about his previous criminal record as a juvenile. But this is a big deal because it proves part of the defense's case.
So
is saying that they were
Mr.
asked
Smith,
to be there, that they were not just
you
asked but
indicated
supported and
that
offered money to be there
you
as an employee.
met up with the defendant and Dominic
de facto
Black and borrowed the defendant's
for
body
car
armor.
source.
Is that right?
That is correct.
Can you describe that for us, please? What is
Body
that?
armor?
Yes.
It's a plate carrier. It's a vest. Yeah, a vest.
So it's not like a suit vest.
No, it is not. It's like a armor vest that you would see somebody in the military wearing.
What is it made out of?
I I do not know, but it does have body armor inside it, soft armor panels.
Do you know what it is designed to stop or
Bullets.
protect? What kind of bullets?
It was 3A, so 357. Anything up to 357.
A 357 is a caliber that's typically seen in handguns, correct?
That is correct.
This is not the type of body armor that would stop a rifle, correct?
That is correct.
You're familiar with the AR-15s that the defendant and Dominic Black had, correct?
That is correct.
Have you ever shot or used one of those?
In the past, yes, I have.
Those typically fire .223 or .556 caliber, is that right?
That is correct.
And that's the type of caliber that would go through your vest.
That is correct.
Where physically in the world did you go with the defendant to pick up that body armor on Tuesday, August 25th?
I do not recall where I went. I know it. I'm pretty sure we left to go to my bank to pull out money. I do not remember what transpires afterwards, but Kyle does end up giving me his body armor because we never went and got mine. I do not remember why or what transpired to why we did not go and get it, but Kyle does end up giving me his body armor.
If I understood your testimony correctly, Dominic Black and the defendant came to pick you up that day. Is that right?
That is correct.
And I'm not going to ask you your address, but you live relatively within walking distance of this area, correct?
That is correct.
And they didn't pick you up to drive you to this area. They drove you someplace west or south of here, correct?
I do not remember.
When they came to pick you up, whose vehicle were they driving?
Dominic's.
Was the plate carrier body armor already in the vehicle?
Yes, it was.
From the defendant?
That is correct. The defendant's body armor.
And you said that you chose not to have a gun that night because you felt the body armor would be sufficient protection. Is that fair to say?
That is correct.
What were you worried about?
Drink. Is it fair to
the way
say?
the previous nights of what I'd seen, I was worried somebody was going to shoot me or anything. I just wanted a means of protection.
What had you seen on the previous night that made you feel that while you were protecting a business here in Kenosha, someone was going to shoot you?
A lot of individuals armed with rifles and pistols, acting irate throughout the nights.
Did you see or hear of anyone who actually shot anyone on those prior nights?
No, I did not.
But it's fair to say that when you came downtown on Tuesday, August 25th, you were concerned about the potential of violence, correct?
That is correct.
You were particularly concerned that that violence would come from the people on the street, the protesters, demonstrators, whatever word you want to call it. Is that fair to say?
That is correct.
You felt that they not only posed a danger to the physical property you were at, but you personally for guarding that property. Is that fair to say?
I knew it was coming. Drink.
When is the last time before August 25th, 2020 that you worked for Sal or Sam or any member of their family?
2019.
I want to make sure we're very precise about the properties that we're talking about. You've got a map there behind you, and I'm going to represent to you, Mr. Smith, that there is a location that is marked Car Source that is on the northeast corner of 59th Street and Sheridan Road. Do you see that labeled Car Source?
Yes, I do.
Would you agree with me that that location is properly called Car Source?
The dealership or the mechanic shop?
The one that's on the northeast corner. I have a laser pointer if that would help.
Yes, it would.
I'm talking about this location here.
Yes, that is labeled Car Source.
And is that the proper name of it?
Yes, sir.
There is another location that is on the southwest corner of that intersection. Do you see where I'm pointing?
Yes, I do.
It is labeled on that map Car Source. Is that accurate?
Yes and no. They use two different names.
What is the other name they use?
Car Doctor.
When we're talking,
You
if
said that
it's
was a
helpful,
different
if it's
business
okay with
altogether.
you,
3
can we
car
refer to
sources
that as
and a car
doctor?
doctor.
Yes.
Okay. And to be clear, that is the location, car doctor, where you spent almost the entire evening and mostly on the roof. Fair to say?
Correct.
There is a third location at the corner of 63rd and Sheridan that is also marked car source on that map. Is that accurate to call that car source?
Yes.
Okay. Is it correct to say that your plan personally that night was to guard the car doctor location?
That is correct.
You mentioned you had last worked for these folks about a year before this, fair to say?
Correct.
Had you ever worked
That was
at
just
car doctor
gratuitous.
location?
Correct.
Were you familiar with the things that had been inside the building when you last worked there?
Yes.
When you were there on Tuesday night, August 25th, did it appear that some of the property inside had already been moved out of there?
Some of it, yes, but not
So-
all of it.
A lot of the mechanics tools and diagnostic equipment, things like that?
Not a lot of it. There were still actual mechanic benches still in there, the actual roll-in benches. So those were still in there. I don't know if they were possessed any tools inside them, but there were, from my acknowledgement, tools still inside the building.
And tell me if I'm wrong, but when that location was being used to do mechanic work or detailing or whatever would be done, there would typically be cars that needed to be worked on that were parked in the lot. Is that right?
Correct.
On the night of August 25th, those cars had already been moved out of there. Fair to say?
Some of them.
And the 63rd Street location, the one farther south, that also normally would be a lot that would be full of cars to be sold. Fair to say?
That is correct.
And when you were there on Tuesday night, August 25th, those cars had all been moved out.
Not
correct?
all of them, no.
You indicated that on the night of August 24th, you were helping to put out fires. Is that right?
That is correct.
Was that at the car doctor location?
Yes, it was.
Where were the fires?
In the parking lot right next to it.
Were they cars that were on fire?
Yes, they were.
Not the building itself.
No.
And you said that on that particular night, none of the owners of the company were physically there helping to put out the fires. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
So they were relying on you and other folks to do their work for them.
Correct.
Similarly, the next day, when you spoke to Sam or Sal or both of them, the plan was you were going to guard the property or be there at the property, and those owners weren't going to be there anymore, right?
That is correct.
They were going to pay you a couple $100.
That is
right?
correct.
And you never got any of that money.
No, I did not.
You indicated that your personal plan at the car doctor location was to spend the time up on the roof. Is that right?
That is right.
And you didn't feel you needed to go up on the roof. Is that right?
That is correct. I did not.
How were you going to protect the building from the roof?
I had multiple other friends there with rifles.
So they were the ones who were going to be protecting it with their rifles.
Correct. I was providing overwatch.
What does that mean?
I was watching the building. I was watching the building from the roof, making sure that nobody went inside or damaged the property on the building. The cars were burnt, so we didn't care about the cars.
So whatever cars were left on that lot were a lost cause.
All of them.
You were worried about the structure.
Correct.
That entire night, there was no damage to that
That is
structure.
correct.
No fire, correct?
Correct.
No stolen machinery or equipment, correct?
Correct.
You said that you didn't see any reason why you would need to confront anyone with a gun that night. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is that because you didn't feel
Drink.
that using a gun to protect a building was appropriate?
Yes and no. It was appropriate in the needs when the situation would arise, but at the moment, throughout the nights that I had previously seen, was not required.
What sort of situation would arise with regard to that car doctor building where you would feel it would have been appropriate to use a gun?
It's irrelevant. His judgment, what he would consider appropriate for him might be a different judgment than another person could lawfully reach.
Was there ever a time on the night of August 25th where you saw a situation with regard to the car doctor building that you felt it was necessary to use a gun?
No.
You were shown a photograph that was taken of you earlier in that evening. Were you wearing the body armor in that picture?
Yes, I was.
Can we put that picture up back again, please? That's exhibit number 30. So, Mr. Smith, you are the individual wearing the white hat with the red cross on it. Is that right?
That is correct.
What does that hat mean? Oh, sorry. Where's Oh, okay, good, thank you. Okay, cool. Okay, so you have this white hat with the red cross on. What does that mean?
First aid.
Was that your way of letting everyone know that you were there to treat people that had a medical situation?
Yes.
Did you ever treat anyone?
No, I did not.
So help me understand. Why wear a hat telling people that you're there to help when you're up on the roof and can't?
Providing aid for my guys up on the roof.
So your intent was to let the 3 or 4 other people that were going to join you on the roof know that if they needed help, you were there for them.
Correct.
Did you have medical supplies with you?
Yes, I did.
What kind of medical supplies did you have?
I had what's called an IFAC, an individual first aid kit, which has chest seals, clotting powder, tourniquet, and that's about it. A couple other medical supplies, gauze.
Did you ever have to use any of that?
No, I did not.
So it's fair to say that despite the chemical bomb, the bricks, and whatever else was going on at the car doctor location, no one in your group got injured?
No.
Is that fair to say?
It is fair to say yes.
You indicated that once you got up on the roof, you really weren't aware of where the defendant went the rest of the evening. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say yes.
You were asked earlier about Joseph Rosenbaum, and I just want to be clear. As you sit here today, a year after all this happened, you know who Joseph Rosenbaum is.
I do know, yes.
At the time, that night, had you ever heard that name before?
No, I did not.
And looking back, do you remember encountering him at all that night?
Not at all, no.
I'm going to ask you the same questions about Anthony Huber. You know who he is as you sit here today.
I do know, yes.
On that particular evening, did you have any idea who he was?
Nope.
Did you ever see him as far as you remember?
No, I did not.
Same thing with Gage Grosskreutz. You know who he is today.
Yes, I do today.
On that evening, had any idea who he was?
Nope.
Ever remember seeing it?
Nope.
So these rocks or chemical bombs or bricks or whatever was being thrown at you on the roof, you are not here telling us Joseph Rosenbaum was doing that, right?
Correct. I could not see who was throwing them.
You, and maybe I misheard you. I thought I heard you say at one point that you had non-lethal.
Yes, that is correct.
What do you mean by that?
Pepper spray and a pepper gun.
What is a pepper gun?
It shoots pepper spray out of it.
I just want to make sure I understand. You listed pepper spray and pepper gun. Are those two different things?
I believe at the time that I had it had pepper balls in it. I don't think it was actually like pepper gel. It was a pepper ball gun.
And that's something that you carried that evening because you could use that to defend yourself if there was a need.
Correct. Deter, not defend. Deter somebody. If the situation arised, I could deter whoever was coming at me.
You mean deter, like scare them off or
Correct.
ward them away?
Correct.
Did you ever have to use that?
No, I did not.
He said, "Allow me to correct you."
You indicated that after you heard the shootings, the defendant came back, you described what he looked like, and you said he just shot someone and that he had to, correct?
Correct.
Did he ever say who he shot?
No, he did not.
Did he ever say how many people he shot?
I do not remember.
Did he ever say anything about the condition, like whether those people were armed?
He did not say anything about them being armed.
Did he ever say that they threatened him?
I do not remember.
Did he ever say he feared for his life?
Do not remember.
Did he ever say anything about any weapons that he saw on any of the people that he shot?
No, I do not remember.
And he didn't tell you how many people he shot either?
No.
I was a little confused by the end of your testimony because in one statement you said you told him to go outside and turn himself in, correct?
Correct.
But in another statement you said you left because you were fearful the protesters were coming to that location.
I left after I told him that.
So help me understand, if the protesters are coming, you assume these protesters were coming to harm you or the defendant or members of your group, right?
Correct.
So putting the defendant outside was going to put him in danger, right?
Yes, it would have. Yes. If the protesters were coming, yes.
Did you know whether they were coming?
I did not know whether they were coming or not.
From the roof, you could see the line of police cars along 60th at Sheridan, correct?
Correct.
So you knew the police were there.
Correct.
In fact, by that time of the evening, the police had pushed all the protesters south of 60th, right?
Correct.
There were no more protesters around that car doctor location, correct?
Correct.
As far as you could tell, there was no more danger to that building. Fair?
Correct.
Why were you still there?
To just watch over the building the rest of the night. I mean, the prior nights, a lot of the stuff had died down, or so we had thought. There was fires around 8 o'clock the prior nights, and then later in the night, around 2 a.m. on the first night is when Car Source got lit on fire at 2 a.m.
So you were planning on staying all night?
Correct.
Up on the roof?
Correct.
But after the defendant comes back, you leave?
Correct.
Why?
I was in fear that the protesters or the crowd would retaliate or any means, and I, at that point, had deemed that building a lost cause.
If you didn't know how many people the defendant had shot and you didn't know who they were, why did you assume it was the protesters that were going to be upset with the defendant at that moment?
I do not know.
You told someone else in your group, Joanne Fiedler, that the police were coming to the building, didn't you?
I do not remember.
So you never came back to that location and told Ms. Fiedler that the police were coming to the building. Is that correct?
I do not remember. I mean, it's been over a year, so I do not remember.
Obviously, if you think the defendant should have turned himself into the police at that moment and the police were coming to that building, you would have wanted him to stay there, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further.
Redirect.
I mean, I see that this guy's trying to draw some idea about the danger and the imminent danger in the area, but it's really not. I guarantee that the jury's missing that point. Not that I'm saying they don't get it.
Appropriate or
It's just
necessary that firearms would be used. Do you remember that?
Yes.
At any point on the 25th, were you ever at the car doctor? Were you ever attacked?
I was not.
Did anybody ever threaten to kill you at that location?
I do not recall, no.
Did anybody threaten to kill you to your face? Meaning
No.
they walked up to you and said, I'm going to kill you.
No.
Did anybody chase after you that evening?
No.
I have nothing else.
Any question?
No.
You may step down, sir.
I was some sass. I'm nothing else. Just whatevs. But so yeah, so that testimony there was in two parts. So for the defense was to prove that the car source owners did in fact ask Kyle Rittenhouse and his associates, whatever you want to call them, as it said in the comment, for lack of better terminology, to guard their location. Not just asked them, but drove them and then offered to pay them, which when Kyle says I work for Car Source, by de facto, I think is the word I'm looking for. Joanne Fiedler, okay. Made him an employee, even if it's like a 1099, whatever, or cash in hand, whatever. But at that point, so that discredited what Sam was saying, the owner, the other day.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony about to give this matter be the truth, the whole truth,
And prosecution was trying to make a point that if it was so dangerous, why would you tell Kyle to go out of the building and turn himself in if he would walk out into the chaos that he felt like he needed to defend himself from?
Hello.
So that is prosecution
Will you,
defense saying this.
please state your name and spell it for the record.
Joanne Fiedler, Joann, Fiedler, Fiedler.
And Ms. Fiedler, I don't need to know your specific location of address, but can you give us the city that you live in?
West Bend.
And how old are you, ma'am?
How old am I?
Sorry.
56.
Wasn't one, I guess.
He hadn't asked a single person their age
you-
yet. Did you drop that on her?
And
That was messed up.
What do you do? I don't need to know where you work. Can you tell me what
I
you
work
do?
in manufacturing.
You were, if I'm right, interviewed by the FBI as it relates to the incident on August 25th, 2020. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, if I could ask you, in the summer prior to August 25th of 2020, there's been conversations and testimony about civil unrest throughout the country. Was that something that you were paying attention to?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what you were thinking about it? What, if anything, you did about it? Things like that.
How do you spell his last
Well,
name? I'm sorry, I missed that.
I understood when BLM wanted to march, we were all with them and everything, but then they started destroying their own communities, and I didn't believe in that. That really struck me hard. And then the 71-year-old business owner that got beat down, that bothered me a lot. Veterans bother me a lot, and the elderly bother me a lot, and children, of course, too. But
Not
that just
they
didn't sit
bother
right
her,
with
but
me, and
people
you keep
hurting
hearing
them.
Everybody always saying somebody's got to stand up. Somebody's got to stand up.
So was there anything based on your feelings that you did in relation to that?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. Was there anything that you had actually done? Any groups that you started? Anything you participated in as it relates to?
Thank you.
Kind of what you were observing.
Yes, actually, we started a patriot group. It's United Citizens for Patriotism. We wanted to show support for the country, support for the police, because they were asking to be defunded, support for all the emergency workers that were going out there into these riots, cleaning up, firemen, so just everybody that serves their country, our community services, and just show support for them. And we just stood out with our flags to let everybody know that, we were thinking of them, we were there for them. We tried to do food drives. We tried to get the fire department involved. We got the police involved, but everything was limited, or they weren't able to bring out their trucks to do community things because of COVID.
And prior to August 25th of 2020, did you know who Kyle Rittenhouse was?
No.
Had you ever had, to your knowledge, any contact with him whatsoever?
No, none.
And so this group that you had talked about, that you had stood out and kind of waved flags, were there other people, relative or as it relates to this case, that were part of that group?
Yes. There was Dustin and Danton.
Okay.
So me and Danton more or less started it with another guy in the area.
Danton.
And then just more people came up to see what was going on and just talking to them and what we were standing there for. We met Dustin that way.
Does the name Ryan Balch mean anything to you?
Yeah, he had walked up one day when we were standing, I think 3 weeks or end of July, beginning of August, walked up in his military uniform and started talking to the guys. I didn't really have communication with him at that time, but he was talking to the guys and made friends with them.
So if I could then kind of direct your attention to 24th, 25th of August. Was there a time then that you had made a decision that you were going to come to Kenosha?
Yes.
And when was that, if you know, when was that decision made?
Just after seeing all the violence and the fires going on, I just got a phone call and said, hey, we're going to go down and help protect businesses. Do you want to come along?
And what date was that, if you remember?
I think it was the 25th, correct?
I'm not, you tell me.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's the 24th or the 25th.
Okay. And based on that call that you got, was there some kind of plan put in place or some discussion about what you were going to do?
Not that I'm aware of. I just know we were driving down.
Okay. And who were you driving with?
I was driving with Danton Merritts.
And were there, so it was just the two of you?
Just the two of us to start, yes.
Okay, so you said just to start, were there other people that are relevant to this case that were part of that?
Yes, we met up at a park and ride and met Dustin and Ryan.
And that's Ryan Balch.
Yes.
And if you know, at about what time do you think that you met up with them at the park and ride?
5-ish.
Okay, so 5-ish on the 25th?
Yes.
And did you know of any specific location you were going or plan that was in place on what you were going to do when you got there?
I didn't really have the specifics. No, I didn't know of any plan.
So to be fair, you drive down with Danton Mertz. Where do you go in Kenosha? Do you remember?
Yeah, we came down Sheridan and we walked at the car source on 63rd.
And was that just you and Danton, or was it in Balch and Dustin also there?
With Ryan, Balch, and Dustin. They were in front of us. We were following them. So
And
they pulled in there.
Sorry. And to your knowledge, was going to car source just kind of happenstance? Meaning, was it a plan that was in place, Tino?
To me, it was just a happenstance.
And about what time do you think you got there?
It had to be at least 7-ish if I estimate the time, how long it takes to get here.
And when you got there, who was there?
Nick was there. He had the...
No, hold on. Nick is Nick Smith?
Yes.
Did you know Nick Smith before you got there?
No.
Okay, so you met Nick Smith that day?
Yes.
Okay, so Nick Smith is there?
Yes.
Sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. I seen him. We got out. He came up, introduced himself, and then we met. What Nick introduced us to was the owner of Car Source.
Okay. And do you recall that person's name?
I didn't. He gave me like the full Indian name. I wouldn't be able to repeat that. I don't recall.
Okay. When he was introduced to you, did he do anything? Did he just shake your hand? Did he just look at you? What did he do?
Oh yeah, he was happy to see us. He was crying. He was thanking us, and I even commented. I heard you had cars that burnt down because we did drive by that when we came up to that business. And he, he had told us that he had over 100 cars that were burnt that night.
So, I'm sorry. When you said he was crying, there's crying, happy crying, sad crying. Do you recall?
No, it was sad crying. I don't know if it was sad or happy. I know he was happy to see us, but I know he's sad about his 100 cars, the situation.
So Exhibit 30, which is this picture, I just want to make sure you're the, if I'm right, you're the person third from the left.
Yes.
Is that right? You have the white hat on or
Yes.
helmet on?
Yes.
And is the person that's on the left of that picture, is that the person who you would say was crying? And is that
Yes,
who that is?
that's the man that Nick introduced as the owner.
And after you were introduced to the owner, what happened after that? Did he stay? Did he leave? If you know?
He just disappeared. I didn't see where he went. He just disappeared. We parked our cars and just met back there then.
Now, is this the location that you met Kyle Rittenhouse at?
Yes.
And I think you had said you had met him before, but was he there when you got there?
No.
So he showed up after you were already there?
Yeah, I believe we actually took 2 pictures before Kyle showed up.
And if you recall, of those people, who did he show up with, if you remember?
Dominic, which I think is on the right of Kyle.
The guy that's on the far right?
Yep.
Your far right?
Yes.
And was there, so after you take this picture, is there kind of a plan in place on what you all are going to do?
Just from what I remember, Nick wanted to split us up. He mentioned there was 3 businesses and he wanted to split us all up and one group go here, one group go there.
Did the person on the far left, the owner of the car source, did he ever tell you to leave? Did he ever say that to you?
No, not at all.
Did he ever tell you that you were trespassing and he didn't want you there?
No, not at all.
So you leave and where do you go?
We walked up to the 59th in Sheridan business. It was kind of kitty corner where he had all the cars burnt down the night before.
Okay, and who, if you recall, went with you?
That was Nick and me and Dustin and Danton and Ryan. I think there was another kid in there which I don't recognize, and then Kyle and Dominic.
Now, if you know, was there a
So you can still hear what they're saying, but I just want to, there's a lot of people that are asking what's going on. We have Joanne Fiedler here, started a group, kind of a patriot group that decided to go and help out in Kenosha. I'll get back to it in a second. But what the parallel they're putting with her is that the invite and the ask from people like the car source owners for them to be there, and that's something that's one of the points that are going to be made here. So that's kind of where we're going with this, is that there's people that were there on invite. So
I carry a .380 pistol.
Okay, so in that picture, is that pistol somewhere on your person?
I don't know if it was yet.
But you're not disputing that you had one?
No, I'm not disputing that at all.
Okay. And when you go to the 59th Street car source, where are you located? Meaning, we've heard testimony about people on the roof, people on the ground. Where are you?
Oh, I'm on the ground.
And can you tell us who else is on the ground with you?
Kyle, Dustin, Ryan. Yeah, the 4 of us were on the ground.
So how close to you is Mr. Rittenhouse at the 59th Street address?
it wasn't.
Maybe 5 or 10 feet to my left.
So at that location, he's standing near you for at least a portion of the night?
Yes.
And when you see him at that location and he's with you, what is he doing? He being Mr. Rittenhouse.
To begin with, or?
Well, you guys are just there on 59th as the night is progressing, right?
Yeah.
I think we all know Dominic Black is cooked.
Staying there? Is he leaving the property? What is he doing?
And he's one that bought Kyle Rittenhouse.
We're all staying there.
Okay. There's been conversations about, and I'll ask you if you look at that picture, there's that little orange box in front of him. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any time during that evening that you saw him doing anything other than simply standing there?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what you saw?
Yeah, I'm sorry. There was other people that did walk by before, like the bigger crowd of the protesters came through, and he was offering medic services. We had a girl walk up that, I don't know if she broke her ankle or twisted her ankle, that he actually helped bandage her up so she could walk out because her boyfriend had to kind of carry her.
And when he did that, when he was doing that, did he ever ask you for any assistance in terms of, as it relates to his firearm?
Yes.
And what did he ask you to do?
He just asked me to hold on to his gun, and I did.
So he would take it off, if I'm hearing you right, he would take it off, and then while he was working on whoever had walked by and asked for help.
Yes.
And that evening, do you remember seeing the man in the front?
Yes.
Okay, I'm talking about the man with the red shirt on.
Correct.
Okay. Did you know who he was that night?
No.
You didn't know his name?
No.
Okay. Do you remember him from that night?
Very distinctly.
Okay. Can you tell the people on the jury why you remember him?
I remembered seeing him with his red shirt, and the thing that caught me was the green earring. And this was when BLM had just come down in front of us, and there was some other gentlemen that were talking with Ryan. They were talking, things were calm. And then I saw him, and it was kind of a back and forth because I had some of the female protesters that were standing in front of me taunting me. So they were doing Black Lives Matter, right? And I just wasn't taking a side. I was just there to protect the business. So I would look and survey and go to them, and I would look and survey, and I would see Rosenbaum standing there. And I saw the plastic bags in his back pocket. I didn't know what it was. And then, can I go on?
Well, is there anything that he had said that evening that you took notice of or would remember?
Yeah, that's the part I was kind of getting to is,
Okay.
I know you guys call him Mr. Yellow Pants, and that's kind of what we called him. He jumped up on the car, and everybody started screaming, "Get off the car," and Black Lives Matter was screaming, and he was shouting, and Rosenbaum started shouting back at us that he's going to, pardon me, Judge, for saying this and everybody else, but he was going to kill us motherfuckers, motherfucking niggers.
And what was your group's response to that, if any, when he said that?
None. You kind of are frozen at the verbiage and the threats coming out of him. I mean, the whole night was quite shocking, but we didn't really do anything. We just kind of stood there. You have to ignore that.
Was there anything else that you saw him do that you remembered?
Yeah, Yellow Pants was screaming. I saw that. I was going back to the ladies that were taunting me and going back and looking at him. And as I looked at him, I saw his arm go up and like he lobbed something. And then within seconds, my eyes started watering, my nose started watering, I started coughing. I didn't know what a chemical bomb was. I didn't know. All of a sudden, I just heard guys screaming, "Chemical bomb, chemical bomb." And I just pulled my mask up.
Did you see him specifically throw something?
Yes.
Do you remember what it... I'll ask you this way. Do you remember what I'm not asking that you say he threw a bomb. I'm asking if you know what was in his hand that he threw.
Yeah, he went back and threw like that.
Do you remember what he threw? Meaning, did he throw what was it?
I don't recall.
Okay. that evening, did you, while he was in your purview, your sight, did you see Mr. Rittenhouse threaten anyone?
Oh, no,
Did you see him point his gun at anyone?
no.
Was there anyone there that had, I guess, strike that. After you see Rosenbaum, and he does what you say he does, do you see Kyle stay there, or does he leave that location?
It was later in the evening after the police finally moved him down. We were all standing outside because we kind of thought it was over. And then you just heard the ruckus going on down by the gas station. I think it's the Ultimate. And then we heard gunshots. And that's when Kyle and Ryan and Dustin and Lurk, I think his nickname was Lurk or Work.
Okay.
They left.
So, did you see? Well, I'll ask it to you this way. So you heard? Are you telling me that you heard gunshots and then Kyle left?
Yes.
And if you recall, how close in time was that to about 11:50? If you know.
Oh.
I'll ask it to you this way. How close was it in time? You know now that Kyle ended up being chased by Mr. Rosenbaum and shooting.
Oh, that was way before.
Way before.
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm asking you is, later in the night, was there a time that you were aware that Kyle tried to get back to you?
Oh, yes.
And couldn't?
Oh, yes. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's been a while. So we did see him because I was standing right along the wall. So I was like the first person when you came up to the business. So I was standing up front and I was watching because the Bearcats were all right there by the intersection and the gas station was right on the other corner. So he did come back. He had his hands in the air and he even said, "I'm working over at that business over there." I could hear him telling the police that. And they told him, "No, turn around. You can't go through. You have to get back." And we were even yelling, "Let him through, let him through."
Did you see him then turn around and go back?
Yeah, I thought he was going to go back to the Ultimate gas station. It looked like he was going over there. So.
And is that the last time before the shooting that you saw him?
Yeah.
Now, from your location, you don't see what happened with Mr. Rosenbaum, let me finish, with Mr. Rosenbaum, Mr. Huber, and Mr. Grosskreutz, right?
Yes, correct.
Do you see Kyle after that?
Yes, I do.
When?
I think after everything had happened, he had come back up. I heard from the guys on the roof. They're like, "Open the door. It's Kyle." So I opened up because we had to keep the front door locked. I opened up the door. He kind of came running in and kind of fell into me. And there was a chair right there. So he sat down there. I saw him after everything had happened.
How did he look to you?
Totally in shock.
Can you give me some physical descriptors that would make?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Kind of you.
He was pale, shaking, kind of stuttering, stammering his words. He was sweating.
Do you recall him saying anything?
Yes, he had come in and he looked at me. He said right out that he had shot someone, and he kind of sat down in the chair and he was looking for his brother. He's asking for his brother Dominic, and he sat down. And I remember him pulling his hair back, and he's pulling it back really hard. And just his comment was, "My God, my life might be over." And we're just like, "Okay, calm down."
She opened the door on that one.
After he said his life might be over, did anybody ask him anything about the circumstances, about what had happened?
Yeah, Dustin had come in at that time, and Dustin had commented. Dustin was kind of.
I'm gonna check. Yeah, fair enough. I don't want to know what Dustin said.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. I'll ask it to you this way then. Did Kyle respond to anything that was said?
Yes.
What was that?
That was that he had to.
After he said that, do you know, did you stay? Did you leave? What happened?
No, he wanted his brother Dominic, and I know Dominic was on the roof. I took his gun. Like I said, he was just shaking, so I took his gun. I ran out back. I set his gun on one of the trucks out back, and then I went up the ladder and I called the guys and I yelled, "Dominic, get down here." So he came down, and when I came back in, they were talking. And
You had, my last question or two is, you had said that you had used, you had climbed up a ladder to get up on the roof.
Yeah.
You just said that. Okay. Where did you, do you know where those ladders came from?
No, I know we went into business when we first got there, and they were all in the back. So it's like a building, and then it's like a back parking lot that's fenced in.
Okay.
And in that back fenced in areas where they have the sheds and all that. Nick went in there and pulled everything out, and that's how the guys that got up on the roof in the back.
During the evening, throughout the evening, was there a period of time that, other than doing medical work, that you saw Kyle doing anything else to kind of assist in the community?
Yeah, actually, me and Kyle ran. Excuse me. We ran. I think it's north. Is it this way up Sheridan? Can't see a map.
Hold on.
Sorry, my direction is a little off right now.
Keep in mind, guys, she's reiterating. She's repeating what was said
Are you going this
as it was said to her or
that
with
would
her
be
around her, whatever. So
Yeah.
let's
towards St. James
put a lot of
Church.
focus on the fact that there was a
So
hard R dropped in there
We
because
ran
it
up
was
there
what
because there was
was
they
being
were
said.
starting a
So-
fire on the the plywood doors. They had covered up all the doors, and they actually started, or whatever you call it, fluid, whatever you want to start a fire. They threw it all over that door, and we're trying to start the front door of the church on fire. So me and Kyle had actually run up to that area to try to put the fire out, but somebody.
And again, I don't think she really
running along with
even
the
understands
protesters had
the
gone
difference
up
in
there
that.
and
You
put
guys know. Come
fire
on.
extinguish it out, and then we just
I'm-
walked back.
Pretty sure that
Thank you.
she doesn't understand the difference between the ER or an A. I mean, we're talking about a generational thing here. Now, I'm not, pardon me if that offends anybody, but
So, Ms.
I think
Fiedler,
that at that point
last thing
she
you told
may
us
not
about with
know
church,
the difference between one or the other.
neither you nor the defendant.
Not that there
actually
is
put
much.
out any
I mean, when it
fire.
comes out of the ability to say
No,
it,
not at the church.
right?
No.
Not like for the
Someone that was with
you're going to get in trouble for saying
protesters.
ER or A, no matter what.
I believe they're with the protesters.
But it was Rosenbaum who was saying it. To be clear, to be fair.
You spoke to the FBI on August 31st, 2020. Is that right?
Not sure about the date, but yes, I spoke with the FBI.
About 6 days after this all happened?
Yeah, probably yes.
And you told them that you contacted the defendant's mother the morning after all this happened and told her to be strong. Is that right?
Probably yes.
You also said that after this incident, you had been in contact with the defendant's attorney. Is that right?
No, I don't. I read that, and I don't know what he meant by that because I wasn't. I've never spoke to him.
So you've read your statement to the FBI.
Yes.
That was a statement that was a summary of what you said to Special Agent Tim Walther on August 31st, 2020. Is that right?
Yes.
And in that summary, it says that, in addition, Fiedler has been in contact with Rittenhouse's attorney, John Pierce, regarding the incident and has provided information she deems helpful to Rittenhouse's legal defense.
Actually, the only thing I ever sent was any kind of video that I had. That is it, which I didn't have much. I'm not a video person. So as far as verbal communication, no.
Did you provide video to the defendant's attorney?
I might have. I don't know if it was mine personally. I really don't remember because I don't even have it anymore.
But shortly after this incident, whether it was your video or someone else, you gave something to the defendant's attorney to help him. Fair enough?
Yes, I guess, yes.
And you don't have that video anymore.
No.
You didn't provide it to the FBI.
That's not true. I gave them everything I had.
You gave them that video?
I gave them everything I had. I showed them my phone. I showed them anything I had.
You gave them text messages.
I gave them everything I had. So when you say that I gave something to the defense attorney, I don't think that that was my video. I think it was probably a video I seen or something I passed along, because I didn't take any video.
So it's fair to say that whatever you gave to the defense, you were trying to help the defendant, correct?
Yes, I was trying to help the case, not just the defense.
And you have watched a lot
Thank you.
of the video.
The case,
that have
not
been
one
put out
side
on
or the other,
internet
the
of
facts as
season,
they're played
correct?
out.
That is not true.
Have you watched any of them?
Yeah, I've watched some of them, yes.
The reason
Thank
I
you.
ask is because you reference these words that Joseph Rosenbaum allegedly said to you and the members of your group. That's not on any video anywhere, is it?
No.
So you are from West Bend, correct?
Yes.
You don't live here in Kenosha.
Nope.
You don't work here in Kenosha.
Nope.
You've never worked at Car Source.
Nope.
Never bought a car at Car Source.
Nope.
Probably had never even heard of Car Source before all this.
No, I haven't.
You came down here that night with no plan of where you were going to be, what businesses you were going to protect, or anything along those lines. Fair?
I personally had no plan, correct.
You were coming down with a group of other people from the West Bend area, correct?
Yes.
You knew there was a curfew in place that night.
Actually, I didn't.
You knew that they were closing off the on-ramps off the interstate, so
Yes.
people couldn't come in from out of town to our community like you, correct?
Yes.
In fact, that's why you came down a little earlier to try and beat that, didn't you?
No, that is not true.
You brought along a .380 pistol.
Yes.
You were going to use that to protect property.
And myself, yes.
How were you going to use that pistol to protect property?
Sometimes a presence speaks louder than a lot of things.
The presence of what?
The presence of having the gun and being there at the business.
Were you openly carrying the gun?
Yes, I was.
So you didn't have it in a holster or in a
I did have
waistband?
it. Yeah, I'm sorry. It was on my side in a holster.
But you figured if people saw that, they'd be scared off.
Somewhat, like I said, it's a presence. It's knowing that somebody's in the area, on the ground, standing there. It's kind of a deterrent to keep them away from the business.
And you'd agree with me that the AR-15s that the rest of the group had was an even bigger deterrent, correct?
A gun is a gun.
And, well, a gun's not just a gun. How many guns are you familiar with in your life?
Quite a few. We grew up with them.
Including rifles?
Rifles, shotguns, yes. everything.
AR-15s?
Yes.
So you understand there's a big difference between an AR-15 and a pistol, correct?
Between an AR-15 and a pistol, yes.
There's a size difference. One's much bigger, correct?
They can all do the same thing.
One's much bigger, correct?
Size doesn't
Oh, she's about to say it.
change what can happen or what it
Ooh.
does.
Ma'am, did you hear my question?
Yes, it is much bigger. Yes.
Can you please answer it?
I'm sorry. Yes.
The AR-15 fires a different caliber than handguns, correct?
Yes.
It fires at a higher velocity, correct? It
She.
is capable of doing damage to a target much farther away than a pistol, correct?
I'm sorry.
In fact, AR-15 rounds are capable
Oh.
of penetrating body armor, correct?
Size
not know that.
doesn't matter. Shoot. Oh man.
So you followed this group of people coming down from the West Bend area to the 63rd
That was
Street
beautiful,
Car Source.
man.
Is that right?
Yes.
Before you got there, you had no idea where you were going. You didn't know anything about Car Source, anything like that. Fair to say?
Correct. Yes. Correct.
You said at that time you met up with someone who identified themselves as the owner of that location.
Yes.
You personally didn't have any interaction with that owner, did you?
Yeah, I had a conversation with him.
Do you remember speaking with Steve Spingola, an investigator with regard to this incident?
I couldn't recall names, but
On September 8th, 2020, you had a phone call with him at about 5:30 p.m. Do you remember that?
no, I'm sorry, I don't recall what.
You said you've seen your statement to
And
the
you know she's
FBI.
not
Have
lying.
you
She
seen
really
the
doesn't
statement that
recall.
you gave
She's
to
not just saying it.
Investigator
She's like, I have
Spingola?
no idea.
I guess not, no.
Let me, may I approach her?
Well, I
She said, sure.
ensure that she
Dude.
acknowledges the conversation.
He
Because
said, may I approach on her? She's like, yeah, sure.
She says she doesn't know if she had such a conversation, and
So I'm trying to help.
go ahead.
So she doesn't remember having the conversation. Showing her a piece of paper of the conversation, I don't think is really going to help her with said conversation. But again, we've had that all trial. People saying, well, I don't remember, I don't remember. But we've seen there's kind of been some motivation. I think for her, she's just like, I don't remember. I don't know. Maybe she's, I don't know. Well, she's killing me though. I mean, I like that she's snappy, you know, snappy to keep it in Wisco.
I'm not asking you if
Real
it's
snappy
accurate,
lady.
ma'am. I'm just asking if you've seen it before.
No, I've never seen this.
Sir, that's answered my question.
Of course, she hasn't seen it. It's a
Thank you.
court document that they made for court. So why would they? I don't know, dude. She was about to
You
say,
told
young man.
This individual, Mr.
Young
Spingola,
man.
that you didn't have any interaction with the owner of Car Source that night, didn't you?
No, I don't even recall the conversation, and that's not true.
You decided that night that you were going to protect the location at 59th and Sheridan. Is that correct?
Well, that was decided for us, but yes, that was the end plan, yes.
Who decided that?
I believe that was the owner and Nick Smith.
That was the first time that night that you'd ever met Nick Smith?
Yes,
You didn't know anything about him before?
nothing.
And yet, based on his decision and the owner's decision, you agreed voluntarily to go to the 59th Street Car Source to protect it. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's fair to say.
Nobody made you do that.
No, correct.
You indicated at one point that the defendant asked you to hold on to his gun while he was helping someone. Is that right?
Yes.
Hey, can we get that? Do we have it with us?
She's
The
got,
gun? Can you get it out, please?
she's got an intense look to her. Yeah, she's got that Clint Eastwood stare down going.
Do you recall how the defendant was wearing that gun that night?
He had the strap around his shoulder and body, and then the gun pointing down.
Not strap
Is
talk
it fair to
again.
say that the gun was sort of hanging
Drink.
down the front of his body in the middle?
I think when he was walking, yeah, but I know when he was standing there, he would always have a hand.
Damn it, Joanne, you had to go and say strap, didn't you?
So, yeah.
I'm going to ask Detective Howard to hold on to that gun and show you. Check it again, please.
For real, if she gets some Mother Mary's pointer, man, that ADA's better
Can you
keep
both
his
confirm that
distance
it
because
is
she's
safe?
going to reach out and tag
Could
him
you
one.
stand back a little bit, Detective Howard? I want you to be where the jury can all see you. Why don't you step a little bit this way? Ms. Fiedler, can you tell us in your own words, and I'll try and have Detective Howard sort of demonstrate, how was the defendant holding that AR-15 when he was on the 59th Street property, if you know?
Well, the strap was over his shoulder.
Okay.
There you go. Put the strap over your shoulder.
Yep, on your neck.
Would the gun hang loose or would he hold on to it?
Just like that.
Okay. So holding it with his right hand on the pistol grip
Yes.
and sometimes holding it with his left hand or not?
That
Depending.
could be, I don't recall.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that's how.
But when
he was
it
holding
when it came time for him to help someone out, he took it off and asked you to hold on to it. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Detective. You indicated that
Betty
there was
White
a
will play her
time
in
in
the,
which some
theatrical production.
females came to the property and were taunting you. Is that right?
Yes,
And you indicated that they were chanting Black Lives Matter at you,
yes.
and you took that to be them taunting you?
No, they were saying other things.
You'd agree with me, though, the only thing you've told us so far is the words Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, but I could go into the whole story, but we'd be here for a while.
You also said that there was a man wearing yellow pants who jumped up on a car. Is that
Yes.
right? Was that one of the cars that was on the lot?
Yes,
And the members of your group told him to get off the car, didn't
yes.
they? And in fact, pointed a gun at him while telling him to do that, correct?
Yeah, he pointed his gun at us first.
Oh, the man in the yellow pants had a gun?
Yes, he had a gun. He
And
had
then-
a couple guns.
And then your group pointed guns back at him.
I don't know who pointed a gun at him. I don't know if they
We
did
got
or not. I didn't.
New information here.
I was busy watching my areas.
So you indicated earlier that you brought along your pistol to protect yourself and property. Is that right?
Yes.
How are you going to use it to protect property?
It's a gun.
To be armed while protecting one's property.
And that's
It is
how
not
you would
lawful
protect it, isn't it?
To use
Like,
deadly force in the protection of property. And it's important that we not get confused.
okay.
I'm not trying to confuse the issue, Your Honor. I'm asking how she was planning on using the pistol to protect the property. I was going to come back to it. How are you going to use that pistol?
Oh, I
to
see. He's
protect
trying to
the
say
property?
like, if her intent was
It's
to.
a deterrent.
You weren't planning on firing it to protect property, were you?
Oh, now we know why the term deterrence.
You weren't planning on aiming it at anyone to protect property, were you?
No.
Have it, not need it, then need it, not have it is the idea there.
You indicated that Mr. Rosenbaum made some statements, and I'm not going to repeat them all, but you indicated that no one in your group responded to anything he said. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's very fair.
You said you pretty much have to ignore that, correct?
Yes.
It's fair to say you didn't consider him an actual threat to your safety at that moment, did you?
Not for the distance and for the group that was around, no.
Mr. Lukowski characterized him as a babbling idiot. Would you agree with that?
I didn't hear him babbling. I just heard him, well, I don't know if babble's a good word, if I may. He was just bitching.
He was a little guy, right?
I thought he was like the same height I am, but
How tall are you?
I'm 5'4.5".
What stipulates little? Apparently,
You said
size
he,
doesn't matter.
Mr. Rosenbaum's arm went up and he might have thrown something, but you have no idea what it was, correct?
Correct.
You were then asked about a period of time in which the Kenosha police pushed the crowd past the 59th Street location. Do you remember that part of the evening?
Yes.
And this is the time period when the defendant has gone south of 60th, and you said he tried to come back at one point, etc. Do you remember that time period in the
Yes.
evening?
Yes.
There were no protesters around 59th Street after the police pushed them back at that time, correct?
That's not totally true. There was an empty lot directly across the street from us, and there were protesters that were walking on the other side of the Bearcats. The police were screaming at them to get away from there, and they just kept walking through.
After the police pushed the crowd south of 60th, did any protesters come and stand in front of the 59th Street car source?
After they pushed them past
Yeah.
60, they didn't push them past 60, past the gas station.
Let me make sure I'm being clear here.
Okay.
Ms. Fiedler, I'm going to use the pointer here on the map behind you. And just, I'm not sure if you're familiar with this map, so let me,
Yes,
there's
please.
a location on the map that is marked car source, and that is on the southwest corner of 59th Street and Sheridan Road. You'd agree with me that that's the property that you were at the whole evening, correct?
That's south, the one you were pointing at?
I'm pointing, you can see where I'm pointing.
Yes.
That is on the southwest corner
Oh, I'm
of
sorry.
59th Street and Sheridan Road.
Yes.
You'd agree with me that's the property you were at all evening, correct?
Yes.
And there's a time when the police moved down Sheridan, past that location south, and establish a line of armored and police vehicles here across the intersection of 60th and Sheridan. Do you remember that?
Yes.
After that, no protesters come back to 59th Street, correct?
No, that's not true.
You talked about the time when people were walking through the pile of rubble. Is that right?
No. I
Who?
didn't mention
What?
that.
What protesters came out and stood in
She's
front
quick
of
on the
60th
correct,
59th Street
man.
Carson
She's
after the
like,
police pushed them past?
They didn't.
No.
Well, the police also turned their Bearcats around and backed up, and all the protesters then came at us, and bricks were flying, bombs were flying, everything. They came at us with full force. That's why I had to go inside.
Okay. And I apologize. I probably have not explained myself properly. Let's go to the end of the
At
evening.
all.
You
The
remember
entire case.
the defendant coming back, the shootings, all
Not even
that.
a little bit.
Leading
You
up
haven't.
into that, the few minutes before that, that was the second time that the police had pushed everybody down to 60th, correct?
Yes, correct.
I'm talking about that period of time, at the end. After that, when the police come by that final time, the protesters have all been cleared south of 60th, correct?
No.
You remember protesters around 59th Street Car Source after
We
that?
were pelted for almost the whole night from after the Bearcats backed up. They came and they bombarded us. And then they left again because we had come out again and they heard shootings and some other people had left. But then they came back at us, and I was inside the building basically probably the rest of the evening.
You testified in response to one of the defense attorney's questions that you thought it was over when the police pushed the protesters south.
Correct. And they stopped there. That was before they had backed up. We had thought it was over.
Okay. So you talked about the defendant returning to the 59th Street Car Source location.
Yes.
Correct? Now let's be clear. You never saw any of the shootings in this case.
That's correct.
You don't have any personal knowledge about any of that stuff, fair to
No.
say?
Yep, none.
You've been asked about Mr. Rosenbaum.
Drink.
At that evening, you had no idea what his name was.
Correct.
You've described what you saw about him that night, correct?
Yes.
As you sit here today, you know there's a person by the name of Anthony Huber, correct?
Yes.
That night, you never saw him once, correct?
No, I don't. No, I have not.
You'd agree with me, it's correct. You've never
Yes,
seen
I'm sorry. Yes, you're correct.
You know now, today, there's a person by the name of Gage Grosskreutz. Is that
Correct.
yes?
Correct.
That night, never saw him, had no idea who he was, correct? You indicated that when the defendant returned to your location, he said to you that he had shot someone. Is that right?
Correct.
Meaning one person.
That's what someone is, I guess.
He never said to you he shot 3 people, did he?
No.
He never told you that any of those people had a gun, did he?
No, he didn't really describe anything about what had happened.
He never told you that any of those people threatened him in any way, did he?
Nope.
He never told you that any of those people had any weapons on them, did he?
No.
Correct?
Correct. I'm sorry, he did answer.
There came a time in which
This dude
Nick
is kind of
Smith
being a tool to her, and someone
came
made a
back
point
to that
because she's a
location
woman.
and said the police were coming.
I mean, he's going
Correct.
at her in a way that he hasn't kind of.
And after that,
other
all of you
witnesses
got out of there, correct?
Not immediately.
In your FBI statement, you said soon after Nick came into the location and stated that police were coming to the building. Everyone then left the building, correct?
No, I had to go get the guys off the roof.
But then everybody left, correct?
We came down and everybody else that was down there previously was gone, yes.
Including the defendant,
Yes.
after hearing that police were coming, correct?
I thought they left with Nick. I didn't know.
I have nothing further.
Thank you.
I just have a couple questions for you.
Okay.
You were asked about Mr. Rosenbaum, and there was questions about how you would describe him and how others had described him. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever have any direct contact with Mr. Rosenbaum?
No, it was just that when we were standing at the 59th Street, just seeing him when Yellow Pants was jumping on the car.
So Mr. Rosenbaum had never directed, if I'm right, had he ever directed any threat specifically to you?
No, not specifically to me.
Had he ever physically ran after or chased you?
No.
When you said that you were being harassed, or I think that's the word you used.
Taunted,
sorry. What were some of the things they were saying to you?
They were calling me out. Come on, Blondie, come on out here. Not so tough. Put your gun down. As soon as I didn't give them their power sign, they just got a little bit more aggressive because they were actually kind of friendly at first. Everything was very friendly at first.
When you, Mr. Binger said you never actually saw Mr. Rosenbaum throw anything. Remember him asking for saying that?
Yes, I remember.
Okay. Is this fair? After you saw his arm move, did you see a gas bomb explode?
I believe that it landed on the roof. I don't know because immediately, like, the eye started watering, the noses started running. So I can't say that I saw anything like that. No.
And Mr. Binger was asking you questions about you never, what Mr. Rittenhouse didn't say when he got into the building, right? He didn't tell you specifics about what happened. Is that true?
Correct.
But he did say that he had to do it. Is that right?
Yes.
I don't have anything else.
Any question?
Oh, yeah.
You missed up, don't you? Let's take a break, folks. Please don't talk about the case during the break. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial.
Well. Joanne Fiedler, huh? True. Mama's pulling no punches, dude. She was, and again, she said, real fast before I make too many jokes, I want to touch on one of the things she said. She said, I'm not a witness for the defense. I'm a witness for the case. Flat out. And that comes up in so many things. To be clever, not clever, but clear about this. The facts are for the case. The posturing, the questioning, the guiding, the leading, whatever you want to call it, all the other stuff that happens is done by the attorneys, right? And that's done because they have an end goal in mind, right? Prosecution wants to prosecute, defense wants to defend. That's how that works. Everyone else, their job as a witness and as a juror is to give the facts as best they recall, without any falsification of any information. 6
photographs, which were graciously
but hold on, let's see
sent
what
to
they're
us
talking
by
about here. 1 second.
The photographers, and please take a look at them. Unless you have objection, I intend to offer them as the next 6 sequential exhibits.
Oh, shoot. I just saw, if I saw that right, did you guys see that? It looked like it was a pictures of inside the courtroom. Which comes in on the wings of something that was brought up yesterday about
Get in the record. Any objection to
some doxing claims. We're not going to talk into that. We're not going
photographs?
to chat. We're not going to go into that either. We're not going to feed into that because
Sure. They're exhibits. The reason I had them
we're going to
prepared-
let the court do what they do. We're not going
I
to
do.
spread rumors. Okay.
Okay, go back to your mics. Go back to your mics.
The state doesn't object.
All right. I received these. This is not an unusual practice that I will have a photograph taken either by one of the litigants or myself, so that it's better in the record than just somebody trying to describe what's being portrayed. So I had the photographers who were kind enough to take these pictures, and they are now exhibits A through
Okay, it could be
E.
anything.
In the
But
record,
what it
is
looked
there any
like.
objection?
We'll see.
No.
And they are exhibits in the case.
I think it's pictures the press took of the gun this morning. Okay. That could be it too. We'll see. So maybe I'm making a moment out of nothing. Yeah.
I didn't say that, but how about Friday? How about
So
45?
yeah, I didn't watch the video. I didn't, I had, I don't have time, honestly. I don't have time to watch all the things that I get sent. So I heard about it, but it's whatever. And now we're at a point where sorry about that. Yeah, we'll see. But to be clear here, to be fair, I'm getting hydrated today, though. I'll say that. The what Joanne was getting at was a lot of corrective points in the fact that she was asked to be there. The rest of the group that was with her was asked to be there. No, it's not. Zach, it has nothing to do with me being doxxed. It wasn't about it. We don't encourage that. We don't accept it. But no, but so their own witness, which Joanne was start. Okay, so offered to much of a prosecution question. So to be clear, where we're at now, the defense is calling their witnesses, right? So the prosecution was calling theirs. Defense had a chance to cross-examine. So now the prosecution has rested their case. I think, and you guys, I'm not a court aficionado, but what it works out to be is that the prosecution now has rested their case and they say they have no one else to call. They will be able to cross-examine all the witnesses that are put on stand by the defense. And so now it should get interesting because now I believe that you have the cross-examination is going to be where the ADA gets a chance to kind of go at people, much like you did here. And then there's the re-examine either way. Fed info. Yeah, we'll get into that too. So fair items. Yeah, you guys keep your eyes peeled for the To Be Fair merch. But she also made a point about size. She got into it, man. She got into it, which was killing me, man. She was killing me. So let's get out of here real fast. And let's go ahead. And somebody made this this meme here, or is it a GIF? A meme? Whatever it is. Either way, I'm gonna put that over here. Take a look at that. It's pretty funny. It says, let me show you what has sorry, it's just cracking me up. It's fair to say I can turn you into a plush. Yeah. So for those of you, I'm drinking water, okay, because as you guys stay hydrated. For anyone else, you might be setting yourself up for failure with this one. It's funny. That's funny. So yeah. But all the stuff from the car source, man, wasn't looking good for them. Sam and Al, man, it wasn't good. Basically, and I have, I pulled, unfortunately, I had some weird glitch where there was some kind of like, poltergeist that hit my system. But see if I can pull it up for you real quick. And while I'm doing that, we're going to go ahead and give you a chance to look at this right here, which was I believe this one here. Where are we at here? So while I'm pulling this up, I'm going to let this play through.
Yes. Gosh, whoops. I lost your comments.
Oh, this is footage from the church, actually. On the side of the church. Okay, there's some clue up here. So this was the Bradford Unitarian Church. This is the car lot, the car source. And yeah.
Damn. No, it was like a motion sensor.
How the fuck? Here, just hit button. There you go. Hit the doorbell.
What we're doing here is trying to see if there's anybody in the building that needs to be get anybody out of the building. You know, we watched this footage. We did watch this yesterday, so we're gonna move past it, honestly.
Thank you. Hey, can I get one of the mods to?
Here's some of the shops that are broken into.
Was broken. Oh.
Man, yeah, it's crazy. The destruction that was there was terrible. I mean, everything was. Oh yeah, here. This is how. Okay, this is the march that made its way back to the courthouse.
Yeah.
This is before the
That way
fence
we
was
can
set up.
film that.
And here we go. We'll jump in right about. Go back up further. Just drew me in front of the courthouse.
Thought that one was gonna go off.
See what this does right
These
here.
guys right here, these impact batons. Yeah, these are the 40. Yeah, these things actually are marking, and they got dust in them. They got that pepper spray or pepper powder.
Yeah, they get hit with pepper powder, but they have like different colored blue, red, whatever, yellow, and it hits you. And it not only does it gas you out,
It definitely leveled up on their defenses
marches
right
that
now.
can
But
follow
as you
you in
saw,
the
those
crowd.
mortar shells that were hitting them were huge. That's a two-banger, as they call those things. Oh, shit. He said, ow. Damn. Oh, wow. That one was right off the shield. They're going for his nuts.
So real fast, let me pull this up real fast. This is the questions that are being brought up right now, which is the when they were asking. This is the direct examination of the car source owners right here. So let me make sure I got this.
You may be seated. Everybody's here, I think. Mr. Sharofsky.
Mr. Sir.
This was the other day.
Concern that if you allowed or gave permission to those armed men in that picture to be on your property with your permission, that you could be sued for that based on what happened?
I did not allow anybody, neither I gave anybody permission.
Not my question.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, and they go on. It goes on with the defense doing their interrogation or their examination, whatever you want to call it. But prosecution asked the same thing, and we're not going to get too deep into it because it is what it is. But that's what the line of questioning was today, was to debunk what Sam said about the gentleman in that video, owner of CarSource, or an employee of CarSource's father apparently owns it. But was that he said they a couple things. One, they didn't ask anybody to be there. They never gave anyone permission to be there. They had no involvement with anybody, armed or otherwise, protecting their business. There was also the ladder that was in the back of the building, which is what they use to get on the roof. The access to the building itself, all those things where multiple people had testified differently. And again, he might be facing a lawsuit. He might be, there could be a million things. Insurance, there's self-motivators in this case, which are sad. But it's a way of life. I'm sure he has to think about, he had GoFundMe's running. They had, at one point, I know I saw one that had like $50-something thousand in it. Insurance settlements, they got all these things they're dealing with. And I'm sure that's going to be brought into in settlement claim, their involvement with bringing people towards their store. I don't know how it's going to work out, but I know that it's got to be personally motivated. We saw a thing with Gage, same situation. The guy had $10 million lawsuit that he's when they asked, and these are just the facts as they play out in court, you guys. This isn't me making stuff up. When they asked, will the outcome of this case directly affect your lawsuit? His answer was yes. And immediately people were like, man, that's 10 million reasons. But again, his story is his story to tell. And I give everyone the benefit of the doubt to assume that what they're saying is the reality of what's happening, and as the best they can relate. So, yeah, Tony, good question. With these things, why haven't they could, I think maybe that would involve more like, I don't know, maybe that's more federal involvement. As we found, the federal involvement here has been really pretty fickle. With footage that was found that was misplaced. So yeah, who knows where it's going to go from there. What the details might lie, or the people might lie, but the facts are going to have to come out. That's why they source it from multiple different people, which is what I encourage people to do with the streams here, with what I do and everyone else. Source your information. Don't accept any one thing as gospel. You have many of options to look into, to find the research information you need. There's the Google, yeah, that's fine, but there's biased research too. That's a thing. If you're looking to get a certain answer, you're going to find it. So it's tough, man. And if anybody has any ideas or books to recommend, or TED Talks to watch, or whatever it might be, to give yourself a better understanding of how to do unbiased research, feel free to put it in the comments here. So who knows where it'll go, man. We do have people been asking. The court case was set for 12 days, which puts it between last Monday to Tuesday of next week. If in fact the way it worked out was that the prosecution has called all of their witnesses, and it took them 5 days, 5.5 days, that would give now defense 5.5 days for their witnesses, putting us at 11 days, and day 12 would be for the jury deliberation. So not teachable, huh, Zach? Well, that's too bad. Credible sources, yeah. The trial was found not guilty but lost civil suit. The outcome of the trial may be affected. 10 million civil suit. Yeah. So D, you're right. Yeah, who knows? D, Denise. OJ trial was found not guilty but lost a civil suit. The outcome of this trial may not affect the 10 mil civil suit at all. It could not. And you know what? Honestly, it's not my money. If he gets that 10 mil, good for him. That's, again, I have no skin in that game, zero personal investment. I'm not going to lose. They're not going to take that money out of my pocket to give to him. So best of luck in whatever he does. I'm just like, honestly, I'm just glad to see. I'm genuinely glad to see Gage in full recovery, like with full mobility of his arm and everything. Regardless of your thoughts about what got him into the position where he was shot, or the person who shot him, all of that, beyond, a life was very close to being lost there, and I was very close to that as it happened, and I can say that it's good to see that he came out of it alive and with the full mobility of his hands. That's a blessing. It's a gift. No matter, again, what your views are on Kyle Rittenhouse or anyone else, it's tragic. If you saw some of the preliminary cases or the preliminary court proceedings with Anthony Huber's family, it's terrible, man. His girlfriend's sad. I met her the next night, and it was so sad, man. It was so sad. I mean, you don't have to like people. You don't have to like the way they think. You don't have to like the way they pray. You don't have to like the way they talk. You don't have to like, who they vote for. But love them as a human. And those are things that were affected. Human life was lost. Other humans' lives were affected. There's mothers and fathers and brothers, sisters, children. There's people's lives that are going to be forever affected by the loss of that human being. So, and that's sad. That's sad. I don't know, Tina. It might come. I don't know. I don't know enough about lawsuit funding and where that would come from, or if it comes from taxes, if whatever. I don't know. But I do know that of all the things that I've seen the last 2 years in the stream world, the loss of life has been the hardest to process. Second to the destruction of people's homes and businesses, because I watched how that's personally affected, their lives. So it is what it is, and it's sad and terrible. So, Staria Schmidt says, "How are you dealing with reliving all this again?" It's been hard. Honestly, it's been very hard. As you saw with like Richie McGinnis when he was watching that footage just after Rosenbaum was shot, when they were loading him into the vehicle. Man, it's tough. It is difficult because point blank, and I had this conversation with somebody last night. I don't watch other streams, not for any other reason than I don't really have the time or find myself able to watch it without being hypercritical. I guess is a big deal too, including my own feed. It's hard for me to watch myself. I get mad, like, oh, why didn't you film over that? Why didn't you say this? Why didn't you do that? I get in that mode. But also, it's just not my jam. I'd rather be out there asking the questions than watching other people do it, or even watching myself do it. So I hadn't watched a lot of my footage. I saw clips that people would send me, and I would just choose to not, dig into them. And it was hard to see these things because they had in full graphic detail the events of that week, and it was bad. It was bad for everybody. But all of us, like I said, at one point there was like 30, 40,000 people watching. We had up to 90,000 people live on the show. 90,000 people were live watching the events take place. So I know that there is going to be a direct correlation for their PTSD and their feelings with the connection to the case that none of us are ever going to be able to judge him for. You know what I mean? Because 100%, you don't know how things process, man. Like my dog, my little dog, nicest little dog in the world. He's great. He's a grumpy old man, but he's a sweet little dude. There's people that, like, I used to have roommates a couple of years ago, and they were terrified of dogs, just terrified. It was a cultural thing, I have to imagine, but I couldn't get the daughter ever to ever like touch my dog. Like even just seeing him in the room, it would just send her into hysterics. And for me, it was a comical almost, because I'm like, what? He's a Cocker Spaniel Shih Tzu. Like, he's the least offensive animal. Like, it is very, very, no offense, bro, very unintimidating. But for her, the attachment she had to dogs and to my dog, for whatever reason, was one of extreme fear. Fair play. And what I'm dialing into right now is the fact that for us, we don't understand the full entirety of someone's existence. We don't know what got them to where they're at. When I first started streaming, I got called every name in the book. And I'm not kidding when I say I had no idea what half of them were. Being a straight white male, I got a lot of shit. And a lot of the protests that I was covering, a lot of places I was at. Then people had to get to know me, and then I was able to finally be more vocal. Once I Googled what most of that stuff was, because I didn't know. I had no I legitimately didn't know. And let me touch on that in a second here. So I Googled it, and I chose not to get angry. I chose not to get angry for a couple of reasons. First, I knew that if I let every bad thing that somebody said about me affect me, and if I let it sink in, I'd be carrying their hostility, their venom, and their negativity around with me, more so than they already are. And that's no way to live your life. A begrudging existence of unneeded withholdings, of someone else's, disparity in your character and your personality, or whatever they think about you is for them to think, not for you to personalize. So don't let people tell you who you are. But it's tough. You need to look past it. But like I said, I chose not to let it make me angry. And there's a couple things that happened. I talked to a woman, and it was just my look. I'm a 250-pound guy, shaved head, just big white guy, whatever. I looked a woman that I talked to. We had an incredible heart to heart, and she had said some things like in a crowd. And I finally, when we were kind of overridden by this taco truck action, I was like, "Hey, can I ask you a few quick questions? Like, where did that come from? I don't know you, you don't know me, but you said some really hurtful things." And immediately she apologized and gave me a big hug. And she said this. She was like, "I'm sorry, I saw you and it triggered something in me, because something happened in my life back when I was younger. And your look, whatever it is, represented for me a memory that was very painful. And I lashed out and I said some things in context to that memory that for her was in a moment of maybe catharsis to be able to yell that out, say what she was saying and get it out. But we were able to have that conversation about how I'm not that person, and that her and I were able to build a bridge of some kind of healing, I would hope. I mean, I would like to think. But had I responded in a way that so many people do and shouted back and screamed obscenities at her and said what I was feeling, my feelings were hurt. I was angry. It was unwarranted, the things that were being said. Had I done that, we never would have had that opportunity. And for her, she never would have had that opportunity to go through that exchange. And it was beautiful. And we kept in touch after that. And it was a really powerful moment for me to realize that hurt people, as I was talking about last night, hurt people, And so with a lot of these things that are happening out here, people are angry, people are upset, people are hurt, and they project that into the world around them. And it's sad because a lot of them can't control it. A lot of them are unstable in different situations. But in a lot of these protests, I think that if we allow it to be a personal attack on us, instead of looking at the direction of where their attention is being focused, and maybe take some time to ask the questions. And that's where I try to spend my time, is asking questions and better understanding why, what brings you out? Why are you here? What's happening? Unfortunately, and this is sad, the way things are set up now, people aren't open to that dialogue. The protests are being more closed-lipped now than ever. And it's this lack of desire to have media or resources of broadcast, which I'm past it. It was, at first I was like, okay, I get it, but now it's bullshit. It's bullshit, guys. Mainstream media is not running around with their news teams in protests anymore. They just can't do it. So the people like myself that are independent, like better. You know that we're out there just to see what's happening. There's some people that have a very biased viewpoint, and they push that out there. I get it, but not all of us do, And there's some people back here at home that, even in the title of their stream, they let you know where they stand, and that's fine. That's fine. If you're just out there representing a group of people that are watching, it doesn't mean that you're out there advocating for those people or doing anything other than to say that you're there, you're present, and you're willing to let the world see it. Anybody can tune into the streams, you guys. Anybody can tune in. You don't have to know me. You don't have to. A lot of people. I mean, I think one of the views we had, like 100,000 different people saw a video from the other day, and 30 to 40, 50, 60,000. Lots of people see these things. 90%, 95% probably have zero idea who I am. Not a clue who I am. So all you can do is watch this and assess based off what you see, right? And that's what the streams are all about. That's what all these things are about, is giving you a chance to see it firsthand and experience it, and then make your own, drive your own feelings about what you're experiencing. And I could be very much missing the third back in court's in session. All right. Iron sharpens iron. Dang, man, Zach, that's what's up. Let me go back to stop sharing it. Boom, and let's go back into court here. So, which is over here. Sorry, well, I don't think we're back up yet, are we? Not quite yet. Sorry, I'm checking to see where we're at in the, okay, here we go. Sorry, my bad. We're back in. Apologies, but we're back up.
Yes, I did.
And you also took video photographs, correct?
Yes, I did.
And a lot of those still photographs and video photographs were of interest from that evening to law enforcement regarding the arson that was occurring in the community, correct?
Correct. The name, please, of the
you
gentleman
provided all
on
of your
stand.
information to the ATF, FBI.
Yes, I did.
You let them download your cameras and phones.
Yes.
And eventually, that same information was turned over to the Kenosha Police Department, correct?
Correct.
And you met with Detective Howard sitting at the table?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you told him about your observations of that evening?
I did.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but you were able to tell the story through pointing at pictures that had date stamps, times, and you were able, because you're a resident, able to tell places.
Objection, leading.
Rephrase your question.
When you took a photograph, did you know where it was taken?
I did.
Did you know what time it was?
I did.
How'd you do that?
The time stamp on the camera.
Okay.
And then my knowledge of being a resident in the city most of my life.
Okay. And you're the first witness that has ever done this, but you brought your own exhibits, correct?
I did.
Okay. And I didn't ask you to do that?
You did not.
Okay. And there's a series of like 24 big photographs that I'm going to go through with you. Do you know who took these?
I did.
Okay. Showing you what's been marked as defense.
Like I said, dude came with it. He packed the bag, man. This dude showed up ready to rock and roll. Brought his own exhibits.
Standing on the corner of Ruther Central High School parking lot, just about to walk towards Sheridan Road.
And what does that picture depict?
The police lining up as they started to clear out Civic Park.
Do you know what time that is about?
9:03. So I do believe 10:03 because my camera was off 1 hour.
And you and Detective Howard worked out that problem, correct?
Yes, we did, but it's not going to reflect on this.
Okay. Because your times were off by 1 hour, correct?
Correct.
Compared to all the other evidence.
Yes.
And you know how that happened?
Yes, because just prior to that, I was on vacation in South Dakota.
Okay, and that's in a different time zone?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked as Defendants Exhibit 112.
That's a rough vacation.
I'm moving closer towards Sheridan Road. I'm now on the corner of Ruther Central High School on the grass just before going onto the sidewalk, and the police are closing the gap on Sheridan Road.
What night are all these exhibits taken?
August 25th.
Showing you what's been marked on the front as Defense Exhibit 113. Could you tell me what that is?
I am now on Sheridan Road and hugged up against Ruther Central High School.
Does Ruther Central High School have any significance to you?
I did. That was my high school.
Okay. And this photograph would be looking down Sheridan Road in a northerly direction from your point of view?
Yes, it is.
And what does it depict in the back part of the photograph?
Like you saw in the two photographs earlier, the police were still in Civic Park. Now the police lined up actually on Sheridan Road.
Okay. And there are other individuals, demonstrators or rioters or whatever you want to call them, and they're more to the right.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Could you hand that to the judge?
I believe, guys, this is just a Kenosha resident that happened to be out there
Exhibit
taking pictures.
Defendants 114.
I am still advancing southbound on Sheridan Road, and
Let's
I captured
be incredibly respectful, though, guys.
photo when the police started using the tear gas, gas bombs. I don't know the technical term.
Can you tell me what time that is?
That is
Like I said, let's
at 9:43.
Be incredibly respectful here,
And
guys.
that's
Please.
9:43 real time.
Yes, I do believe.
Showing you what has been marked. Let me back up a second. Through your involvement in this case, reading things, you became aware of who Joseph Rosenbaum is.
Yes.
You became aware of the significance of him,
Yes, I did.
and you went over that with Detective Howard from the Kenosha Police Department.
Yes, I did.
Showing you what's been marked as on the front, Defendant's Exhibit 115. Could you tell me what that is?
That is a picture of a cone that is on fire with Rosenbaum with his hands up with his, what I assume to be a bag that you just got out of jail with at the time, in an angry stance.
Okay. And where is Mr. Rosenbaum standing?
The Ultimate gas station.
Okay. In the street?
Yes, just off of the driveway to go into Ultimate Gas.
Okay. And in the fore of the picture, there's some people trying to get some cones burning.
Correct.
And there's everybody's attention seems directed at somebody or something. Do you know who that is or what it was? Your Honor, I wasn't quite done.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Everybody seems to be looking in a general northerly direction, correct?
Correct.
Do you know who or what they're looking at?
There was recently a dumpster fire that was on fire. I do believe that was before this.
116, once again.
Once again, there is some protesters, rioters, adding to the fire, adding more cones to make the fire bigger, with Rosenbaum in the back still screaming, and almost in the exact same location.
What time is that?
That is at 10:08.
Defense Exhibit 117, what does this depict?
This is a garbage can that was just recently on fire, and a gentleman, I do not know who it is, holding a loaded pistol.
And did you see him, what was he doing with the pistol? He's just walking around with a pistol out?
When people in the Ultimate gas station started arguing and things started heating up, he pulled out his pistol from his waistband, cocked it, and held it at his side.
When you say cocked it, describe that for the jury.
He took it from his waistband and loaded it, pulled the rack back, and it was armed then, ready to shoot.
Directing your attention to Defendant's Exhibit 118, what does that show?
So there was a time where the police pushed us towards the Ultimate gas station, but then they retreated. And that's when the rioters and protesters advanced again back northbound on Sheridan Road, so closer back to Ruther Central High School. But in this photo, this is a photo of Rosenbaum walking to the St. James lot that was under construction at the time. And this is where, just before he tips over a porta potty.
Okay, and just so this record is, you're not just
Andrew's
taking
triggered.
pictures of Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
I am not. I did
Right.
not know who he was.
Okay, you're just taking pictures of everything you see that interests you?
Correct.
And then later on, you turn those over to the state, the ATF, and you go through them and you start seeing what you think might be important. Is that a fair statement?
It is.
And could I have a time on Defendants 118?
10:15 p.m., August 25th.
Showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 119. Could you tell me what that is?
This is Mr. Rosenbaum with another gentleman who I do not know, tipping over a porta potty that was in the St. James lot that was under construction at the time.
And so where is the St. James lot, as you refer to it, in relationship to Car Source at 59th?
It is directly next to it.
Okay, it's right across the street.
There is a road, and then the Car Source.
And that porta potty had been in an upward position.
Yes, it was.
And Mr. Rosenbaum and this masked individual tipped it over and threw it over the fence.
They did.
And what were they trying to do to it once they got it out in the road?
It looked like they were going to use it as a barrier.
Okay. And in that picture, describe Mr. Rosenbaum's clothing.
He has, it looks like black shorts on, a reddish t-shirt, a blue bandana wrapped around his entire face, and he's holding a plastic bag in his right hand.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 120. Tell me what that depicts.
This is a trailer that was also in the St. James parking lot at the time. After they flipped over.
I'm just going to say this real quick, guys. Leave it alone. You know, the guy obviously has a little bit of a speech impediment. He's dealing with it. I don't want to see any more comments making fun of anybody. It's not cool. You guys, be chill. All right. But appreciate it. Thank you. I'm saying it. I'm done with it. I'm going to go back into this, but it needs to be said that let's respect people, okay? Especially somebody who's nervous on stand and is given the best evidence or best testimony they can give. And if he has an issue, it's not cool to be cracking on it. So that's all I'm going to say about that. And if we need to boot people out, we will. So back to it.
It is leading. A leading question is one that's, we talked about that already. It's leading.
Did you notice anything on that trailer? I'll ask it this way. Did Mr. Rosenbaum get anything from that trailer?
Yes, he did. Once it was out in the middle of the road and set on its side, there was chains dangling from what I perceived the front end of the trailer that you would connect to a vehicle. There was multiple chains hanging from there, and he armed himself with a chain.
Okay, those are what would commonly be used to take the trailer and you hook it from the trailer to a vehicle that's going to tow it. So if it were to separate,
yes, sir,
it's a protective chain, correct?
Yes, sir.
These aren't thin little chains?
No.
And you personally saw him take those?
Yes.
Could I have a time on that, please?
August 25th, 10:16 p.m.
Is that time the South time or our time?
I can look at the report when I'm done and clear that up.
Well, why don't you clear it up now? So we are clear on that.
Yeah, no, I never touched the Gage's gun. Actually, I had to wait for it to be set down before I administered the tourniquet.
On the back,
and
the
then
times are off by 1 hour, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And they're on South Dakota time?
Correct.
And that's because you come back
Nope.
from a vacation?
Yes, sir.
So if it were to say on the back of these, because they were printed off from a computer,
Yes.
and the number up here in the back of has a JPEG number,
Yes.
so the computer just printed out this label, correct?
No, I made that label.
Okay, but you printed it out to match the time.
Yes.
Okay, so if a time is 8:11 p.m., that's really 9:11 p.m.
Correct.
And that's for all of the photographs and all of the labels.
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked, Defense Exhibit 121. Could you tell me what that is?
This is how, like I said earlier, trailer was pulled out of the St. James parking lot. This is the trailer itself tipped over on its side and being lit on fire next to a garbage can. And you can also see Mr. Rosenbaum armed himself with a chain, and there's still also chains hanging from the trailer.
Okay, and would be in Mr. Rosenbaum's left hand, correct?
Yes, correct.
And there's a length of chain on each side of his left hand hanging down to the ground.
Correct.
Each side of his left hand.
It goes through the hand. There's chain here and chain here.
Two separate chains or one chain?
I don't think the picture can tell.
Okay, gotcha.
Do you know whether it's one chain or two?
I do believe it was just one chain.
And go ahead. Defense Exhibit 122, once again.
This is also another picture of Mr. Rosenbaum with his, what I assume to be a bag you got out of jail in his right hand and the chain in his left hand.
Okay. And now the chain is up so you see the full length of it.
Correct.
It's obscured by the bag.
Correct.
Defendant's Exhibit 123.
I know, right?
Recognize that?
I do. This is Mr. Rosenbaum now fully in the upright position, holding his chain in the bag that I described, and he has a blue bandana wrapped around his face.
And that's a continuation of this series.
Yes, it's still the trailer that is lit on fire.
Are you that close, or are you using a lens? Do you know?
I am pretty close.
Okay. 121.
Be a lot cooler if we could see the pictures.
This is a farther away picture of the trailer that was tipped on its side. Mr. Rosenbaum is away from the fire now at this time, still holding his bag, and I cannot tell what is in his other hand. And it was brought to my knowledge that another person in here is named Joshua Zeminski.
Okay, and Mr. Zeminski is the individual in the khaki pants with the black hoodie?
Yes.
And what's he doing to the fire?
It looks like he is kicking more debris into the fire to accelerate it.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that photograph 124, you're further away when the picture is taken?
Correct.
Defendant's 125.
I was advancing again south on Sheridan Road. I am now at almost the corner where the gas station next to Car Source is. And the police just released more gas or tear bombs. I don't know the technical term.
Now, I'm going to show you some video later on, but were you anywhere near the gunshots that eventually broke out about 10 to midnight?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Could you hand that to the judge, please? Showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 126. Do you know what that is?
Yes, this is one of the very last photos I took from Sheridan Road in 61st, I want to say. This photo is of the armored sheriff vehicles showing up to a 10-2 gauge that was just shot in his bicep.
And you can even, your picture is so good you can read where that is from, or?
Yes, it says sheriff's rescue vehicle. I don't see a name or a city.
But that's, this is before the area's even been cordoned off, correct?
Correct.
Okay, go ahead. Why don't you give me a time on that one?
August 25th, 10:51 p.m.
Showing you a picture of Defense Exhibit 127.
After the shots were fired and it started getting really intense, I decided to retreat and go back home for the night. I did not have a vehicle down there. I was walking back towards 22nd Avenue, and there was gunshots going on all around me, and there was a group of police outside. I don't know the technical term. I think it's like a correctional use facility here in Kenosha. They were out there with their rifles out and pistols drawn, and I had a black camera around my neck, and they pointed their lights at me, and I raised my hands, and they just told me to keep going, and I asked what's going on, and they just confirmed that there was multiple gunshots. And that was at August 25th, 11:04 p.m.
My guy is just dropping straight knowledge bombs. Like everything is just straight fact as it happened, where it happened,
This
when
is
it
a
happened.
little further up 63rd Street.
He's killing it, dude.
Just past
He's doing a great
the
job.
last officers that I talked to.
And this one somehow got a little bit out of order. I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit 130. Can you tell me what that is?
This is a photo of a gentleman walking through some tear gas outside of our courthouse in Kenosha.
Okay, and what time was that taken?
Our courthouse. in Kenosha, like
8:11
you said that.
p.m. August 25th.
Okay. So
Dude's
that
local,
would
man.
be For real time 9.
Yes.
And lastly, showing you Defense Exhibit 129. Could you tell me when that photograph was taken?
This is the very last photo I took of that night. And this is of where Rhodey's camera shop used to be.
Okay. And
which was
where
destroyed.
is Rhodey's camera shop in Kenosha?
I'm not sure the relevance of this line of questioning.
To answer that, it's in Uptown, and Uptown saw tons of destruction as well. You guys remember?
What was going on and why?
You guys remember what happened in Uptown? You had the Danish Brotherhood. You had furniture, the camera store. I mean, several stores were destroyed up there in Uptown. We haven't even looked at any of that footage.
Does Rhodey's camera have a special significance to you?
Objection relevance.
And I don't want to get sidetracked.
Okay.
Objection is sustained.
All right. We spent a lot of sidetrack time with the ADA's questioning, but
These haven't. Oh, I'm sorry.
but those pictures are huge, man. Like I need to get some of those blown up for the photos that I've taken. Like all I got is screenshots, you know what I mean? Basically, but those things are like 24 by 12. Those are filthy. I remember I got to Uptown during the fires. If you're in here or you know who it was that picked me up, I'm sure you guys all know the guy. I can't remember his name. I think it was Jason. Dude, I was just like, hey, I need a ride to Uptown. And somebody pulled over immediately. He was like, get in. I got you. Threw me in the car and we drove to Uptown, dropped me off there. Then when I got there, it was amazing. People were so cool. I was like, I was standing by, I think it was raining.
Very large
Or maybe it was just the fire
on the back
hoses.
marked
I was like,
Defense
man, I
Exhibit
need
131.
an
Do you
umbrella.
recognize that?
And I'm not kidding. It was
I do.
maybe 48 seconds. Someone tapped me on the shoulder.
This is
They had an umbrella and a
Rufus Central High
sandwich and some
School of a
Doritos.
bunch of people cleaning graffiti off from the night before.
Okay. Is there, when you took that picture, did you know anybody in it?
I did not.
After knowing about this case and meeting with Detective Howard, did you know the significance of this picture?
I do.
And what is it?
Mr. Rittenhouse is in here cleaning graffiti off of Rufus Central High School.
And there's how many people in this photograph?
9, including Mr. Rittenhouse.
Okay. And could you tell me what time that photograph is taken?
August 25th, 11:43 a.m.
So that would be right before 1 o'clock,
Correct.
real time.
He's got full blown posters, man. The only thing I got close to that is my Justin Bieber that's hanging on the wall.
This photograph.
I mean, this is of a group of protesters. I do believe the night before, August 24th.
I don't know what. Why don't you put in a question?
You were covering all 3 nights of the demonstrations and riots, correct?
Yes.
During the photograph, the large photograph, and I can't see on the back, I think it's 134, 133. Is this before or after things turned ugly?
Objection. What happened that night of August 24th is irrelevant to this. I'd ask if an exhibit is not admitted that they not be shown to the jury while it's process of figuring out the correct time.
109 years old. I saw a 100-plus-year-old business destroyed in Tacoma as well. And a flag was taken out of the store. It was one of the oldest businesses in Tacoma.
I don't see the relevance.
American flag was taken out of the store and burned in the street. That flag was a gift to the family as a folded flag for a lost soldier in World War II, if I remember correctly. No, I don't get behind it. The destruction and the violence.
You were asked whether or not you heard any
Ever.
statements from Mr. Rosenbaum. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, it is.
And
Drink.
do you remember what Mr. Rosenbaum
It's close enough.
said or did during that night?
Yes, I remember a few phrases.
Okay. You talk about the bag. Remember that?
Yes,
And you made a statement about the source of the bag.
I did.
What was the belief? Look, strike that. Why did you believe that he just got out of jail?
I don't know. There was earlier.
Right. Plenty of talk about hospital bag, jail bag.
I read something some time ago, which gave maybe 2 months ago, there was paperwork came in here that made somewhat different from what has been stated here in testimony as far as the origin. Is that somewhere in the evidence?
You know what I'm talking about, Baba.
I mean,
That's
in
right.
the available evidence, not in the evidence that's been presented.
No.
Yes. This goes to what the court said could be gone into about Mr. Rosenbaum's behavior. Those statements.
Well, there's a specific statement. Is there?
That will come in.
Is there an available witness that's going to testify to this?
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Wait a second, there's some
I'm sorry,
misunderstanding.
can you start over?
I think I know where the court's going. I think there's a misunderstanding we should discuss.
You know what? Let's. You don't have to go upstairs. You're welcome to do so.
Things are
But in the meantime, we'll go into the
seemingly derailing.
the Brewers library, and
Okay.
please don't talk about the case. This won't be long.
The judge has got the most OG chair, though. You guys look at that thing. It's like it's got a headboard for the backrest, and it's a full-on recliner. Like it's pretty majestic, man. So yeah, this Nathan DeBrun is the witness called up. He was out in the streets, as if I gathered everything correctly, and he just photographed. He had a legitimate camera, like a photography, worthy camera. He was on vacation in one of the Dakotas. I believe it was North Dakota, and which is why the camera markings, the dates were the timing. Sorry, it was off. Timestamp was off by about an hour.
At one point, I read that remark was attributed to Mr. Rosenbaum. I just got out of jail, and I'm not afraid to go back, or words to that effect. Did I? You say you have a witness who could testify to that?
Yes.
Oh, he heard it?
Yes.
I think it's on.
What's your objection?
It's on the videos.
My objection is discussing this belief of where this bag came from. He doesn't know. If he wants to, I mean, I would object in hearsay to the Rosenbaum statements because I don't believe there's enough context, and Mr. Rosenbaum clearly isn't here to testify. So I do believe they are hearsay, although I understand the court's pretrial ruling.
Unless he's been to jail.
I
have.
thought
I
we
could
were
tell you
getting
about it.
Stuff here, which I wanted to clarify. I thought that when Your Honor was talking about things coming in that indicated something else, I thought we were going to go into this line of questioning that Mr. Rosenbaum was getting out of jail, which I believe is not in dispute that he's getting out of the hospital. So I just wanted to clarify that. I do believe if they want to ask him what he heard, fine, but I don't believe the proper form of the question is how did you get your belief that this bag was from jail? There's no dispute this bag was from jail, that this bag was not from jail. And I think to repeatedly mention jail when it wasn't an issue in this case is.
I'm not in a position.
It is interesting, though, that that's an issue when they bring up people's past criminal records from their juvenile court prior to.
That may be that it hasn't been a dispute up to this
This is
point.
ginger ale.
If the witness that is his recollection, it's not for me to slam the door. I understand what you're saying, but if the witness recalls that, you're certainly welcome to cross-examine him on that, and you're welcome to present contrary evidence, but I don't think it's for me to censor the evidence.
I just believe the form of the question is appropriate, which is how did you form your belief that the bag was from jail?
But did not the witness already say that?
All he's going to say is, I was
So
rephrase the
now
question.
He's asking him, why do you say that? Am my memory just?
And I'm trying not to lead him, so I was setting the stage for the statement. I mean, you want me to?
What did you hear him say?
There's three different
Well,
statements.
I okay.
It's so
The
unimportant.
objection's overruled.
I was just about to say, thank you, Judge. So unimportant. I'm glad the judge is like, forget it, overruled, whatever. Move on. So inconsequential. Look, he looks pissed, man. This Judge Schrey, the Schrey is on a path, man. Look at him. He's like, I will get Mother Mary's pointer and do some work. He does not look happy right now, man. He looks legitimately, like genuinely pissed off right now. Sorry, man. Sorry. But sounds like, both attorneys are getting a little bit worked up. And again, you're going to have a lot of objections coming from prosecution right now because these are the defense's witnesses. So the questions obviously have been pretty rehearsed. This is part of the way it goes. I mean, as far as the questions that are going to be asked, Freddie Frank, please stop spamming stuff, bro. That's just kind of an annoyance. So, that's how it's going to go. We got another week to look forward to. I think we're all genuinely annoyed with the DA, Kristen Feldman.
The objection's been overruled. Go ahead.
No matter what your beliefs are, I think anyone in here that even wants to see Kyle go to prison forever, even they agree.
He's not afraid
this is the worst prosecution.
Go back to jail.
Litigation I've seen.
And you told the detective that when you were interviewed back on September 11th of 2020, correct?
Correct.
Now, directing your attention to the ultimate gas station, approximately 5900 Sheridan Road, did you see an incident regarding a dumpster?
I did.
Did you see who was lighting and pushing that dumpster?
I did not.
Did you see what happened to that dumpster?
I did.
What?
It was, the fire was put out by a fire extinguisher.
And when the fire in the dumpster was put out by the fire extinguisher, was there any reaction from the people who were starting the fire?
Yes, a very angry reaction.
Okay. Did you recognize or notice anybody's specific reaction at that time?
I did, Mr. Rosenbaum.
Okay. Describe that, please.
He was very agitated. He was yelling, "Fuck. I'm not afraid to go back to jail and shoot me."
Lives Matter rally?
Correct.
And he had to be held back from attacking people. Is that a fair statement?
Covering my bases
That is
on the
a fair
mute.
statement.
Overruled.
Drink.
And that's depicted in the pictures you brought, correct?
Correct.
And you told Detective Howard about that?
Correct.
And the incident regarding the chain and that he kept it and was swinging it around, you told the detective about that?
Rephrase your question.
Did the topic of the chain come up in your interview with law enforcement?
Not that I recall.
Okay. If it's contained in a report taken by the detective, you wouldn't dispute that, would you?
I wouldn't. I wouldn't dispute it.
Now, you went south of 60th and Sheridan, correct?
Correct.
And you were taking photographs, observing?
Yes, I was.
And what direction were you walking?
Southbound.
Okay. Did anything strange or out of the ordinary happen as you were heading south?
Yes, I saw a gentleman start running, and then a crowd kind of followed behind them.
Okay. The individual who you saw running, do you know who that is?
Not at the time.
Okay. Did you know the significance of him running at the time?
I did not.
Had you heard anything before you saw this individual running at you? Not running at you, but running.
No.
Okay. And do you know who that individual is now?
I do.
And how do you know that?
Through identification through photographs in the media, I guess I could say.
Okay, and who is that person?
Kyle Rittenhouse.
Okay, describe what you observed. What direction was Kyle running?
He was running southbound towards 63rd Street.
Okay, so he's running away from the 60th Street?
No, hang on. Running south, if that's easier.
Okay, and how far did you see him get?
I saw him enter, I don't know what car source it is, but the car source that's on the corner across from the hospital, I saw him go up in that driveway, and that was the last.
Is the pointer?
Yes. Oh, this pointer?
The laser one?
Yeah.
Did you see the map behind you? Just orient you. This is north.
Yes.
This is south. So this would be east, west. Here's a car source, gas station, ultimate, car source, car source. Where did you first see Kyle Rittenhouse on this map, if you could point with the laser pointer?
Is that the hospital down here?
Yeah, this is the hospital parking lot.
Is this Sheridan Road?
Yes, it is.
I would probably say I saw Kyle right around here.
Okay, and he was heading in a southerly direction?
Yes.
And he goes where?
To car source.
Okay, and when he goes into the car source parking lot, could you see him anymore?
I could not know.
Did you follow him?
I was making my way up there, but not in a urgent manner.
Okay, and describe what happened next.
I heard what seemed to be like a firework, and then I could tell between them there was multiple gunshots.
And then what did you observe?
I observed Kyle walking down the same driveway that I witnessed him going up, and then pick up his pace as he continued northbound on Sheridan Road.
Okay, was anybody taking note of Kyle as he headed in the northward direction on Sheridan?
There was people screaming at him and also following him.
Okay, did you see anybody run up to him?
I did.
Okay, and how close were you to Kyle when this individual ran up to him?
15 feet maybe.
Okay, and that individual who ran up to him, what happened?
What I seen was an individual run up to him with a skateboard and swing it at him, letting go of the skateboard, and it hit Kyle between the neck and I would say the mid back. And the skateboard, I don't know if Kyle kicked it because he was running when the skateboard fell, but the skateboard flew off to the side.
Okay, and did that knock Kyle to the ground?
Objection leading.
Just tell us what you saw, sir.
He stumbled. He wasn't necessarily on the ground at that point.
Okay, and then what did you observe?
The next thing I observed was, at the time I did not know who it was. Now I can say Anthony Huber. It looked like he was trying to subdue Kyle, and that's when everything happened in a matter of a second. That's when Kyle turned. It looked like he turned because Kyle was on the ground at this time, and that's when he kind of turned and he released one shot, and it hit Anthony Huber in the chest.
Okay. Did you see Anthony Huber do anything with his skateboard as he's trying to, as you said, subdue Kyle?
Yes, he also whacked him. I don't know if it was on his head or like his neck area again.
Okay, this is all happening very fast.
Yes, it did. And there was also a lot of people on my side of.
Can you bring up the exhibit, please? Show you what's been previously marked as 110.
Yeah, that's what it means. It just means that they're done calling their witnesses. It's time for the defense to call theirs. Sorry, shouldn't be talking.
Were you able to see that video?
If you could play it one more time.
Can you go back even 10 seconds earlier?
Was hesitant of approaching him, but then Kyle Rittenhouse fired a shot and it hit Anthony Huber.
Okay. Did you see anything after that?
He, who I now know as Gage, took a couple steps forward towards Kyle and with a gun, and Kyle shot him in the bicep.
Did you see what Gage Grosskreutz was doing with his hands?
Yes, he had a firearm in his hand.
You could see that.
Yes, I could see that.
And he was approaching Kyle with a firearm in his hand?
I don't know if he was running with it, but once he got up to Kyle, I did see the firearm.
Okay, and what did he do as he approached Kyle?
So I would have been on the back side of Gage, so I don't know.
Ask that the witness use the formal mode of address as we've been ordered to do so.
Go ahead. Mr. Grosskreutz, as opposed to using his first name.
Oh, okay. Mr. How do you say his last name?
Grosskreutz.
Grosskreutz.
Good enough for
Okay. Mr. Grosskreutz back was towards me. Well, it was at an angle. I wasn't directly behind him, so I only could see one of his hands.
Okay. And describe what you saw happen.
He had his firearm out, pointing at Kyle.
Okay. And as the gun's pointing at Kyle, what happened?
Kyle shot Mr. Grosskreutz.
How close was Kyle Rittenhouse and Mr. Grosskreutz from your vantage point?
If I would have had to have guessed, under 3 feet.
Now, you were originally subpoenaed by the state, correct?
Correct.
You met with the state representatives, Mr. Binger and Mr. Kraus, correct?
Correct.
And there was some tension in that room, correct?
There was.
And they weren't happy with what you were telling them. Is that a fair statement?
That's a fair statement.
Did you see Littlefinger pop up? Gary Altman back there.
I want no reaction. Facial reaction, please.
Describe your meeting with Mr. Binger and Mr. Kraus in their office.
Object to relevance.
Answer it.
Please.
I don't know the date off the top of my head, but I was called down to the district attorney's office. I met with Mr. Binger and I don't remember his name.
The individual who's
in the blue. And I was called into a room, sat at a table, handed my police statement, got to read over my police statement, and then I was asked if I would like to add anything to the police statement, and I said I would not. Mr. Binger pulled out a cell phone and showed me a video and also a photo, which was actually one photo that I brought today, and asked me if I knew who a gentleman was in that photo, and I said I did not. And he asked me to, he said, this is Joshua Zeminski. Mr. Binger also has a case with him, and I am subpoenaed for that case also. And he says, well, that's who that is. He put the phone down, he picked the phone back up and says, who is this? And I confusedly said, like, Joshua Zeminski, and he's like, would you like to add that to your statement? And I just felt I didn't want to change my statement.
okay. And as a result, what did you do?
I hired an attorney.
And that's Mr. Rose.
Yes.
I have nothing further. Your Honor, I'd like to move the pictures into evidence.
Is there objection?
Except for the ones that are objected to relevance, yeah. No.
One that I.
Does that seem legal?
Two of
Like,
those
what-
sustained objection.
did-
The remainder will be received.
The two big ones.
The two
How
big
many
ones,
cases
the
does the
third big
DA
one,
have
uh,
against
even
other
the-
people in this
all
court?
the big ones are rejected.
Dominic Black,
Two of the big ones are
Joshua
rejected.
Zeminski.
One of the
There's
big
just
ones
two
was
multiple
not
felony
offered.
cases that
I'm
are
sure they'll be
on the
very
docket
happy.
that he personally is trying.
Wherever it goes when they're defined as the big ones, but all of the smaller numbered photographs are received.
And I would ask that they be published to the jury, but Mr. Cross can cross-examine first.
His preference.
That's fine.
Okay.
Mr. DeBruin, you said there was a lot of tension in the room when you met with me and Mr. Binger and Ms. Beasy.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you were very nervous?
Yeah, absolutely.
And we did have you read over your statement, right?
Correct.
And we asked if you knew anything beyond that statement.
Correct.
We didn't ask you to change it.
Yes, you did.
Is that better?
So you said we asked to change it to identify Mr. Zeminski?
Yes. Or if I wanted to change any details if I remember anything else throughout that night, and to add Joshua Zeminski.
Now, we met for the case against Kyle Rittenhouse, correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that most of the discussion involved Mr. Zeminski?
I would say probably half of it.
Because Attorney Binger is prosecuting Mr. Zeminski for arson.
Apparently.
And you took a number of pictures of that perhaps include Mr. Zeminski, correct?
Correct.
So Mr. Binger was verifying if you knew that was Mr. Zeminski and asked you if you saw him in some pictures.
Apparently. And at the time, again, I did not know who Joshua Zeminski was.
Now,
just that I was subpoenaed to be a witness in his trial.
So your testimony is that the state in the case against Kyle Rittenhouse wanted you to present incriminating evidence against Mr. Zeminski?
I don't know why he asked me that question.
Editing your own YouTube videos is like an actor editing his own movie.
And then you said you went and you hired an attorney?
I did.
How did the meeting end?
What do you mean, how the meeting ended?
I mean, how did our meeting end?
Our meeting or with my attorney?
No, I can't ask about your attorney. I mean our meeting in my office with Mr. Binger and Ms. Beasy.
It ended with Mr. Binger saying that he would be in touch with me in regards to the Zeminski case.
Because we indicated that we would subpoena you for that case.
You did subpoena me for that case.
And that was the absolute end of the meeting?
That I recall.
Do you remember that afterwards you and I spoke about your photography and I complimented your photography? We talked about your photography?
That was in the beginning.
And at the end?
Mostly in the beginning because we were waiting for Mr. Binger to get in the room because
this dude's
I
recalls
don't know, Heather, maybe her name was in the room and we were just waiting for Mr. Binger to get in the room. Is when you asked me that, to be correct.
So we never asked you to put anything in about or change anything about Kyle Rittenhouse.
To be correct.
Not specifically, no.
Because Kyle Rittenhouse, that name doesn't even appear in your statement, does it?
Just other people.
I don't think so. Not to my knowledge.
And so the discussion about changing statements, did we actually ask you to retype your statement out?
No.
So what do you mean we asked you to change it?
I'm assuming there wasn't details, but I'm assuming either add Kyle's name or because I was also showing a video off of a cell phone by Mr. Binger. I don't know what that video or whose video that was, but it was of the shooting. And that's when I was asked if I wanted to add anything else to that statement. And I said no.
And you took that literally, like actually writing out your statement?
Yeah.
You did not take that to mean, is there anything your statement doesn't cover or that we should know?
No.
You said literally we would retype the statement that you took November 11th.
Well, he didn't say retype it, but he said, do I want to add anything to that? And to how I interpret that, that's pretty much altering my statement. And I felt uneasy about that.
You added things to your statement on the stand today.
That was because I recall in videos of certain things happening that when the day I gave my statement, when I walked to the police station, when I walked into that police station, there wasn't even a glass door on that
So I'm sorry, how is that different than what Attorney Binger asked? Did you want to add anything? How is that any different than asking if you remember other things?
When I had a meeting with Mr. Richards the following night, I want to say, the following day, around like maybe 3:30 at his office. And I was also showing videos there. And prior to things happening in those videos, I was saying things that actually were just about to happen. And he asked me, do you mind if I bring this up? And I said, absolutely. But I did not change. I did not alter that statement. I did not write a new statement out.
So no one asked you to write a new statement?
No, not to write a new statement, just add
or
alter.
We both asked the same thing, if you knew more beyond what your statement said.
But the way Mr. Binger wanted it, how he portrayed it to me was to add on to my statement physically. Mr. Richards just took notes.
Did someone ask you to type out a new statement?
I'm telling you how I perceived it.
You have a bias in this case, don't you? You don't want Mr. Rittenhouse to be found guilty or not guilty?
Oh, wait a minute. You don't want him to be found guilty or not guilty?
What the?
You don't have an interest or a bias in which way this trial comes out?
I don't.
Do you have an interest or a bias?
I'm a photographer, photojournalist. That's what I do. I take photos.
Did you go and give an interview to a gossip site that is biased against the district attorney?
I don't know what.
I think we're all biased against the district attorney right now.
So you actually went to the media, or someone who claims to be media, to talk about this meeting with the prosecutors.
First of all, he came to me. I didn't go to him. Let's make that clear.
And you understand that he has a bias in this case?
I don't know. I don't know him personally. I'm sorry.
Well,
these guys are down now. It's just turning into
let's do this.
A straight up fight.
We need to take one more break before the day's done. Anyway, so why don't we take just a 10-minute break? And please don't talk about the case during the break.
Wow. I mean, damn. Okay. How we doing on the mic? First of all, I want to make sure that we get this fixed during this break. But oh, dude, this guy. Jeez. Let's get that clear. Let's get that. He was on it. He was on it. Can everybody hear me better now? Is the so much better? Okay, cool. Fixed mic is good. Good. Golden, great, Karen. So you're hearing me in the mic right here, correct? Give me a thumbs up if that's correct. I'm assuming that it is, and wow, what a wow, dude! This guy, I absolutely love, because he's made it very clear, incredibly clear. He's here as an independent journalist, doing one thing.
Your objection.
Speculation. He's asking.
Stop.
Okay. Speculation, Your Honor. He's asking what he knows about an unnamed reporter's bias.
Yeah, I've never heard that before. That he could testify about somebody else's bias.
I asked if he knew about his bias.
Well,
no, you didn't. You told him what his bias was. You said that he's biased against the district attorney.
I can break it. I can ask it a different way.
That would be good. That would make my day. All right. So let's take a break.
I don't.
About 10 minutes.
I haven't read the article.
You ever read this?
You can walk around if you like, but we need you back in about 10 minutes.
Oh, they got a surprise coming up. He said, "Have you read this?" And he said, "No, I haven't read the article." Dude, when I get out to Kenosha, I'm taking this dude out to at least grab some coffee, and I just appreciate him, man. Under the guns, man. The DA was throwing it at him. I mean, I don't care if it's the ADA, the district attorney, the defense attorney. It doesn't matter. When you got an attorney grilling you, man, he just stepped up and was like, "Listen, these are the facts." That he saw that as an issue. And here's the thing: the fabrication isn't a part of this. Like when he said flat out, he was like, "Something didn't feel right, so I got an attorney." He lawyered up.
That he didn't say anything else. He just said, I just didn't feel right. I guarantee the guy, I can't guarantee. I assume in my assumptions of whatever, that he probably doesn't spend a lot of time in court, probably doesn't spend a lot of time going through litigation, probably doesn't spend a lot of time doing that. But the fact that something happened in the confines of a meeting with an attorney that made him uncomfortable enough that he went out and got his own attorney. I mean, that should tell you a lot right there. That should tell you a lot right there. Because I've had some bad attorneys in the longevity of my stupid years, and I can tell you that those are some heated rooms. But the fact that he felt enough of a twist that he had to lawyer up. But what are your guys' thoughts on this? So you have Joshua Zeminski, you have Dominic Black, to name two, that are right now on the state's docket for criminal charges, felony charges, that this ADA is personally prosecuting. Two charges against Dominic Black involving Kyle Rittenhouse and that gun that he purchased for Kyle Rittenhouse. And then you've got Joshua Zeminski, which I think he said, anybody can pull this up if you would, feel free, if you have quicker access to it. For arson, which people had asked, that had anybody got brought up on charges for arson, and it looks like at least one there, Joshua Zeminski is one that's on the block for arson. But I'm sure there's plenty of people. I'm not even sure about that. I was talking to my friend last night about this, and one of the things that we talked about was how it could have very well been a few. I heard in one of the comments that came through where someone was telling me that there's people on motorcycles that were zipping around starting fires. You can only fit two people on a motorcycle. And so it maybe 4 people, maybe 2 motorcycles, some motorcycles, 2 people a piece, one holding a gas can, one holding a match. I don't know, but that could very well be the situation. But it could have been the whole crowd was collectively starting fires. What I saw, what I witnessed was ones and twos starting fires, but a lot of destruction, people just destroying and breaking windows. I didn't see any of the shops that were broken into in downtown. Like the art store and all of those. I did see moving up towards the car sources, all of that happened. And then moving towards when I got into Uptown, that was already fit 3 more. Doom, you're right. If you have a sidecar, you could fit 3. But when I made it to Uptown, there was already fires burning, and Amelia, yes, I am. And so the fires are burning. Chaos is roaming the streets. When I got to Uptown, what was interesting was the guard. You had not the guard, but there was armed citizens, and I wasn't kidding when I said this the other day. They had like down to like 2x4s and swords. But this is up by the laundromat. If you guys remember this, the laundromat up there, and anyone in the comments can go ahead and tell me what the name of the laundromat is right off the top of your head. But they were out in Uptown, and they said flat out, like, we're here to protect our neighborhood. We're not going to let anybody come in here and destroy it. And I think that for me is something that it's linear in all the things that I experience and all the things that I go through. And it's paramount to address is that locals don't want their cities destroyed. I don't care what city you're in, and I don't care what your ideology is. Like, no one is willing to say here. I've heard people say it's a sacrifice you have to make for the cause or for the movement or for the whatever it might be. Unless it's your house that's being lit on fire, I'll live above maybe that. And by that, I mean, what if you live above your business and your business is now broken into, looted, lit on fire? Now your house is destroyed as well. For someone to be cavalier and say something as completely insulting as like, well, your insurance will take care of it. Your insurance will take care of it. Will your insurance replace photo albums? Will your insurance replace mementos? Will your insurance replace animals? God willing, there was nobody lost in the fires that I have heard in report. I know animals died in the fires. And so going down that line, if someone were to tell me, hey, we need to burn your dog to death for this protest, we need to burn your dog to death, would you mind if we just bring him out in the streets, douse him in gasoline, and light him up like a Buddhist monk?
just because we need people to know that they're willing to make a sacrifice for what we believe in. Whether or not you believe in it, you need to get behind what we believe in so that you can be in the now. Is that it does? If that sounds crazy, it's because it is crazy, but that's the mentality that I've seen in so many different places where their idea is like, well, we'll just destroy it. They'll fix it. But in the destruction, the message is made. No, your message is lost completely. Your message is lost absolutely, wholeheartedly and completely. The only people that hear your message and agree with it are the people that are out there doing it, and everybody else disagrees with that. Protest, please. Peacefully assemble, please. Use your rights, please. But please don't destroy cities, and don't support people that do. Don't support actions that are gonna take a riot into a situation where you have to write on the boarded up, on the thatching on the front of a building that's put up to protect glass. Children live here. Please don't destroy. If that doesn't make you angry, if that doesn't break your heart, if that doesn't infuriate you, something wrong. Something wrong. And there's people that are okay with it. And it's someone said I picked sides. Some would say that I've this came out yesterday that I've aligned myself. Yes, I have, very much, with what's right. And that's not. So anything that isn't, I'm with, because I'll never get behind that. So the sides that I've picked is in the direction of civility, of peace, of change, of growth, of understanding, of the adaptation of different lives to get people to get to a place of collective growth. The fact that we have in our country polarized ourselves and dehumanized the world around us. And I don't mind that I'm soapboxing a bit right now, but the dehumanized aspect of our country right now is heartbreaking. You're a Democrat, you're not human. You're a Republican, you're not human. You voted for Trump, not human. Voted for Biden, not human. Do you wear a mask? Not human. Don't want to wear a mask? I knew you weren't human. Vaccinations, doesn't matter. Child vaccinations, mandates, all these things. Black lives matter, all lives matter, red lives matter, blue lives matter. Addiction, drug addicts, don't matter. You're not human. All of these things have come to a point now where people have gotten so amazingly comfortable with just dehumanizing another human being because it's easier to deal with you. It's much easier for me to deal with you if I could put a title over your head, because then I know how to deal with that title, not the human, because then I'd have to actually get to know you. I'd have to ask questions. I'd have to dig a bit deeper. I'd have to find out a little bit about what you really believe instead of just generalizing my thoughts about you based off of what I might have gathered from hearsay or conjecture, or just off of ignorant bumblings down the line of things that process across our face. I could look at the judge right now and just assume that he's got no hair. He's white, definitely a fascist, must be a white supremacist. And he's in Wisconsin, which you're locked, bud. Sorry. That's who you are. Don't speak, because I can deal with you accordingly now and hate you effectively. It works. It works for me. And if that's your thought process, then I'm sorry about what's happening in your life, because you're never going to have human engagement on a healthy scale if that's how you try to handle the human beings that you interact with. And if your thought process is that you're going to burn my dog to help me better understand your your protest, then you've lost 2 times over. Not going to happen. That being said, I focus my attention on elevating voices. Yes, on hearing what you have to say. On when you go to these major places, Chicago, Illinois, or Chicago, Milwaukee, Minneapolis, Kenosha, DC, LA, all these places I've gone. The people that are there, North Carolina, South Carolina, people that are protesting are grateful for my presence. They're grateful for presence of people like myself, Mercado, all these other people that are out there that are streaming, that are showing the world what's going on, because mainstream media is not able to or not willing to cover it. So the invites that we get, and if you don't think there's invites, you guys are wrong. They're flat out invites from. Is he got a Papa? Is he looking through a cookie book? My man's flipping. He's ordering Christmas cook. Anyway, these are the families that invite us to the events. It's not muted right now. They'll unmute their end when they come in. They're just having a little chitty chat. Yeah, no, we're just waiting on them. But Louisville, again, another one.
the families of these people. I'm talking about any of them. Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, Jacob Blake. There's an invite there because they need to know that people will hear their message, and mainstream media is not giving them that platform. So these are the platforms they come to. And God willing, we'll be able to keep doing that. And people won't find hate as
Okay,
ways
did
to try to
this,
shut things down, but give us a
blogger
chance to
approach
help
you?
people that need that help
And do you
have
know
the
how
help
he
they
found
need.
out about your feelings?
Julie Hicks,
He-
HHCS LLC. Thank you so much for that.
I'm
I appreciate
sorry.
you very much.
Can you repeat the question?
Do you know how he found out that you had something to say?
Back to my man Nathan.
What do you mean something to say?
Well, you said he approached you. Do you know how he knew to approach you?
He was at my attorney's office.
Did you waive attorney-client privilege so that your attorney could talk to him about it?
He wasn't in the meetings with my attorney, with me present or anything.
So you walked out of your attorney's office and he was there.
He was at my attorney's office, just not in conversations in regards to like why I was there.
And you know this blogger and your attorney have a very close business relationship?
I do not.
Do you know anything about this blogger?
I do not.
So why did you talk to him?
Because he's a friendly human being.
Have you talked to all media that ever contacted you?
No.
And did you know this blogger has posted many
I don't know.
Let me finish the question.
Sorry.
Did you know that this blogger has posted many articles indicating that he wants Kyle Rittenhouse to be found not guilty?
I do not.
Did you know this blogger has posted many articles attacking, mostly falsely, my office, the district attorney's office?
Why would that matter?
I do not know this.
Like, why would that matter
Did
at
you do
all?
any research about who this person was before you spoke to him?
No.
Why? It's so irrelevant. What does this
I
have to do
don't
with
think
anything?
It's relevant.
Anyone's testimony is no less their
That's my
testimony
last
because they think that
on
somebody's a
that.
piece of shit.
Perfect.
Part of my language.
So, no, on that topic, no, it's on that topic. Thank you. So, would you describe our meeting in the DA's office as cordial and uneventful?
It was, besides the uneasy feeling I had, it was pretty much like a normal meeting.
So when we ask you if there's anything to add or beyond your statement, that made you feel uneasy.
Yes.
But when Attorney Richards asked you the next day, let me back it up. So we asked you, you felt uneasy, and you didn't say really anything in addition to your statement. Fair to say?
Correct, because I didn't want to change it.
So then when Attorney Richards asked you the next day if you have anything to add to your statement, you tell him all sorts of things.
He didn't present it to adding my statement. He said, "Can I take notes?" He didn't use the word statement like I'm changing my statement.
So that the verbiage is what made you uncomfortable.
Correct.
Did he have you read your statement before you talked to him?
I just read it the night before.
Okay, so the fact that you physically had your statement with us is what made you uneasy.
Correct.
Dude, it's not about you anymore. Get over it, man. Seriously, this isn't
So
about you.
now we're talking about your statement. Let's show you what is marked as Exhibit 134.
What does this have to do with what he saw
You
in the
recognize
streets?
this?
Yes.
What is that?
Sorry.
That is the police statement I gave on 9/11/2020.
And this is the one that we asked you to read in my office.
Correct.
And you make no mention at all of Mr. Rosenbaum having to be held back.
Because this was taken on 9/11, I was a year prior to this when I walked into a building that I really didn't even want to be in. But the ATF, however you guys work on your cases, it was brought to you guys, not me voluntarily. The ATF brought it to you and got you guys involved.
By you guys, you mean the detective that's investigating this case?
Yes. I had a homicide detective over at my house.
So you gave the statement on September 11th, 2020.
Correct.
Is it fair to say that your memory of the events was better on September 11th, 2020?
Pretty much the same. You're not going to forget this situation ever.
Well, then why did you forget to put things in your report?
First of all, it was, like I said, when I first walked into the police station, I walked through a police station that didn't even have a door. Didn't have no glass attached. There was glass on the ground, completely all shattered on the ground. I have photos, don't worry. Shattered all over the ground. It was a very, you guys had me waiting constantly. I had to wait to give my statement because they couldn't get a hold of Detective Howard. So when he came in, it was a really, I don't want to say rushed, but it wasn't take your time type of deal.
Thorough. Your statement was an hour and a half long.
Don't know what.
Right?
I don't know how long it was.
And they were in the room within 5 minutes of you walking in the
believe that.
room?
Breathe, Nathan.
So
Breathe.
your explanation for why your statement leaves things out is because you walked through a door without a window?
No, I was trying to explain how nervous and anxious I was because, I mean, all around that area, just local businesses are being destroyed, everything. And to be walking into a police department in the middle of this time isn't good. I was threatened numerous times throughout the week of me photographing and capturing all these photos. I was threatened numerous times. So I was uneasy with people still standing outside the police department, walking in, knowing I have to walk out with these people out here.
So you gave the statement 17 days after the shooting. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
And you're still saying that property was being destroyed and there were protests
There was
7 days later? Let me finish my question, please. 17 days later?
There, nothing to the extent of the week of the shooting, nothing to that extent, but there was no window in the police station.
So the fact there was no window made it so you could not give an accurate statement?
I'm not saying that. I
You
said
just did.
it gave me anxiety. Yeah, so make sure you say what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
He
So
did not say he didn't make an accurate statement. That was your words.
You said things were left out of your statement.
Not intentionally.
No, he didn't say
those are
that.
little
You
details.
did.
That's a traumatic situation that someone has to go through. I just witnessed someone dying, and another person getting their arm almost blown off.
17 days prior.
Doesn't matter how long it is. I still suffer from that traumatic still to this day.
Do you have, you said you've been nervous, you said you were anxious. Does that really affect your perception of events?
It might. No, it's not going to change. But like right now, I'm anxious. Like
Stress
I have
recall,
anxiety
yeah.
right now.
Did you have anxiety when you spoke to us in our office?
Absolutely.
Now, you in your statement, there's no mention of Mr. Rosenbaum having to be held back.
Correct.
There's no mention of him saying anything about shoot me N-words.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure.
We all watched it,
There's
though.
nothing in there about saying shoot me N-words.
Correct.
And is that because you saw it on a video later?
When I was showing a video at Mr. Richard's office, as the video was playing, I was telling things that was happening before the video was actually playing. Like, I don't know, before the details that I said coming out my mouth happened on the video.
So did you observe him say that, or did you see it on video?
I heard him say it, and what's your question?
On August 25th, as you were there that night, did you see Mr. Rosenbaum say that?
Yes.
Or is that based on video
No.
after?
No, I saw him. Oh, I heard him say that.
But it's not in your statement.
Correct.
Did they ask if that was the case, or did he feel that that was something he needed to
There's nothing in
volunteer?
your statement about seeing Mr. Rittenhouse walk down to Car Source.
What about the bag? Did they ask about the bag? And did he mention that? No, maybe because he
Little
probably didn't care.
details like
What
that. I'm not an investigator, so I don't know to give those type of details. I'm sorry.
So this homicide suspect and his actions seconds before the alleged homicide, that's a little detail?
Also, remember going back, this whole situation got blown out of the water when the ATF got involved. And so many people showing up at my house, showing up at my job. The FBI showed up at my job and asking me questions. So when this statement was given, I gave it to the best recollection of my memory that I could. with everything else that was going on around me in my life at that time regarding this case.
You'd agree watching a homicide suspect walk up to the scene of the first homicide is not a little detail?
I was stressed out at the time. I'm sorry.
You testified with Mr. Richards that you saw Mr. Grosskreutz point his gun at Mr. Rittenhouse?
Yes.
That's nowhere in your statement.
Correct.
So that wasn't important to include on September 11th?
Like I said, I'm not a detective.
But you can tell you gave us things about tipping over a porta potty. Is that more important than someone pointing a gun at a homicide suspect?
No, but it's easier to remember when I captured the photo, and I can reference that photo to remember that instance.
So are these your memories, or are these what you've seen on photos and you've changed your memory or altered your memory because of the photos?
Probably a little of both, but nothing's altered.
So you had a camera on you that night?
That's how I would have got those photos.
And did that take photos and video?
It did.
So
it did.
You watched this scene unfold in front of you with people chasing Mr. Rittenhouse?
I did.
Did you turn your camera on? He said I did.
Oh, I did. I'm sorry.
Did you turn your camera on?
To take photos?
To take anything?
No. I didn't. If there's a video of, I don't know whose video.
Well, I'm talking about your video. Did you turn your camera on?
No.
No.
No. It's a very chaotic situation.
Well, you're there to document things, aren't you?
And I'm not a professional.
So, in your statement, it says nothing about Gage pointing the gun, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you said Anthony walked maybe 2-3 steps and collapsed. That's when I stepped back. I was at the corner house on the southwest corner of Sheridan 61st Street at this time. That's what you said?
Correct.
I hugged the north wall of the house for cover. Is that correct?
Correct.
But somehow from hugging the north wall of the house, you saw what happened with Mr. Grosskreutz?
That was, by the time I got to the house, everything was done. That's how fast that happened. I didn't even get out of the street. I was still in the street when he was shot, when Grosskreutz was shot. I'm sorry.
All you say about the shooting is, I saw Gage get shot in the arm and it was a mist of blood. That's all you say about the interaction between Mr. Grosskreutz and Mr. Rittenhouse.
Correct.
So that was important to say, but nothing else regarding that incident.
Like I said, I'm not a detective. I don't know what you guys look for. I'm sorry that I left that out. This is the first time I ever had to do anything like this.
You indicated you saw someone with a loaded pistol. How'd you know it was loaded?
I watched him rack the gun back.
Did you know if he had ammunition in it?
I know how firearms work. The slide would have stayed back if there was no ammunition in it.
Did you watch him load the gun?
No.
Now, when you are given a statement by a detective, they tell you to put everything in it that's important, right?
Through my eyes.
You signed the statement that says, this statement is being typed for me by Detective Martin Howard of the Kenosha Police Department and is a true and accurate account of my statement to him. You signed that on the top of each page? Or the top of the first page?
I didn't sign nothing at the top of the page. It's at the bottom of the page.
All right, so let's go there. So you signed on the bottom, I have made the above statement without any threats or promises. It is my desire to state the true facts as to this incident. I have read the above statement and find that it is true and correct.
Correct.
And you signed that.
Yes, sir.
And the statement on top would also indicate that it should be the truth.
What statement on top? I don't understand what you're trying to tell me.
On the top of your statement, it says, this statement is being typed for me by Detective Martin Howard.
Oh, on the very first page, yes.
If I could finish my question, please. She has to type everything down, so only one person can talk at a time. Thank you. This statement is being typed for me by Detective Martin Howard of the Kenosha Police Department and is a true and accurate account of my statement to him.
Correct.
Is there anything else you left out of the statement?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you consider my question to be asking you to change your statement?
Not right now.
You indicated that Rosenbaum took a chain and kept it for a while, swinging it around.
Correct.
So you saw Mr. Rosenbaum drop or leave the chain behind.
I don't know when Mr. Rosenbaum separated with that chain.
But you said kept it for a while.
Correct.
So it was gone.
At some point, yes.
Okay. Now, in our meeting, let me ask it this way. Did you see Kyle Rittenhouse before the car source lot on that night?
Yes.
And you described him to us as being notable because he was always out alone on his own.
Mr. Rosenbaum?
Mr. Rittenhouse.
Yes.
So you saw him out on his own doing whatever he was doing by himself.
The couple times that I seen him.
And when you saw Mr. Rosenbaum, you never saw him actually lay hands on anyone?
No.
Never saw him hit anyone?
No.
Never saw him kick anyone?
No.
Never saw him strike anyone with a chain or any other weapon?
No, sir.
Never saw him with a gun?
No.
Now, you indicated in your statement that as Mr. Rittenhouse is being chased back northbound Sheridan Road, you heard someone say, "You just shot someone, stop." Is that true?
Yes, it is.
And you say that Anthony and Gage, meaning Mr. Huber and Mr. Grosskreutz, were yelling at Kyle to stop.
Yes.
Kyle did not stop and kept going.
Correct.
Now, in my office, you indicated that you were fearful of an active shooter.
I don't recall that.
You don't remember saying that you thought they were trying to stop an active shooter?
No.
Do you think they were trying to stop an active shooter?
They were trying to stop the person that was running.
Did you feel
at that time, like I said, I don't know. I didn't know what happened at that corner.
So you, as a amateur journalist, you were not drawn to go to that location, to the 63rd Street car source.
Independent, not amateur.
Well, they're all kind of on the corner, but the
Across
one on
from the
63rd,
hospital?
the one on 63rd and Sheridan.
Yes, I was drawn towards that.
Okay, but you didn't get there in time to see any of the shooting.
No.
Now, you indicated that Mr. Rosenbaum said, "I just got out of jail and I'm not afraid to go back," or something to that level.
Yes, sir.
Do you know if he got out of jail or not?
At the time, I did not know.
And you said you saw him have a small plastic water bottle that night?
I saw a plastic baggie.
Did you? And you told us in our meeting that you saw a plastic bottle in the baggie?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Rosenbaum, when he made that comment, you didn't see Kyle Rittenhouse around.
No.
When he was at the 59th Street Ultimart, and he was saying what's not in your statement, but you have said, "Shoot me N-word," and having your strain, you didn't see Kyle Rittenhouse around.
No, I did not. There was many people.
Bless you.
You said, I didn't quite hear when Attorney Richards was saying, did you say you had a picture of Mr. Rosenbaum by a cone on fire?
Yes.
Like a traffic cone?
Well, he's in the background just outside the driveway of the gas station.
So I'm just trying to determine what it is. Is it a traffic cone or what is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Construction cone, I guess.
Construction cone?
Yeah.
Now, you didn't see Kyle Rittenhouse anywhere around there?
Not at that time, no.
And right, I mean, at that time, you did not see Kyle Rittenhouse around there. And that didn't threaten anyone's safety relating a traffic cone on fire?
No.
You saw, or you allege you saw Mr. Rosenbaum tip or help tip over a porta potty?
I did.
Ridiculous.
He can phrase his question as he sees fit.
Now, you indicated in your statement that it smelled terrible.
It did.
So that was a detail you felt important to include in your statement? Now, when Mr. Rosenbaum tipped over the porta potty, Mr. Rittenhouse was not around.
Not that I see.
There's no one in the porta potty that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of.
So that didn't actually endanger anyone's safety?
No.
You indicated that there was a trailer that was lit on fire?
Yes.
Mr. Rittenhouse wasn't around to see that?
Not that I.
What Mr. Rittenhouse
I'll-
saw or didn't see.
I'll rephrase. You did not see Mr. Rittenhouse around then?
No.
And the trailer was unoccupied?
It's a
What do you
flat
mean
bed.
unoccupied?
I mean, there was no one in it.
There was what?
There was nobody in it.
There could be nobody.
There could be nobody in it. It's a flat trailer.
It's a flatbed.
So that didn't endanger anyone's safety.
A fire's dangerous.
Unless it tipped over.
And
Now,
crush
you
somebody.
said you saw Mr. Rosenbaum arm himself with a chain. He picked up a chain off the ground or off the trailer?
Off the trailer.
Armed himself is your phraseology?
Yes.
And did you see Kyle Rittenhouse around when he did that?
Not that I am aware of.
And you never saw him swing it at anyone or threaten or anyone with that?
I saw him just swinging it, but it was not directed towards anybody or like any human beings or anything like that.
Do you consider handguns or chains more dangerous?
Well, seriously,
I'm
I
not
was
an
stabbed with an Outback Steakhouse steak knife. I would consider that far more dangerous than a gun because someone's more likely to put a
This
knife in your
witness
stomach
has
than shoot you in the
spoken a great
face.
deal about what
That's
he
from
saw
my
Mr.
experience.
Rosenbaum do, and I am establishing that he did not see Mr. Rittenhouse observe any of it.
That isn't what you asked him. You asked
That
him
isn't what he
which
asked.
he considers more dangerous,
Right.
chains or guns.
Also, didn't they make it a point about the woman holding the firearm about how it was a deterrent, right? There was a deterrent. Like just having that was like, hey, here I am, I got a weapon. Like if they're trying to say that it's not a weapon or not a dangerous weapon, we'll say that to anybody who's been hit in the face with a chain before. I saw a guy get hit in the face with a sock and a lock in it. Had a
Sir,
lock.
You worked for a grocery chain?
Didn't even know that was a
Yes,
thing you
I
could
did,
do
yes.
or
You
would
did?
think to do.
Yes.
What happened in the last couple of weeks?
What?
You did work for a grocery chain?
A while ago, yes.
How do you make your living now?
I work for a national bottling company.
So your photography is a hobby, or you told me you're hoping to become a professional.
Eventually, yes,
Now, you brought your own exhibits in here today,
I did.
and the defense didn't ask you to do that. You did that on your own.
I did.
And you know that this case has gotten a great deal of publicity.
Yes.
And you know there are media outlets here covering the trial.
Yeah. Apparently, there's cameras.
And you actually have offered your photographs for sale on that blogger's site who spoke to you.
He put those up.
So are these photographs for sale?
If somebody would want them, but I'm not advertising them.
Did you bring your own exhibits because you're trying to enrich yourself with your photography?
Not at all.
Nobody saw him.
Nothing further.
Can you redirect?
Yes. Sir, before the 25th of August 2020, did Kyle Rittenhouse have any significance to you?
Before the 25th?
Yes.
No.
Okay. The night of the 25th before the shooting, did you know who Kyle Rittenhouse was?
I did not. I didn't even know after taking that graffiti picture
Okay.
earlier in the day.
were you looking for Kyle Rittenhouse to know where Kyle Rittenhouse was in relationship to what Mr. Rosenbaum was doing?
No, I did not know any of those individuals at that time.
And when you met with me in my office, there was a private investigator present, correct?
Correct.
And I asked you what you remembered and took notes, correct?
Correct.
And then I showed you video, correct?
Leading.
Correct.
Abstain.
I was there, and who else?
The private investigator and then myself.
Okay. And what did we do first?
I don't recall.
Did I
Fair.
come in and did I show you videos right away?
Oh, no. You introduced yourself. You introduced the private investigator. I don't remember his name. And then you asked like if I remembered my police statement, and I said I did because it was just refreshed to me by the district attorney's office. And then you asked when did I talk to the district attorney's office, and I said just the day prior. And then we started going into my police statement.
And after I was done going into your police statement with you, then what did I do?
Showed me some videos.
Okay. And in the videos I showed you, were you able to identify yourself?
Yes. I don't know who recorded the videos, but I can identify myself in a video.
And that's, and not just any video, it's right before the shooting. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
I don't need to show the video. No, that's all I need. Thank you. Yeah.
I don't have any further questions.
You may step down, sir. Thank you.
The defense attorney, I figured out who's playing him. Tommy Lee Jones.
Magic word. Okay.
Tommy Lee Jones, all of the Fugitive that year.
Yes, thank you.
Why are you following me? Paste the tea bag. You guys seen Tropic Thunder when Robert Downey Jr. was anyway. Oh man, so Nathan DeBruyne. Wow, man. Wow. Dude, you know what? Good for him, man. So Lathan was a local resident, independent, photographer. Right? Tommy Lee, that's him. Yeah. Tommy Lee, it works. I'm writing it down. We had Stanley Tucci and Jeff Bezos for the other guy. And I'll get all the names later. I don't have it all written down here. But then we have yeah. Tommy Lee Jones.
Could you please state your name, spelling your last name for the record?
Lucas Zanin, Zanin.
Mr. Zanin, where do you currently reside? The city?
Kenosha.
Were you present in the city of Kenosha on August 25th of 2020?
I was.
Directing your attention to approximately 10 before midnight on the 25th, where were you?
I was parked in my car on 63rd Street in the corner of Sheridan Road, across the street from the car lot.
Okay. And can you look behind you? See that map?
Yes.
Can you, if this is north and this is south, this here is labeled Sheridan Road, and this is 63rd Street, where were you?
Do you want me to point out on the map?
Yeah, I think this is right here. I think you have to hold the button down. Yeah. Okay.
So I was approximately right there on the south side of the street.
And were you parked, driving? What were you doing?
I was parked.
And were you driving passenger what?
I was a driver.
Okay, and was there somebody with you?
Yes, my stepdaughter.
Okay, and was she filming anything?
Yes. So she was leaning out the window of the passenger side, and she was videotaping, and I was watching the events.
Were you watching what she was videotaping?
Yeah, I was watching what was going on in the parking lot at the time.
Okay, and what was exciting or interesting about CarSource at that time?
Well, the reason I was passing south on Sheridan, and I took a right on 63rd, and then I turned around and parked because as I was going south, I saw fire coming out of the passenger seat of one of the cars. And so I turned around and I decided to park, and I saw people smashing the cars with pipes and bats, standing on the hood, kicking the windows in.
Okay. You can stop a second, Mr. Zadine. I'm going to show you a video and ask you if you recognize it, okay? Exhibit 135, please.
No, over here.
Banging?
Yeah.
What is that?
That's people kicking and hitting cars with pipes and bats.
Okay, keep going, please.
Hospital.
So for reference, that's the parking lot by the hospital where Joseph Rosenbaum was shot. If I'm, yeah. So to the right, across the street, kitty corner is the hospital. That's the CarSource here in front of us.
I will, Maya. Thank you.
Oh, I see. I don't know.
Oh shit.
Go back 10 seconds, please. Go ahead.
Oh shit. They shooting.
Whose voice is that?
That's my stepdaughter's.
Yeah. Did you hear those gunshots?
Yes.
Could you describe them for the jury, please?
I heard multiple gunshots.
Okay. Was there a first gunshot and then a series of gunshots? How did you?
Yeah, I heard one and then bang, bang, bang.
Okay. And after the shots, did the people then start to move?
Yeah, they started running.
Okay. Before the shots, nothing was disturbing them. They were just bashing in cars.
Yes.
Now, you or your stepdaughter turned over this tape to Detective Howard, correct?
I did, yes.
Okay. And you told him what you observed?
Yes, I did.
And that was back in October 28th of 2020?
Section leading.
Rephrase your question.
Do you remember the date you met exactly with the officers?
Not exactly. I mean, it seemed like about a year ago, they told me that I might be called to be a witness within a year, but they never called me.
Okay. Would looking at your statement that you signed tell you the date that you met with the detectives?
Well, if it has a date on it, yeah.
Mr. Zanine, showing you a 2-page document that is not stapled together. Do you recognize this?
Yeah.
What is this?
It's my signature, 28th of October.
Okay. And there's a date on it?
Yeah.
Okay.
October 28, 2020.
Is that your handwriting?
It certainly is.
Sir, why are you up here from Texas?
Actually, I'm a licensed real estate agent in Texas, and I'm a licensed real estate agent in Wisconsin. I was born and raised in Wisconsin. I had moved to Texas to work in the oil fields for a time. My mother passed away, and I came back up here. So my plan has been to sell real estate in Wisconsin in the summer and flip houses, and then to go to Texas in the winter and sell real estate and flip houses in Texas.
I only ask because at the time you gave it, of your statement, you gave a Texas address.
Yes, so I mean, the goal was to be like a lot of Wisconsin people, snowbird.
Snowbird. So on August 25th, were you
I was
living
here.
in Kenosha, or?
Yeah, my fiance is here in Kenosha.
Were you concerned that these individuals would break your car if you're parked right across the street?
Dude, little fingers cracking me up, man.
It was, well, because there was dozens of people in the parking lot, and then there was, I'd say, at least 100 or more behind us. So I was frightened. I'm a lifelong, I was born and raised in Kenosha, and I love my town, and I watched every single night of the riots. And the night before,
I'm gonna have to stop.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question. Okay. So,
Let him finish.
well, the question is, were you concerned about people behind you? And I thought he was testifying the narrative.
Fair enough. You're correct.
So, what brought you up past curfew that night?
I wanted to, first of all, these were historical events that were happening in my hometown, first of all. Second of all, the night before, rioters had burned dozens of buildings, small businesses. Me being a real estate agent, I have empathy for small business owners. I was very upset that these rioters were destroying my town, burning my town. So I was hoping if I could see that the night that Kyle was chased and attacked, if I could see somebody set a fire, I could take a video, and they could be prosecuted by the prosecutors and the police.
Now, you mentioned somebody called Kyle. Did you know Mr. Rittenhouse before that evening?
Not at all.
Did you know him at all since then, except
Not at
through
all.
media? Sir, she's got to take on what we say, so it's got to be one at a time. Okay, I know it's not how people usually speak, but we just got to be kind of careful about that. So,
no, I've never met Kyle. I don't know Kyle Rittenhouse.
And you didn't see Kyle Rittenhouse before the shooting, surveying the area or looking at the people breaking windows or anything like that?
So you have to understand okay. No, I did not.
All right, thank you.
The cars and the rioters destroying the cars stopped you from seeing Mr. Rittenhouse. Is that a fair statement?
I could not see Mr. Rittenhouse.
Okay. If Mr. Rittenhouse was in the far corner of the car source lot, Was there things blocking your view?
All I can say is I did not see the shooting. I just heard it.
Okay. And you never saw Mr. Rittenhouse?
After the shooting, people scattered, and I could see his face.
Okay. And you never spoke to him before or after this event?
No.
Nothing further.
Any question?
No.
Thank you. You may step down, sir. Let's break at this time, and I'm going to ask that you return at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Please don't read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. Don't discuss it with anyone, not even members of your household. And I think the clerk will take care of you in the jury room. Enjoy the evening.
Yeah, that was pretty quick. It seems like they're streamlining this process here. As we get further down the line in the case. What's funny is I just looked over and I see Kyle Rittenhouse, and for a moment there, I forgot that he was even Kyle Rittenhouse on trial right now. Like, it's just with the way that the litigation is going towards these witnesses. It is. We forget that. Yeah. We could ask Kyle. How did he feel about the situation, Mr. Rittenhouse? But what he said, what you're getting a vibe, right? You're catching this vibe from the locals. They were saying, hey, if I can catch people doing it, they could be prosecuted. Then they won't do it because, like you said, he's born and raised in Kenosha. He's got pride in his city, And I don't know why they kept cutting him off, man. But that guy, I mean.
Anything else? Okay. See you tomorrow.
Okay. Thought we were gonna have a moment there. It got dark. Man, made me look like a ghoul for a second there. The jurors. Okay. You guys, this thing keeps coming up about the jurors. And I also want to make sure I'm not missing.
Make arrangements through Zoom under the emergency order of the Supreme Court. The government has no right to confrontation. Obviously, they would have to ask questions via Zoom just like we would. Just throwing it out there and the court can think about it tonight.
I don't have to think about it. I can tell you my response. If both parties agree and the defendant personally waives, that's fine.
Who is he talking about? Calling someone from the government?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Cool. All right. Okay. Cool. Well, that's in here somewhere. Anyway, that guy shared my views. I'm not sure which ones, but it's not fake news, CJ. There's live video. Okay. I'm not saying anything about it. I haven't seen it, you guys. I don't know. That people are asking me, Zach, about this, about someone like doxing jurors, and to be very clear, I have no idea. I don't feed into it. I'm not going to feed into it. The Wisconsin Right Now Facebook page has posted about the jury with the video. Let me see. That's Channing Tatum. Someone's being real friendly right there, Amy. I don't know, Mr. Tate Yum. Holla. So where are we going? With Wisconsin Right Now. Okay, we'll take a look. I'll bite. However, if it's gonna cast any shadows of conjecture or hearsay on somebody, and I know I'm using court terms right now because, whatever. But I'm not gonna feed into. Shut up, Wisconsin. Did I get that right? Wisconsin Right Now. Wisconsin Right Now. I think I got it. Well, okay. January 31st. Yeah, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Bombshell torpedoes case, Wisconsin right now. Rittenhouse trial. Here, I'll give you guys this right here. Let's do this. All right. So set this to stream, and I'm going to jump in here and see if I can see what you're talking about. When they talk about the jurors taking the stand, first defense witness taking the car source. This rest of the case, those were major points. 6 hours. That's a stalwart picture of the judge, though. Rittenhouse jury. Judge says someone was videotaping them. Okay. Let's see what this is about here. So on this Wisconsin right now, let's do this. Boom. And we're gonna go back into here. We're dialing it in. Let's we'll pull this one up real fast. Chrome tab. It says, let's move all this out of the way. Get that in. Wisconsin right now. Rittenhouse jury. Judge says someone was videotaping them. It says concerns over privacy relating to the Kyle Rittenhouse jury increased on Tuesday as Kenosha County Judge Bruce Schroeder revealed that someone was videotaping jurors outside of court as they got onto the bus. The jurors' identities have been sealed by the court. People are also not allowed to photograph or videotape the jurors, 18 of whom remain. In court, Schroeder revealed the jurors were being filmed when the bus picked them up to take them to court on Tuesday morning. He said deputies made the person delete the video. Schroeder said it's not clear whether the person was ever in the courtroom. The judge took pains to reassure jurors when they walked into court that here, let me I have been reassured. I've been assured that the video that was taken. One second here. Got to control my my thing here. Apologies. You guys are probably looking at it right now anyway. So it says I have been assured that the video that was taken and has been deleted. Now, new procedures have been instituted so something like this should not occur. And sorry, man, my lighting's all getting funky on me right now. I'm frankly surprised that it did. Sorry, man, I apologize, guys. I'm frankly surprised that it did. The judge told Rittenhouse jury. He told Rittenhouse's jurors he was very sensitive to this entire issue. That's saying, okay, I was saying outside the door of the home of the judge. And it's not clear whether any of those incidents were related to the videotaping in Kenosha. Okay, that's what I want to focus on is the stuff that's about Kenosha and about this case. It's not clear whether any of those incidents were related to the videotaping in Kenosha. The judge did not reveal anything about the person doing the videotaping of the Rittenhouse jurors. So to be clear, we don't know who was filming it. People can say what they think, but I'm not going to because I don't know enough to say enough about anything. But it sounds like the judge handled it. They deleted the video. They took precautionary measures, and they're moving forward. So that's where we're at. Now we're on to, we're creeping in. We're creeping into what day 8? Day 8 tomorrow. Day 7 of litigation. Day 8 of court. Man, there's been where are people sitting right now? What do you think? How do we feel in the comments that today went? Because it was frustrating for me, man. It was really frustrating for me. Points of it, just like when they were interrogating Nathan, was it Nathaniel? I'm gonna say his name right. I already deleted it anyway. The photographer, like it became unnecessary. Like they did a couple things that were surprising. Like when they asked one of the witnesses what her age was, they haven't asked anybody else there. I haven't heard anybody get asked their age yet. That one got me. Then they asked how tall she was. But then, you know, the correction and conversation pieces in this one was interesting. Why they needed that, I don't know. I did miss, unfortunately, this morning when they were talking about the ballistics for the other casings that were found. So anyone that has comments on that, I'd be interested to hear what happened this morning that I was not privy to. But man, that dude, was it Nathan? Was it Nathan? Help me out here. People are saying the defense is winning. The old lady was the highlight. She was badass. Yeah. Grambo was awesome. The trial is a joke on both sides, Amy Brown says. Super frustrated with the DA, but I feel the witness did great. They spoke their truth as they saw it. Man, Kristen Felton, that's exactly what it comes down to. Whether or not you're cheerleading for the prosecution or for the defense, all we can hope for is that the witnesses will do their best job to recall the facts as they remember them, and then give those accountings as best they can. Someone said, Zach says Rosenbaum was shot in the back was a big takeaway. That was okay. So I missed that first part of it this morning, and I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch it. Nathan, we'll go with Nathan. Yeah. We got another couple minutes here because I know we usually go until 3:00 Pacific, 5:00 Eastern, and I had over here. What do we have? So these are just videos, guys, that I filmed last summer that I haven't released. That they may be out there somewhere, but all of my Kenosha footage is my team has, because of the Facebook prison or whatever it is. We got deplatformed, over a year ago, and we had to rebuild everything. Luckily, we were able to get all of the footage downloaded and backed up from our time in Kenosha. So now we have it here, and here is some of that footage for you right now.
Like there, so you see the laser dot on his ball bag?
laser dot. Yeah, I guess. I have a couch and a pillow or two. As bougie as it gets, baby. As bougie as it gets. It's also got.
Are they breaking into buildings as well?
And a lamp.
Is there looting happening down the street?
So they said it might have been a ricochet. Like I said, you heard shots before. Rittenhouse up in fire. That very well could have been one of them that hit. If that's
Pic's not clear. You don't look.
This is directly in front of the courthouse. And I've been doing this.
Yeah, some dude up there is sweeping with a broom that's on fire. You seeing that? Just sweeping the ground. Somebody take a screenshot of that, please.
This broom is on fire.
Just sweeping away with a burning broom. You can hear the drones they got above us.
Like, there you go. You can hear the drones above us right now.
So you got the
maybe you can't hear it, but I could hear it.
Sheriff rescue vehicle. You got the SWAT vehicles as well.
This is where things got a little dangerous too, because people started throwing things at the police.
I know this is just the last stand.
Started coming. You can see it start slowly moving forward.
Last of the people that are here, or if everybody else is off, engaged in other activity in the city.
And as they were moving forward, hands up, don't shoot is what you're hearing. 4 shots in 0.7 seconds.
Pepper gas, pepper spray, and all that.
Leg, pelvis, back, head. He was parallel to the ground for the last 2. He was falling. Yeah. My bougie apartment. I don't know. We'll have to. I'll go back and rewatch, and we'll address it in the first thing tomorrow. Maybe we'll come in a little early, and we'll talk about what happened at the beginning of the day today, and give us a chance collectively to kind of get a better understanding of what it was. Because I personally don't know what happened this morning. I do know what's happening here, though, and this was when I'm a witness. Yes, I am. I haven't been subpoenaed, but I'm on the witness list. Becky Elwood. Oh, damn. I don't know if that's the LRAD right there, but it just pivoted like an angry robot. You can hear it. Beep, beep, and then the guy comes out with the... That's the long-range acoustic device is, I think, what's going on there. LRAD, yeah. Unless it's a jammer. How you guys... Can you guys still see everything, hopefully? Man. Yeah, I don't know if that's a jamming type thing they got right there or not. Dude, that was a brick
I would imagine Andrew's probably on the witness list as well. I mean, we were... Damn. Shit. Oh, here they go. That's tear gas. Those things are hot. I don't know how people pick those up.
There's a fire. You can see the fire started in the distance there underneath that truck already. And I don't know if that's...
That was pretty funny. And she said, well, you know, size doesn't... It's not important.
Case phone at this point. Not right now.
You said it. You said it.
Hopefully
We
you
all
guys
heard
can
it.
still
She
see
said
the
it.
screen, all right. And the feed's okay.
Yeah, John, you're right. She had to rethink what she was saying. It was the acoustic device because it messed up any video footage. I don't know how much it messed up the video. It definitely it affects the audio. I mean, it's just super loud, man. Marvelous Marv, you are right. I do not sleep enough.
There's that truck fire. Hey, that's one that wasn't burning yesterday. And it's already started.
Yeah.
It sounds like they got a rally going in the park. So people are rallying back here. All right, cool. Thanks, guys.
Fires are started. The lines are.
Feed right now.
Yeah, that's what the guy had over here. The guy on the left there has
I'm
a.
gonna go over here and take a look real quick.
What are they called?
I'll try not to get shot by these
live
guys
view.
as I walk behind these guys.
Which is what makes this a choppy picture. Actually, a lot of it's choppy because of just the platform we're rebroadcasting on.
So the fires have already started tonight.
Yeah, we're not gonna stay on too much
I don't know
longer
if they're
tonight.
planning on taking it to the streets, but safe to say.
But they
that-
do. They do come out.
I think we all know how
They
this is
push
gonna
out
go.
into the road, and they do these. You know, the tactical lines. They get set up and they push, and then they kettle, and they push and they kettle, and it disperses the crowds. Right, the crowds get kind of pushed out, and then, if need be, they selectively will pull people on their little arrest teams. Not a little arrest team, but they said it. They have arrest teams. Those lights right there are the ones that were
You
brought
got
up in
drones
question.
overhead, helicopters
People were
overhead.
shaking those so hard that the glass
4 or 5
shrouding
SWAT vehicles
broke
You
and
got
fell off, and
fires
one
burning.
of them hit a guy in the
Yeah,
head,
and
split his
probably
head open pretty
500
bad.
people. Wow. 350 to 500 people out in the park right there that are gathering and rallying.
Yeah. When was this footage? This was
Yeah,
last
down there from
August.
that pepper-
So
tear gas,
we pause this. This is not the best shot, but this is in front of the courthouse right now. And if we let me do this for you real fast. I'm just gonna give you an idea of what. Like I said, I did this the other day, and it was I liked it. I thought it was nice. Where we at over here? Come on, give me the. What I'd like to do is show you guys what it. I mean, just kind of like a contrast to what it looks like normally, and what it looks like right now. You know, and for whatever reason, it's not giving me my options like I need. So anyway, I get all anxious with dead air, you guys. I apologize. It gets me all. I need to just chill out on it. But go. So this is Civic Center Park is what we're talking about. And so this is exactly where we're at. Yeah, let me flip it around. I almost think that that's where there's. Let's go to the other side over here. Boom. And boom. I think we're right here. Looking that way. Yeah. Queued up. All right, cool. So this is the courthouse during the protest. This is what it looks like. And then I can show you the one that Bulch. It's like that video that. Oh, I thought you were asking to see it when he said the police. He's like, well, the police said that they were going to push the protesters our way and then leave for us to deal with. I don't know the validity in that. Like I said, that's when the courts can jump in and say hearsay. You know what I mean? No one knows for sure. So this is what you're looking at right now. So these are those buildings. The admin building to the left there, the courthouse to the right, which is where they're doing the Rittenhouse case right now, actually.
Well, the battery died in the vehicle.
That's when the Bearcat's battery died, actually.
Well, that's not a good look.
No, it wasn't. There we go. So they got the garbage trucks on fire over here, and apparently the sheriff vehicle battery died. See if I can skip ahead a little bit here.
Oh, shit.
You can see the green beams popping through there.
Damn, everybody's getting hit right now. I'm having to hide behind a pole because they keep shooting at me, too. Whew. One of those impact batons just nailed me in the back. That one right there. Oh my God, that shit hurts.
I believe that was this one right here. One of these. I think either this one that hit me in the hip, or I picked up a couple of them, and I'm not sure which one hit me in the hip, one hit me in the back.
Cars out of the way up there, it looks like.
Felt like getting kicked by a mule, man. It sucked.
Oh, that sucked. Right in the back, man.
It was like between the shoulder blades,
there,
too.
They come out of these cannons and they shoot them. They're like 40mm cannons, basically. But I mean, I understand where I'm standing is not a safe place. It's gonna happen. It just hurts like a bitch. Whew. Someone take a screenshot of that, please.
Yeah, it was crazy times, man. Like being there was insane. Like experiencing this, because it had taken everything that I had been around in the Northwest and Portland, Seattle, and it like amplified it by 1,000. We were used to seeing,
They got
you know,
that small group of people up
police
here
cars and whatnot, but
that are.
I gotta take my mask off. That are hiding behind some umbrellas and makeshift shields that were up here. I think they were the ones that were standing in front of the Bearcat that's behind me. I think it's called the Bearcat, actually. I'm not sure what the technical name is for that. Y'all can take a screenshot once it's got it. There we go. Gets out of my shot. Figure it out, bud. There he goes. Right there, that right there. Appreciate it, guys. Hey, for everyone that's tuning in with me, we're in Kenosha, Wisconsin right now. Day 2 of this standoff between law enforcement and these people that are here in Raleigh about the gentleman that was shot yesterday by the police. And last night we saw it, how we've seen it in many different situations. This one was much more unprepared, unplanned. It was definitely, you're not seeing a lot of gas masks in the crowds. You're not seeing a lot of helmets, much like you would see in a typical situation like in Portland. What you do have right here, though, is they've doubled down their efforts for the law enforcement side. But if you guys tuned in last night, which most of you probably did if you're watching right now, you saw that car lot burned to the ground. You saw that building burned to the ground. A full-on riot. And this started off with, there was probably 500 people in the park already that were clashing with the police behind me. And then you had all of the people on the march that came with us as we marched with them up to this courthouse square. And there was probably a good 750 with that as well. So the crowd is definitely thinned here in front of us. As to where everybody went, I don't know. It could be spreading into the city. And as we came in, we saw, Andrew and I were seeing that all the businesses that we saw in city buildings were all boarded up. Pretty well. So we're just hoping that, I hope no one gets hurt tonight. And I definitely hope that it doesn't end up making its way into the city out here and seeing businesses and people's personal property destroyed. And that's where I'm going to end it for the day, because that's what ended up happening. It made its way into the street, and businesses, personal property, people's homes were destroyed. And that's terrible. It's terrible. And then subsequently lives were lost. Anthony Huber, Joseph Rosenbaum, Gage Grosskreutz, close. Lives were changed forever, altered in a way that they may never come back from. I know I'm dealing with it, and I know Kenosha is still dealing with it. And it's affected people in many different ways. And I think that for all of us watching this case, and I've said this before, it's a big deal to be able to walk through it again and to kind of experience it in a healthy, safe distance. So it's not in real time, and it's not as close as it could be, but it's close enough to kind of bring us back to some of those feelings. And maybe it's good for us to address those. Maybe it's good for us to walk through those again. I know based off of even just conversations I've had with people recently, like one I had last night, people I think were mentally affected in a way where it's sad. It's sad. I think that it kind of blew the top off of some people's ability to think rationally. And I think that hopefully people can get back to it, though. They can reprogram, they can get back. Hopefully they can get the help they need, because they need help. And at the end of the day, I know that we as a people can collectively work better together than we can by ourselves. And I think we're going to have to be inclusive and remember that we got to put the human back in each other. You know what I mean? And then we can do this collectively as a team and keep moving forward. But I love you all very much, and I appreciate you being here, for being a support group for me, for being an outlet, for always getting my back, and for accepting me as one of your own. I look forward to seeing you if you're in the areas that I happen to be in, like Kenosha. Looking forward to being there. Really excited about it, and just really can't say enough how excited I am to be in Kenosha and be able to touch base with all you people, all you amazing folks. So, tune in tomorrow. I won't be late. Bright and early at 7 a.m. Central or Pacific Standard, 9 a.m. Central Standard Time. We'll be here. If you guys have any questions, anything that you're curious about, feel free to hit me up in between time, and we can we'll get a chance to enjoy one another's company another day, and for another lengthy look at To Be Fair. But all of you guys be good. Have a great night. Take care of yourselves and take care of each other. Love you.